All right, all right, all right. I think I be live. Hey, everybody. Hey, Zen friends. Happy Sunday to you. Can you believe it's Sunday already? It's just whoosh flying by. And I'm just so grateful for all of the readings and everything we've been doing. I think this is the longest amount of time I've been on uh, in a long time. I used to go every night in the very beginning. But we've had some wonderful, wonderful sessions, long sessions with a lot of questions, and I'm giddy, giddy beyond. Uh, I can't even. I don't even have words for it. So thank you guys so much for being here, for all your love, all your support, all for your thirst of seeking after spirit. And I'm just blown away. I'm so excited. It's just been such. It's like a dream, living in a dream. So, welcome, and I'm excited. Uh, we will get into, of course, readings again as we are here to hear from Spirit. Um, Before that, though, we do like to come back to this moment out of the future, out of the past, out of the chaos of the outside world, and come back to this moment. We do that by starting off with a big, deep breath in. We hold it for as long as you feel comfortable, and the key is slow exhale out. That helps us come back to this moment, into this bubble of love that we have here. Then we will bring in the singing bowl to move some more energy and bring in, vibrate in some beautiful love energy from above. So if you want to join me in doing the big breath, let's start. So big deep breath in. Here we go. Beautiful. I will hit the singing bowl 3 times, and as I do that, we can just vibrate that love from inside us, out of us, up into our minds and our brains and all our stories, all our beliefs, into our heart and all of our emotions, to our physical bodies, into every cell, our blood, our muscles, our joints, whatever, every cell in our physical body. And then, of course, our energetic body, which is all our chakras. We have energetic meridians that run through our bodies, and then our auras, filling us entirely up and flowing out to the outside world, letting it do what it wants to do out there to help brighten the energy, to bring into the capital T truths to the world so that we can find freedom as a collective from the fear beliefs that we came down here to experience. But I think we're reaching a time where we're ready to move on. Not in a global disaster way, but in a raising the vibration of the planet way, right? So we'll do that. And of course, something that we can do always to help raise our vibration is gratitude. It's one of the high vibrating energies up there with unconditional love. And when we're just grateful for one little thing that we're grateful for in this moment, sincerely, we thank the Creator, we thank the universe, whatever your higher power is. And as we do that, our love energy vibrates. It goes higher, it opens us up to receive messages from Spirit, and it magnetizes us to receive more of what we're grateful for. So it's always a win-win, win-win-win. After the third bong, I will bring in the feather and do a little bit of movement of mental, emotional, energetic, and physical uh, energy movement as well. So if you're looking for any movement in those areas to higher vibration, just join ears in that, and it will magnify. For the collective of all of us and for yourself too. So I like it. All right. So let us begin. And here we go. Remember gratitude. Mm-mm. So good. Thank you guys so much for joining me and doing that. Can always tell. I tell you what, there's always extra forests of hair that rise on my arms when I feel your guys' energy join in. So thank you, those of you that were doing that. All right. So let me put it back there. So hello everybody. Excited for today's session. Just some amazing energies flowing, and hope you guys had just a wonderful evening and day on this wonderful Sunday. Got let's see, it's 85 degrees right now, and it was a beautiful, nice walk. I don't know if you can tell, I've got a little bit more color here too, but beautiful. Went for a nice, almost a 4.5 mile walk, and we have a new puppy in the house. My host went to Denver to pick up her new little boy puppy. It's a pit bull puppy. He's so cute. He's so cute. And the dogs, the black lab is getting along with the little one, so that is always good. And he's really chill. I was like, I'm going to call him Mr. Miyagi because he's so zen and calm. So I like that. She's still figuring out what she wants to call him, but so it's fun. So welcome everybody. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, hello, I'm your bruddaZEN. We are here to spill the tea. So welcome. We got a great group, great group of Zen friends with huge hearts, great senses of humor. Thank God, because I like to laugh. We like to have a good time. We like to support one another. So welcome. There's always room for Zen friends. So we try to have a beautiful, loving, safe space and supportive space for everyone. So welcome. If you want to know how the whole process works, all that info is down in the description area of the video. Talks about how the whole reading process works and all the other stuff. It's all listed there. Donations do get first priority. So if you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description area. I do have my Venmo, CashApp, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay as well. So if you want to make a donation, I don't have any set dollar amounts. So whatever you give from your heart is the perfect amount. And yeah, and I do get to free readings every session. Well, if I don't get to them in the session, like last night, I didn't, after 8.5 hours almost, I didn't get to a single free reading. So I did come in this morning and I did a separate session, refreshed and finished all those out. So if you guys didn't, if you had a free reading last night, here is the link for that. So there's the link, and then I do believe I do put the link like in the pinned comment of last night. I mentioned all the readings I complete with timestamps, and then when it's very rare. It's only happened twice this week, and that's been like I don't think it's been happening this year where I've had these many readings. So I'm very grateful. I'm not complaining at all. Um, but I list all the ones I didn't complete, and then when I record, like this morning, I go back into that pinned note and put the link to the morning session. So that's how it all, how it all worked. A pit bull called Zen would be. I think she said she's going to call him Zen. I'm like, wait, that's like my nickname. But I'm sure she'll think of something. You guys are funny. Yeah, so I think that's the main thing there. I do also have a podcast that comes out every 2 to 3 weeks. This one is the one that was 2.5 weeks ago. I'll probably have a new one coming out this Thursday. Just been so busy with readings and everything. It's a good it's a good problem to have. But here's the last one, which is phase one of learning the language of emotion. We're going to have 4 phases on learning to expand our empathic abilities and spiritual gifts. So if you want to catch up on any of the podcast, we have tons of different subjects on there. The playlist link is down in the description area. So, like, abundance, where it's at, faded love, why do humans cheat, what we can learn from all that stuff. So there's a ton of content out there. Well, 17 so far sessions, but they can be anywhere from 30 minutes, sometimes they're an hour. Spirit likes to speak, we just let him, you know? So, we do what we do. So, I think that is the main skinny. I think that was everything. So let's do some shout outs, make sure I have all, everyone on the lists here, and then we will get into it. So, hello, everybody. So, Jojo, hello. Pitbull could be called Yin, and you rename yourself Brother Yang. There you go. Bow to Master Yin and bow to Master Yang, right? You're so funny. So, Jojo, I think I saw you put your question. You had fallen asleep, I think, that you will be up first on donations, and I'll grab your question here as I skim up the chat from the bottom up, just to make sure I got everyone. Your question, yes. And we got Chelsea in the house. Hey, Chelsea. Oh, you're typing it now. Okay, good. Thank you for letting me know. Uh, so Chelsea, good to see you. How late was that? I think it was like 1:30 is when I finished, around 1:30, and, I didn't stay up much after that. I think I was asleep in bed at 2 AM, and, yeah, and I did sleep in till I woke up at, like, 7 AM, and then I went back to sleep till, like, 9, so I got a good 7 hours of sleep, which is my goal. Even if I'm laying there in bed, you know, I do that, so it's good. So thanks for asking, and I do have your 2 donations, I believe, on the list as well. We got Ruby Camellia. Hey, Ruby, good to see you. Hello, hello. I see your free question. We'll get you on the list here. Good to have you here. And we got Stop Stalking Me. Good to see you. Hello, hello. You love the bowl? I'm so glad. I love it too. I've had it for over a decade, and it's beautiful, so beautiful. It takes me somewhere else sometimes. And I got your free question on here too. So hello, good to see you. And let's see here. We got Livier Vagara. Hey, hey, my friend. Good to see you. And I see your free question. That's my French accent. It's not very good, but we're working on it. So hello, good to see you. And we got Rahul. Hey, good to see you as well. So we will get you here. And I did get that question. That sounds familiar. So if you did ask that last night or sometime this weekend, I did I did answer that in whatever session you had posted that. So just so you know, we can check energy today, see if anything has changed. But if you want to check your other one out, be sure to check the pinned comment for whatever day you posted that on there. All right. And yeah, I see here, Jojo, you fell asleep. You took a little nap while typing your question. That's great. Well, at least you didn't like post something uh in your like sleep texting and put it in the chat in front of everyone, right? You're so funny. All right. I see your question down there. I'll grab it here in a sec. And we got Carmel Damon in the house. Hey, Carmel, good to see you. We'll get you on the free reading request line here as well. It sounds like so good to see you. All right. And Chelsea, so you said you're feeling a bit anxious today and look forward to this has helped you feel a bit better. Just want you. Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. So yeah, because tomorrow, you know, just go with the flow. Go with the flow, right? You know, going with energy, burning bright, knowing, you know, walk in like RuPaul would walk down the runway. That's funny. I don't know why RuPaul, but there you go. Maybe are you tall? Are you a tall black woman? You know, "Well, tomorrow I am." "Did you tan too much today?" "I don't know." Too funny. All right. I tell you guys, I'm giddy after, all these, I think it was, what, 8 hours Wednesday, 8 hours Thursday, more than 8 hours, but at least 8 hours, 8 hours. I think it was, like, a little over 6 hours on Friday, 8 hours plus last night. So what is that, 30 hours? It's like a full-time job, and I love it. I mean, this is the dream. So but I get drunk on spirit, energy when I'm connecting so much, so Sundays are usually a little giddy, and I usually have a smile that I can't wipe off my face, so if I look drunk or high or whatever, it's no help from the outside, it's all inner, baby. So, anyway, that's, just a warning. A public service announcement, right? All right. So, and we got Butterfly in the house. Hey, Butterfly, good to see you. I do have you on the free reading list as well. Thank you for all of your assistance in the chat. I'm very grateful. And we got Sean G in the house. Hey, Sean G, I don't see questions yet. I did get 2 donations from you, so I have your placeholders on the. In fact, let me grab your official name here. I think I just have your name typed in here, so let me just replace those real quick, but, and then as soon as you put your questions, I'll put them in there. So good to see you. We got Cat Mia in the house. Did I have Cat Mia already? Yep, I think this is where is as far as I got. So we've got Cat Mia on the free list there, and we do have Lauren Smith. I've got a couple for you, I believe, in the list here. Yeah, I've got 2. At least 2. Yes, I've got your 2 donations. I got you on the list there, so thank you for those, and we got Lemon Limes Lulu, I got 2 for you as well. Good to see you. Hello, hello. And we also have Betty Jo. I think I got 2 for you, Betty Jo, if I am recollecting correctly here. Yes, I've got 2. Well, at least 2. Yeah, I see 2. So, we got you. So, thank you for those. And we have Christina Lowe from earlier. Christina, got you on the free list there. And we also have Minnie Heel on the free list from earlier. Hello. And Maria P. We got you on the free list. And then I got your 2 donations. So I got you on the list. So hello, hello. And we got Sudeshna from earlier. And I do have your 5 from earlier. So we got you on there as well. And I think looks like the chat is already starting to disappear, but I did get from earlier, I have, Marie Jones from way earlier in the morning, so I got you on the free list, and then Alice, I'm so sorry that I did not see that last one. I must it was at 7 hours and 50 minutes. Because I went back and looked at the chat and going, "Oh, how did I miss that?" And I'm like, "Oh, that makes sense." I was kind of my energy was starting to go down. So sorry that I missed your free reading. You'll be up first, so we'll get you on that one. And if you want another free reading in this session, please feel free. That one's from last night, so it's a makeup one. So you are good to go. And then, of course, JoJo. We got you up first. Let me scroll down here and let's see. Got that on here. All the Pitbull comments here. All right. Yeah, there it is, JoJo. I see your question. All right. There we go. So I see your question. We'll get it on up there. Oh, you have a remote job. So, well, you can still say, oh, you can make a video and just put it out there, right? So I like that. All right. Let's take a look here. So Langland, did you put a question out here today? I don't. I see you saying hi, but I don't see a question. Maybe YouTube didn't put it out there. Let me just scroll up here. Did I miss one already? I don't think so. Because I see you're saying hi, and then I don't see anything else there. So you're not on the list yet, but if you put a question out there, oh, you didn't. So yeah, so you're not on the list unless you ask a question. So if you just say hi, then I'm like, hey, and then but I don't put anything. So yeah, just put your question and we can get you on the list. And if you want to make a donation, you'll be on the donation list, which is higher priority, or the free list, you'll be at the bottom of that one, which will be much later. 'Cause let me tell you, we've got, quite a list of donations going already, and I love you. So thank you for those. And, I do have your 2 donations. So I am blown away again. So this is where we're at. We have JoJo up first and then Chelsea. And then we do have 5 for Sudeshna, and then we have Betty Jo, then Maria P times 2, and then back to Betty Jo, and then to Lauren, and then to Lemon Lime, and then back to Lauren, and then back to Lemon Lime, and then 2 for Sean G, and then Chelsea, and then Crystal, as well. So that's where we're at for donations. So we're gonna be on for a little bit here, before we get to any free readings, because they do get priority on those. So, and we got Benita Bala. Hey, good to see you. I don't feel like I've seen you in a while, so welcome. Welcome, welcome. I got you on the free list there. Oh, wow, 8 hours of sleep in 2 days. Yeah, you're ready for a nap. We'll send you some. Well, you're up first, so you can go to sleep after this. Maybe we'll send you some sleepy time energy to help you rest and etc. All right, but I'm going to continue to use the whimsical path. I use this for the catch-up readings this morning, and I think Wednesday night. But I loved it. I'm going to use that again. If you have a donation um, of $5 or more, you get one of these. We finished up the last one. You got Whispers of Healing Oracle, so you get a little fortune cookie from there. Other donations that are under $5, then you get one of these Dreamers deck Oracle for your fortune cookie. So that's the skinny on it all there. All right. So I think we are set. Let me grab some coffee here. We'll do a little cheers. Cheers to everyone. I'm so grateful for all of your love and support and all your thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love. It gets me out in front of more people. So you're part of the love tsunami, helping spread the spirit's messages, and more people get to hear from spirit. So thank you for doing that and for commenting and um, sharing the channel with others and all that we do on the videos. It all helps, and a lot of stuff is free to do, and I appreciate those of you that do that as well. So cheers, cheers, everybody. I love you. Yum, yum. Oh, yeah. So good. All right. So let us shuffle up here and let us begin. Let it roll. All right. So, JoJo, you're up 2442. Wow. Starting off with mirrored time here. So, there we go. And let me just grab Langland's real quick here, since I use these timestamps sometimes as my little markers. So, I don't want to miss that. All right. So, JoJo, you want to know, is D all right? Are we specially connected? He's amazing. I love him. Not in that way, but all right, let's take a look here. So is D all right? Let's step into their energies. Okay. What else do we got? Thank you. And we got that here. I do want that one here. And I do want that one there. Okay, let's see what we got here. What do we got going on here? Well, yeah, I understand why you're kind of wondering, because we got the 5 of Pentacles energy, which is a feeling of, feeling fear of lack, of not being enough, not having enough. And there's a bit of that feeling, being afraid of being abandoned, left behind, left out in the cold kind of energy. So it's like they're kind of going through where they're feeling, I don't know, because I do feel here this represents like a church, and we're standing outside, and if we just ask, they'll support. There's like, that's like a sanctuary. It's like they'll help, but it's almost like they're afraid to ask for help because afraid they'll be turned down, because like, no, you don't deserve this. So I feel like they're a little bummed, just, and feeling like unsupported in a way. So let's see what else they have here. That's the bottom of the deck. Yeah, we got the 6 of Pentacles. and the Two of Swords. Looks like there's a story that they're kinda telling themselves about. It's kind of almost a little codependency type energy where they're like a big giver, and right now they're feeling that emptiness of, "I'm giving, 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 and no one's giving back to me," and I'm feeling that emptiness and that exhaustion, a little bit of energy that's coming in there. So, I do feel like there's, um, that kind of feeling that they're going through right now. Yeah, 7 of Cups, a lot of different emotions. Feeling it's almost like they're maybe they're not feeling good or something. Because all the 7 of Cups, when I felt it, it's almost like, how when you're not well, like, yeah, when you're not getting enough sleep, when you're feeling ill, it's easier, our filters down, and it's hard for us to, like, cheer ourselves up. It's just kinda like, I'm just all my energy is being used to just live. I don't have energy to, like, buck up and, um you know, shoo away the lower vibration emotions I don't wanna feel anymore. It's just kinda like, I feel like I have to sit in them, and I'm just like, I don't have the energy to, get the birds away from the crops. Just let them eat them. I don't care, They're kind of in that bit of lower emotional energy. Yeah, we got the King of Swords, the Seven of Swords. So, I do feel like they are being challenged here with their thoughts and beliefs that steal opportunities from them, and that so I feel like they're kind of in that fear energy and those stories, those low vibrational stories. So something, let's see if they'll tell us below that. And they got the High Priestess. So they're in a bit of a I wanna be alone to reflect on things mood. Um, and they might hear with this High Priestess that is bringing in kind of this Pisces energy where they can go swim in the dark side of the pond, and then they go into the sunny side of the pond, but I feel like they're either up or they're down. It almost feels like bipolar, but I don't feel like they are bipolar. I just feel like that's their makeup, is that they're either up or they're down, uh, is their kinda astrology, the character, how it's designed. There's not a whole lot of staying in the middle, it's like and so they're in their little low place, doing their little reflection stuff, that's going on there. But you don't have to worry. The Six of Swords, they will leave some old ways of thinking behind. They will move into new ways of thinking, and they'll have movement. They'll move from the choppy waters to the calmer waters. But, a little word of support and a little love toward their direction wouldn't hurt them. It'll help it make it easier for them to do that, but they're still gonna do their little you don't have to solve it or anything for them because they'll do their inner reflection and do their little, uh, feeling low dance, kind of energy. So, hopefully that helps, but, I feel like they're just doing their thing. Nothing, ominous like, "Oh god," they're gonna try ending their life or something. I feel like they're just in a down world and then up there too. Oh, well, you can send them love energy their way. You definitely can. But or if they have any kind of, um yeah, yeah, you can just send love, for their higher self to circle back around, so if it's not anybody you can have that there. And here we go here. It says, "I know that money flows to me freely when I pursue my passions. I am abundant." Wow. So the big card, the 5 of Pentacles, was about lack, right? Feeling like I'm not enough. Well, I am abundant. And they can even say, I am abundance. I'm made of abundance. So I can't be lacking because I'm part of the creator of all things. A powerful being, right? So I like that. Seems like they're okay. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Go to sleep, go to sleep. We'll send you some beautiful love energy to surround you and use how your higher self would like for your physical. And, if you didn't hear the singing bowl in the beginning, I'd go back and listen to that. I was, moving energy in the mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual energies, so you might, glean from some of that as well, right? So hang in there, my friend. Many blessings to you. So I like that. If the querent oh, if the querent is anxious, does it interfere with the reading? Um, oh yeah, I didn't answer that piece of it, did I? No, I don't think I talked about that, about the is there a special connection between you? Um, I don't feel like there's a special, extra special one between you. I'll pull a quick card on that too. Sorry, I totally missed that piece. Got all into the energy. But yeah, if the person is anxious, it's almost like having the TV on while you're trying to have a conversation, like the loud TV. I just have to focus more on what they're saying because it's loud. Because it's like, the energy, because it's noise, lower vibrational energy is noise, but I'm used to it because a lot of times in readings, people are asking questions because they are anxious. So it's not, it's not dangerous. It's not nothing that you know, um, uh, I'm not, that interferes with the reading. So I'm trying to do 2 things at once, and that doesn't work very well these days. So we'll be, up to you, Chelsea, here in a moment. That 7 of swords came back out here, Jojo. I feel like the connection is more, like you said, a mirror, a parallel, but I don't feel like there's any. I feel like it's more of a parallel path energy than in this lifetime having a special connection. Um, do you guys have past life connections? Because I don't feel like you guys are to have one here. You got the temperance energy for past life. What is that? Slow roll. I feel like maybe like a long time ago kind of energy. What is all this that came in? High Priestess, Page of Cups, Eight of Pentacles, Queen of Swords. All of this, I do feel like you have some a past life connection, at least one with the High Priestess, but I think it was love because this is like a very, a very balanced and compatible energy that you had with them. And I feel like a big piece of this is you guys usually help each other with that Eight of Pentacles for your transformation, in lifetimes, but not directly at in a human form this time. I feel like, like in each other's lives, I feel like it's more reflective energy, than it is that. But you've got but I feel like it's been a while since you guys have had. It's not like someone that's in your lifetimes a lot. I feel like you've had one here, maybe another one, another place, as a human, and so it doesn't feel like a strong, strong connection like some of those others where I'm like, "Wow, you guys have had a lot," right? But this one doesn't feel as involved in the physical world, lifetimes kinda thing. So hopefully that helps. But, definitely kind of feels like part of that huge artistic collective that has billions of souls in it. That's why I feel like you get a little bit of their mix, but they're not like the one that's stuck around you, if that makes sense. Like, you know, if it's we're all sponges, sponge balls in a giant bin. There's some that end up sticking together. I feel like there's some that are always around and some that kind of bounce around here and there. They're one of those that occasionally bounces, but I feel like that is that, kind of energy that's flowing there. So, yeah, sorry that I missed that. I was like, wow, all right. He's so amazing. Because you see yourself in them. That's why the mirror, right? All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So thank you again for your donation. Many blessings to you. And let me grab here. I think we had Wicked Majesty Tarot come in. Hello. Thank you for your donation. We'll give you a love and a like there, and you are on the list. So thank you for that. All right. So let me take a sip here and we'll dive in. Yeah, that's right. Sleep well. Cheers, cheers. All right. All right. All right. And then Chelsea, you're up 37-32. So anxious. Deep breath in, hold, like breathe in for 3 seconds, hold for 3 seconds, breathe out for 3 seconds, hold for 3 seconds, then breathe in, do like square breathing. Come back to now, come back to now. All right. So thank you for your donation. Did I put out your timestamp? Yeah, I did. Okay. So I see your 5 questions. So we will go through those here and let's see what we got going on. You're doing it with me. Oh, good. It is. It's like breathing helps because the anxiety is fear, and deep breaths help us come out of the fears so we can look at the fears as well. And go, what am I fearing? I'm gonna be fine. I'm gonna be fine. Even if they're jerks, I'm not there forever. And it's for me, right? But they won't be. We already looked at that. All right. So for your first question, you want to know do they have a fake Instagram that they use to watch you and react to your posts? All right. Let's take a look here. So, do they have fakery? All right. And if he does, are there any hints you can provide for you to find out how the account could be? We've got the 10 of Swords, um, which is, I don't feel like it's expectations equal disappointment here. But it's like these are letting go of the expectations. Oh, they've got balance, 6 of Pentacles. I don't feel like they have a fake one here, because he mentioned seeing your post on Threads, but is that his account doesn't follow you. But in Instagram, you don't have to follow someone to see their stuff. You can save it but without following someone's account. So if they found you and then if they save one, then you can, you know, go into your saved posts and you can go look at someone's page. And if you save enough of them and look at enough, then the algorithm, even if you don't follow someone, they'll bring up the account over and over again. So I feel like that well, they're really detailed there. Um, so if you want to know how you can sneak, that's how you can sneak. So so with that, I don't feel like that. You know that's there, and if you guys, I don't know if you guys have like chatted on Instagram, because then your post saves there, and you can just click on the name and go look at your account too, and it kind of keeps it in there as well, right? So, they got that kind of energy that's going in there. So fun, fun. Hey, Urban Forest Tarot, good to see you. All right. So I feel like that's for number one. Um, I don't feel like there's anything going on there. Um, like spooky. To find out which account. I mean, well, you're wanting to know if they have a fake one. Um, but I don't. There isn't. I don't feel like there is one there. All right. Does he have an account for Threads too? Oh well. Um, Oh, like a fake account for Threads. Um, so, let's see here. Is he well, obviously, he said he's seen your post on Threads. You have to be a member on Threads, so he's a member, under his real name or real ID, to be able to see it, but I don't think you can have one and the other. Yeah, no, the sun is nothing to hide. Here I am, shining bright energy. So I don't think like they're trying to do anything nefarious or anything around, that there. But so, yeah, so that's number two. And then you want to know, did he lose someone when he was younger that wasn't a family member? Oh yeah, because um, yeah, some of the things that came through, it kind of felt like that, right? Like they were really impressed how you overcame the pain and how, the things you're doing for it kind of felt like it meant a lot to them, than beyond just like, wow, that, felt like it meant something to in memory of theirs too, right? I kind of felt like that. Let's see here. So, did he lose someone when he was younger? All right. And can we know who that was? Okay. Yeah. And I do feel like they did. We have the 8 of Cups, which is about, walking away, having to walk away from, a relationship and I feel like that's more that had ended. And I feel like they found out, maybe even after the fact, but it came quick. So it came out of nowhere, or they didn't know that this friend of theirs, I feel like it's more friend than family that had it. And they either, it happened so quickly they didn't get to like talk to him before they passed because it was like fast in the news. Like they got word of it after, like, "Oh, did you hear?" And then days later, they had passed, and they were like, "What?" And they didn't get a chance to say goodbye, so they had to walk away from the relationship without kind of that resolution, it feels like here. So I definitely feel like they did have someone, um, but I feel like they didn't find out, as well. Oh, yeah. I almost I but I feel was this is this the same person that, you know I thought we meant, like, f to the C word, cancer, right? I kind of feel like it felt like losing someone like that. Oh, yeah, because he's about the cancer charities, yeah. So that's what it felt like, is that it someone had, yeah, either way, right? It's pretty bad there. But, yeah, there is that loss feeling there, and then that unresolved because they were like, "Wow," so there's um, a little bit of guilt there that they didn't get to say goodbye to them, and a little bit of, resentment too that they didn't tell them, and that they otherwise they would've, "Oh, yeah, that's why I didn't tell tell 'em, 'cause otherwise I would've treated it differently." And they're like, "That's exactly why they didn't tell you, because they didn't want, you know, to be treated differently. They wanted to be treated just you know, like it was, right?" So, it's all experience, right? So, that's for number 3, and then number 4, you said his mom left the family when he was 10 due to the substance, and his dad most recently moved back home out of state on a whim. So, how have both absences affected how he handles relationships? All right, let's take a look here. So, what about how does the loss of mom, how does that impact relationships? And then with his dad also moving out of state and not being there. All right. So, of course, mom's here. I wonder if they're still estranged. Yeah. Well, yeah, that heartbreaking feeling, that disappointment energy when they were younger. Ace of Pentacles, they might have I don't know if let me see here. Have they no. I was gonna say, have they reconnected? Because I feel like they've always thought they've wanted to reconnect with them, but there's almost like there's this, you know, I don't even know if they're dead or not, because I don't know anything about him, and the Temperance is kind of this, "Someday, maybe I'll look and try to track him down," but I just feel like they've, like, looked here and there, but not, like, hired anyone or really, like, an investigator or anything. I feel like they've done their own kind of trying to find out kind of energy, but I feel like they're like, "I don't even know if they're alive or not anymore, mom." But, um, there is this I feel like with this Temperance, asking how this impacts how they handle relationships, I do feel like they kind of go slow to see if someone is going to leave or not. It's like they look for the signs, especially for substance abuse and different things like that. I feel like that's very touchy for them. Um, as far as if someone's doing things because they're like, are people, if you wait long enough, people can't hide it. You can hide it for a little bit, but if you wait, then you can see, the substance abuse and you see the signs. And I feel like that's why they tend to go slow because they don't wanna feel that abandonment, energy, right? With his dad having, moved back home out of state, how does that impact him here? I don't feel like with relationships, it doesn't really impact it. It got the 2 of Pentacles. Feels like they're able to balance 2 things at the same time kind of energy. They've got, this going back and forth, that I can, manage both with the Queen of Wands. This is very energetic. I can maintain my life and also keep in touch and understand what's going on with dad and all of that. There is we have the 7 of Swords here. I'm not 7 of Swords, 7 of Wands here, which, is this not dimming my light, not asking permission to shine. I'm just gonna be myself, and I feel like that's kind of what he learned from his dad, because his dad raised him, and he learned how his 'cau so he was pretty much nurtured by dad, um, you know, during his, last of his formative mind years, and then a lot of that, so I feel like there's this boldness that he has in relationships about, "This is who I am," and, being honest. Because I feel like his dad is a very honest person. He kind of feels like a Midwestern kind of person, I don't know why. Just kinda like a farmer. I don't know why he feels like a farmer, I don't know why, but dad kinda seems like, "I grew up on a farm or a ranch, and, it's all about being honest and being a man of your word matters kind of energy." And I feel like because of his dad, um, that he influenced him in that regard. But I feel like the distance, being out of state, doesn't impact him now because he still keeps in touch with them really regularly, it feels like. So hopefully that helps with that. And then you wanna know what are his relationships like if he has them with his parents now. Okay, well, I guess we were kinda talking about that already. Well, you kinda talked about her already. I don't feel like he has one with his mom. I don't even know if he knows if she's still alive. I feel there is pretty much a distance between them, um, and she only wandered in and out a couple times since then, but years ago, like over a decade ago, when she needed money, she would, show up to try to get money from his dad, I feel like, but after him telling her no a couple times, she just never showed back up again. And I think they had moved too. Um, so I feel like they moved, um, somewhere else, and she didn't know where they moved and then lost contact kind of energy there. And then we talked about his dad's relationship. Let's dive into that a little more here, just see what his relationship with his dad is. I feel like it's pretty good. I feel like it feels kind of homeboys. I don't know why I'm getting that. Just, you know, it's a good it's almost feels like older brother, younger brother energy than father son. Although there's that father son respect and energy, but I feel like it's more we're buddies kind of energy. Got Six of Pentacles, that equal giving and receiving to one another energy that's there. Yeah, they both share the pain of the Empress suddenly leaving. It really allowed them to bond together, with them here. Oh, oh, right. You were like, "Mhm, it's all a show." But no, they had that bond with the Empress leaving. Isn't that funny there? Yeah, and the nurturing, because they were both here's I was talking about that nurturing, right? He had to be both mother and father to him. So they have a deeper bond than just that, and, yeah, and I got that here's that temperance energy, that patience energy, very patient. Um, they don't they don't push a lot on each other, they just been going with the flow with each other for a long time. Yeah, and, they've worked out a lot of their dealios they had with one another, because the emperor would have been it's funny, the empress was mom, here's the emperor, but they've let go of the Eight of Swords, let it go of a lot of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that made them feel, you know you know, bound and small and powerless, because you know, dad was going through a lot themselves, with, having someone that with being with someone that had substance abuse, and he had his own issues of why he chose someone like that and his own battles, and so it wasn't a perfect childhood by no means, but I feel like they've really worked through a lot of their stuff. The big stuff anyway with that Eight of Swords. So that's why I feel like there's just a good flow between them. So hopefully that helps. Right. So those are the questions. And then because your donation was $5 or more, you do get one of these Whispers of Healing oracles. Let's see what we got in here. And what we got going on here? So we've got flow. Yep. Go with the flow. Beautiful card. Number 8 here. And let's see what we have. So this card is about manifestation. It is wonderful to know you can release your unhappiness. Please trust that you hold the power to be happy. Your healing is hinged on how you view your world. If you feel unhappy or unlucky, you may benefit from committing to a more positive attitude. You have fallen into a pattern of limiting thinking that doesn't allow you to see your inner beauty. This card also suggests that you often find yourself in situations that trigger past issues. Perhaps it's time for you to heal those issues. Be open to the messages and signs that are continually part of your reality. Allow yourself to see your blessings. Trust that you are given opportunities to grow and learn so you can release what doesn't work and call in what your true desires are. The waterfall in this image is illustrative of renewal or life changes. The dragonflies represent your deeper thoughts and address a need to live more fully. The butterflies symbolize the soul. Your soul is on a journey of transformation. On your journey, you will come across lessons and sudden changes that may shift your perception and bring you closer to enlightenment. At this moment, your ability to manifest is amplified. Determine what it is you desire and get to work to make it happen. I like it. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you, and we do have, of course, another one for you further down, which we'll circle back around for that in a bit as well. So exciting. So hopefully that helps. And let's take a look here. Let me just catch up on the chat here. And then Jojo, I see a free question. Let's get that on the free list for later. All right. And now she's going to Dreamland. That's good. All right. And then Sean G, there you are. Hello, hello, hey. Let's see. There's yours. So let me grab your questions here. There is your first one. And there is the second one. All right. Get you on the list. And Eagle Money, I see your free question. We'll get you on the free list here. And okay, there's additional. Let me add that in there. Yes. Okay. There you go. And then I see your free question too. Whoops. Let me try that again. Sean G. All right. So I think I've got cut up here in between. So you are very welcome, Chels. Thank you again for your donation. All right. So up next, we do have 5 for Sudeshna. So where did that go? All right, there we go. So we'll go into those. Let me just take another quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. All right. So for number 1, we're at 5841. And there is your timestamp. So regarding your career, will your code deployment get finished this week? All right. So based on energies, will it get completed this week with all, and will all the issues get resolved in this week? And will it be successful in this week itself? All right. Well, it does feel you got the Wheel of Fortune on the bottom, which is a fortunate card, right? So it feels like whatever's unfolding is for you. But this is usually it's a sign of good things because that means even your human is happy with the results. So that's a good sign with the underlying energy. So will your deployment get finished this week? You have the Queen of Cups, the Eight of Cups. I do feel here with the Eight of Cups, it can get deployed and finished this week, but it feels like there's something that needs to be left behind. Um, and then, I mean, even though this is emotional energy, it feels like there's something that someone wants it to do or something they want to be a part of it. But in order for everything to be done this week, someone needs to let go of something that really they're the only one that wants this piece of whatever to be deployed with it. And they're like, if you want that, it's gonna be next week before we can get it done. If you let that go, we can always add that later, but it's not needed to deploy this week. So there's kinda something that someone wanted. You know how you have it where, um, someone wants something to make themselves look good in front of the big bosses and stuff, and they're like, "Oh, we can do this and da 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 da," and everyone's like, "Okay, well, as long as it's okay and everything," and it's like they were just wanting their voices to be heard or hear their own voices, and now there's something extra that's on there that we're like, "That's causing a complication that doesn't need to be there." I feel like that needs to happen for it to be deployed and finished this week. 'Cause I feel like someone's making it harder than it needs to be. Will all the issues get resolved this week? Yeah, all the issues do. The Ace of Wands is action, Six of Swords is moving from choppy waters to calmer waters. So I do feel, that all the issues do get resolved there. And will it be successful in the week itself? Yeah, we got a death and a rebirth energy here, which I feel like there is this resurrection of it, but I feel like it all depends here because it all depends upon that person who's very emotionally attached to that thing, if they will let go of it or not. And I feel like they're going to kind of, well, let's see how close we can get to being able to deploy, with that involved in it. And you're like, I'm telling you right now, we're not going to be able to. Well, let's just see. They're like making it difficult. And if they'll just go, you know what? We can hold this piece back because that's not really part of of the original request. It's something that they wanted added on, not whoever the original requester of the other thing is. So interesting, right? But I don't feel like I feel like you're communicating this and you're letting them know it, and it's like it's the difference between life or death, you know, with that particular thing, and as long as you communicate it, put it in writing, if there's anything like that that's happening, um, but it feels like, it ends up based on current energies with them being so stubborn that it isn't able to be launched, because they're being stubborn about it. And it's like, all right, well, that's up to them. It's like that wasn't part of the planning and the hours and everything that you were given. They gave it to you. It almost feels like something given to you at the not the last minute, but close enough where you're like, what? No, this wasn't, you didn't tell us that you wanted that in here. It's like tomorrow they're like, here, can we also have that in there? And you're like, no. But you'll do it in a nice way, of course. All right. So hopefully that helps. Let's see here. The Dreamers deck is your fortune cookie here, and you've got I am evolving. I know that each surprise, what? Each, sorry, sunrise, not surprise. Each sunrise brings an opportunity to make a different choice. So remember the power of choice every day. You get to choose the story, the emotion, the energy, and your actions. You can't control anyone else's, right? Right. So that's for your first one there, Sudeshna. Let me take a look here. I think we had Swaroop Bobby come in the house. Hey, Swaroop, good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. All right. Ooh, I need to add some more space to there. All right. There we go. And then for number two, you're at 10437 is for number two. And this is about cognizant and project cargo. Okay. So for both your current manager, um, but they already left the project. Okay, so you have a manager at Cognizant. They already left the project cargo. And so he's in Cognizant, but under a different project. So you're asking in both Cognizant and Cargill, your reporting managers will change, question mark, and will your manager change, or will they only change in the other? Um, so, okay, I get what you're saying here. So we'll see here. Let's pull a card here or cards for Cognizant. Is the manager change there? And what about a manager change in Cargill? All right. Yeah, bottom of the deck I can understand. I got a lot of confusion, right? I don't feel like they know what they're doing with the 7 of Cups. Um, but let's see here. For Cognizant, um, yeah, I feel like with Cognizant, there is a new one because you do have the full card coming in, which of course is the first card of the major arcana, which is a brand new beginning, a new adventure. And you got the devil card, and the judgment card energy here. It's an interesting, the devil card is the Saturn work energy. And I do get like it's someone who's very organized and very on top of things. And I feel here, um, this calling, it feels like even they are temporary, though. So I feel like you get a new manager at Cognizant, and I feel like even they are being drawn to go in a different direction kind of energy. So I feel like they're put in place, but then you get, if you're still there, if this calling is that you leaving? But I feel like, um, that, they're kind of not gonna be there a long time either. But I do fear her with that judgment card, that's you being pulled to go somewhere else. I feel like if you follow your heart and you end up, you, put that energy in going and you might find your new job before they leave. But if you hang around long enough, they will end up going somewhere outside the company, because I feel like they're kinda looking to go somewhere else as well, outside of Cognizant. So, interesting, right? And what about Cargill? Do you have one here? Um, yeah, the Wheel of Fortune coming up again here, and the Two of Pentacles. I feel like, is there a way to have co-managers? I almost feel like there's gonna be 2 people that are kind of, you know, running that, um, running that project. Not too many cooks, right, in the kitchen here, but it feels like the original one may stay still involved, and then they're bringing in someone else that's gonna take it over, but I feel like for a while, there'll be 2 people that'll be co-managing it. One kind of overseeing the entire thing, like, they're the ones that own that, and then but there's one that comes in that actually makes the work get done, and they're gonna slowly kinda transition out kind of energy. Interesting, right? Let's just make it difficult. But I like the staggering because, um, or at least have someone be a consultant. But I feel like they're kinda just making sure that the project doesn't get dropped, because I feel like it's an important project maybe, at least to someone. Okay, and then your fortune cookie for that one is, "I am optimistic. I know that for every door that life closes, a new one opens around the corner. I am optimistic." I like it. Right, so that's for your second one. Circle back around here in a moment. So thank you so much. Stop stalking me. I love your screen name there. I know you go by something else, but I got you on the donation list here. So thank you for that. We'll give that a love and a like. All right. And then suggestion number 3, you got 10952. There we go. Whoops. I guess I need to share that with you. I was just about to go on to your reading. So there we go. And you want to know, how will your new manager be? What else will change? What will happen regarding this situation? So we'll talk about the cognizant, I feel, is the big change, right? Um, so, how will this new manager be? I do feel like they have that Capricorn energy, like we were talking about. They're organized, they're detailed, maybe a little too structured, but they learn. They're reminding me when I first became a supervisor at the company I was with for 20 years. So it was the first time I was a supervisor. I had spreadsheets and I wanted my coaches, my leads to fill these things out. And they asked to have a meeting with me. I just had 2. And they were like, "We need to talk to you about these spreadsheets." And I go, they go, "It takes a lot of time. And are they really worth doing?" And basically, uh, if you continue to want us to do this, we're gonna kill you. So, I go, I'll do it. I'll do the weekly entering of it, because 'cause they're for my purposes anyway, so you're alright. Because I realized I was wanting to capture everything. But I learned over time. That's kind of feels like this person might be fairly new to the process, right? All right, and then, so this is all about them. What else will change? And, uh, what will happen regarding the situation? All right, because we kinda know a little bit about that, right? All right, let's take a look here. We got the bottom energy is the moon card, which is kind of like a phasing, phases, and that makes sense with what we were talking about before, how they're there for a season, but, there is that energy, um, there is that energy of, new moon to full moon to new moon. So they're only there for a little while, and we talked about that you may, uh, if you depending on your energy, if it comes in fast, you might be gone before they leave to their next phase. So that's important to know there. Um, so how is this new manager? Yeah, I like it. I feel like they're a positive leader, joy. The Four of Wands is joy, celebration, strength. I feel like they are a little more of an individual that actually recognizes what people do. Shock, right? But I feel like, you know, that they do recognize, and give recognition to those who accomplish things and do things. And so I like that. Got the Eight of Pentacles, the Eight of Swords. Yeah, they are definitely a hard worker. And the Eight of Swords, I feel like they communicate a lot. And that comes into that, like I was talking about, right? They want a lot of communication. We get a lot done, but they're very organized. That's where that over organized kind of comes in a little bit of, don't be afraid to not don't threaten them like my leads did. They were joking mostly. They might hurt me if you give us another, spreadsheet to fill out, we will kill you. Um, but I feel they'll listen. Um, if it's like, is that something we really do? That's taking a lot of time. Is it really bringing us the benefit? Is there something else we can do that will be less time consuming? Yada yada yada. That they'll listen and they'll work with that for you there. Yeah, and I like it. We've got the Two of Wands, the Two of Pentacles. I feel like they're pretty balanced most of the time with that Two of Pentacles. The Two of Wands kind of tells me that your interaction and how they are with you is going to be based on your energy, right? Because if you're focused on what you're grateful for and they're doing, you'll have a good working relationship. If you're focusing on who they're not doing, what they're not doing, blah, 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 then you get more of that kind of interaction with them, right? What else will change? Oh, definitely. There's something that changes here. Yeah, we got the death card and the hanged man, which is seeing things from a different perspective and transformation. And I feel like this is that what we were talking about before with the moon, that depending on your transformation, that they could leave before you move to a new place, or you could leave before they change. But I feel like right after you leave, that they would be switching and leaving the company too, or going to a new position. But I kind of feel like they're looking for something more in the outside world. What will happen regarding the situation? Yep, I feel like it's all up to you. Temperance is adding your magic, and you've got both the Queen of Wands and the Emperor. So they're kind of bringing in that, this Two of Wands energy. That what else will happen? Well, I feel like this is the main things, but whatever you do with your energy is what you draw in. And depending on how fast you look at moving and taking action, following your heart with that emperor who is getting out of their head and into their heart and taking action, that also depends on what happens. But the more you're focusing on gratitude and the more you feel like it's abundance, but I don't feel like you're to be there, even with abundance and fun environment. I don't feel like it'll be a fun environment, but at least a productive and accomplished feeling environment, you're still meant to go somewhere else because knowing that this unique kind of, manager who is rewarding and recognizing the hard work you're doing, they realize they have a hard time being in this environment at that company. That's why they're looking to go somewhere else because they're like, this is an unhealthy place to work. Yeah, I like it. Your fortune cookie is I know that my finances will be taken care of even when I don't see how. I am secure. Yeah, so I like that. Right. So that is for number 3 for you. We'll circle back around here. Let me just do a couple quick shout outs. Thank you guys so much for being here. I'm so grateful. And thank you for your patience in getting to your readings too. I know these lists have been getting long, these lists last week, and I'm so grateful you guys are hanging in there with me as well. And then thank you for your additional donation there. Stop stalking, and we'll get you on there. All right, give that a love and a like. And absolutely, Crystal. So the long donation list too. I've got 2 more for Sudeshna, and then I've got Betty Jo, and then 2 for Maria P, then back to Betty Jo, then we've got Lauren Smith, Lemon Limes Lulu, back to Lauren, then back to Lemon, and then 2 for Sean G, and then 1 more for Chelsea, and then you, and then we've got Wicked Majesty Tarot and 2 for Stop Stalking Me is after that. So it might be a little bit before we get to yours, but of course, for everyone that's new to my channel and new to the process, after every session, I do post a pinned comment listing all the readings completed with timestamps. So if you come back after the session is ended, then you can click on that link and find your name, click on that link. It'll take you right in the video to where your reading is. And if you come back during the session, you can always ask, "Hey, have it got to me yet?" I don't usually answer in the middle of a reading, but in between, like I'm doing now, I will answer and do things and then jump back into the reading. So you can always ask, and I'll tell you no or yes. And if I say yes, I'll give you the timestamp as well. So there we go. Yeah. Maybe someday, obviously, Cancer. I know that it's difficult these days. I know there's a lot of with, all of the, um, financial stuff going on with what is that called? When inflation and all that kind of stuff. It's a rough time right now, but I've thought about it and I sit with spirit and then we're like, "Well, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see." Yeah. Yeah. I am starting to do more simpler, answers and not as deep and less spirit, but I do follow spirit as well, so, you know, I appreciate it, though. Thank you for the ideas. Alright, so number 4 for Sudeshna, we got 11958. There we go, and let's see here, so this was, someone oh, okay. His mother passed away 3 months ago. Oh, his birthday's coming up. Thinking of asking your college friends to meet on a weekend near his birthday. With him and maybe cut a cake and have lunch together. Oh, okay. So you're gonna ask these 3 people, and will they agree? All right, let's take a look here. So we've got 1, 2, 3. There's the 3 people. And then will this plan be successful based on current energies? And then will they agree, or what will happen? Okay, that'll be that. All right. So is Shayari? I'm probably murder these. 4 of Pentacles. I don't feel that they will. This is like a stay-at-home energy, so I don't feel like they're able to. There's something that's going to keep them at home. For I'm just going to say D, number 2. Nope, the hermit, they wanna stay at home as well. Something keeping them at home. And then the 3rd one, the Knight of Swords. I feel like the 3rd one, um, in Indranil that they're like, "Let's go, that was a great idea." So I feel like only 1 out of the 3 agree. So will this plan be successful? Um, if you end up going forward with it, the 10 of cups is joy and celebration energy. So, if it goes forward, it feels like it would be a celebration, but will T agree? I don't feel like they will with this 9 of swords. I feel like they're not they're not in a place to celebrate right now. This is gonna be their first birthday without their mom there, and I just feel like they're gonna be kind of bummed with this 9 of swords. That's like the nightmare and insomnia card and expectations. I don't feel like they're gonna be up for it, with that there. You know, we have the 4 of wands, which is a celebration. I feel like it's more of a wait for there's some sort of upcoming, maybe in a couple months from now, a different type of celebration, a different gathering. So there might be like, um, I don't know, it feels like a very celebrated, like, festival that everyone gets excited about, and I feel like that it'll be better to do something more later and, um 'cause I feel like they need space right now. So I feel like that's the energy, of that one there. Great idea and so loving and caring, I know, but I feel like it's still kinda raw, and I feel like they still, since it's gonna be their first birthday after their mom's not there, that it's gonna feel kind of I don't feel like doing a whole lot, kind of energy. Your fortune cookie is I know that I will attract everyone and everything aligned with my purpose. I am magnetic. So yeah, you'll draw in the right people at the right time. And then I feel later the other two will be more able to because there's something going on with them too where they need to stay at home. So I know, but that's nice. I love your big heart. All right. And then for number 5 for you, got 123, 49. Here is yours there. Boom, boom. And so you're trying for jobs in data related roles. Will you get any good job opportunities in this domain, right? Based on current energies, right? Get those. And if yes, when? Well, let's see. Are these yeses? Okay. Yeah. I do feel like um, the 3 of Cups is a joy and celebration energy. I do feel like there is an offer there. 4 of Swords is I don't feel like it's what is this 4 of Swords? It's like, it's restful energy, but it's like you have to let go of some of your expectations, like, it's like, "Well, I want it to be this much money, but I want it to be able to do it here," and then you're like, "No, it's either have to make that much money and have to go, like, to another city to do it, or I can get lower money and do it from home or in my hometown, my own city. It's kinda like it's not, you don't get everything you want, but you get some things. There's just you have to decide. You're looking at well, it says March 21st till April 19th. But here's that Emperor energy again. Um, and I feel like this is that we were talking about get out of your head and into your heart and follow your intuition and go where your heart wants to go. I just feel like you get, how did you put it? Good job opportunities, but they just don't feel right. It feels like there's something off with it, or it's like, well, this is a good opportunity, but I don't want to travel all that way, or this is a good opportunity, but I need more money than that, you know, and you're like, oh, if I could have that and that together, it would be great. But it's like they're not up to where it's worth leaving cognizant for, right? It's like it's still, you know, uh, a struggle, but I feel like it's because of your heart wanting you to go in that direction, um, you know, of your heart and not continue to kinda head in the directions that you you were before. Um, and then what else? Let me just see. Is there something about the heart? Yeah, I got temperance. It's slow, slow movement. With this energy, it just feels like, here's that kind of the cups energy pouring out. It's like it's slowing down to give you the pocket and space to find this um, this thing from your heart is what they're saying. So hopefully that helps. Your fortune cookie says, I know that each breath confirms that I am alive and far from finished. I'm just getting started. I like that. So hopefully that helps, Sudeshna. That's what they have for those. So many blessings to you. All right, let me take a quick sip here. And we've got Betty Joe coming up. Cheers, cheers. All right, so Betty Joe, we got 127. 27 for your first one here. So thank you for your donation. Let's see. Oh, let's see if we can answer your second one. Okay, so when will you see Phil again? Okay, we'll pull that. And then based on current energies, your second question is hilarious. I like it. But they can ask it. I mean, we can answer it. It's interesting here. And you got the temperance card, which is slow, patience, energy. Right now, it's November 22nd to December 21st, which is Sagittarius season, which is temperance is Sagittarius. That makes sense. But there's this, you know, that can fluctuate and change based on our energy. So, if I'm focusing on I need to see them. I want to see them. I'm afraid I won't see them. That lack energy pushes it further away. But if I move into gratitude and focus in on what do I love about Phil, what the times I have seen him, what are the times that I'm grateful for, and picture it, feel it, have gratitude around it. That's what allows it to come in more easily to us. It might even pull it towards us faster versus if I'm focusing on lack, that's what pushes it further out. So I feel like right now that energy is pushed to that time frame there, right? So that's for that one. And then you wanted to know, will your glutes be toned in a more noticeable way so I'm not so self-conscious? He said, of course, if I strength train and eat enough calories and protein, of course, right? So based on your current energy and current actions, uh, what can we know about your toned glutes? I get it. I tell you what. Yeah, we got Queen of Pentacles. So that is abundance. That is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. So nurturing yourself. I like that here. You do have the Five of Cups and the Six of Cups. And there is this emotional energy. And I kind of felt that here with the Queen of Pentacles and kind of the message coming in, which is um, it's a stress is what causes us to like hold things, right? And if we're strength training and we're eating, enough calories and proteins and doing that, um, if we're stressed, we're still retaining things. Our body's in fight or flight mode, and so stress um, it does something to our bodies because it's storing up to get ready for battle and fighting rather than releasing energy in a way. Of course, I'm not a licensed nutritionist or whatever, you know. Um, this is, just for fun from spirit, right? The disclaimer down the description box. um, but I feel like doing the things you're doing will bring you progress, but faster progress is taking time to calm ourselves and see why we're in fear, why we have anxiety, and taking time for whatever the thing is that helps calm and rest. That will help you towards that, and make it get faster results. But when we're stressed, our body retains and we're flooded with all these chemicals. It doesn't help us get healthier. It kind of holds on to that because we might battle for days and we need all that fat stored in our bodies to be able to battle for days because we're not gonna have lunchtime and lunch breaks, right? So, I feel like that's what they, have there. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in for this one too. Says, "I know that sitting in silence is the surest way to hear my intuition speak. I am listening." So, sitting in silence, there's that kind of meditative, it doesn't mean you have to do actual meditation, but, there is energy there, about calmness, and, like, for my host, painting is their meditation, not sitting trying to focus on one thing. She has ADHD, so she's like, meditation for me is like, so she's like, but when she paints, it's like this calm comes around and she gets out of her head. And I love that. Right. So that's what they got for number one for you, Betty. We'll circle back around for number two here in a bit. Then we got Maria P. 13225 is for your first one. We do have two coming up here for you. There's number one. And you want to know Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. And then what's coming for you Monday and Tuesday. Okay, just one card for that. And then messages from Wally, or message. And then work for you this week. And what's coming towards you this week at work. All right. So, what Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today? I got the Chariot. They're a little emotional. The Chariot has the moon card behind it. They're really in this choice energy. It's a victory. It's a movement. I feel like they're really thinking about all this activity because the Chariot rules over all four horses, which are all actions. So I feel like he's got a lot going on, and so towards you today, he's putting you in there between everything else he's trying to figure out before he leaves on Wednesday, right? I got everything I'm taking, for all these trips, and I got this, I got that, da, 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 da. But, you are on his mind, one of the many things that are going through his mind. He keeps coming back to you as well. So I feel like that's important to know. What's coming for you guys for the next 2 days? All right. Wow. What's you and arguing with everyone? Are you in a mood? You have the 5 of Swords, which is some conflict energy, and I feel like, he's not gonna be able to spend as much time with you as you want him to before he leaves, and you're like, "Well, you're going away for 3 weeks and everything, and I thought I would be a priority," but he's got a lot to get done, and so I feel like he has to, like, shorten things, and I feel like you guys might have this little, you know, kind of energy, as well. There is something here too about that I'm feeling that, sometimes when people say goodbye, I forget who it was in my mom's side of the family that whenever we'd go visit them, they would they would pick a fight, when right, like hours before they were leaving, so that they didn't have to feel the sadness of someone leaving. They would be leaving, like that, and then they would call later and apologize, and that was how they reacted because they didn't want to deal with the loss of someone going away, so they would pick a fight so that it would be that kind of energy instead of the sadsies. Which humans, we do all sorts of fun stuff, right? All right, and then a message from Wally. Yeah, so this is a victory energy, and I feel like that, they are saying you guys are on the precipice here of a ending and a new beginning energy here. Last card in the major arcana moving to the first card. So I feel like their message is, I feel like we're at a point we either are gonna go all in or we're gonna opt out. And I feel like that's that choice energy too, because I feel like they are saying you need to decide what you wanna do. This one foot in and one foot out isn't how a relationship works, and I feel like that's his message to you is you gotta decide. If you don't know, then that's your answer. I don't know if I want or not, then it's like, then that means no, because it's either a hell yes or a hell no kind of energy, right? And if it's not, yeah, I absolutely wanna be with you, then why don't I, right? So I feel like that's important for you to know. and then work for the week. Yeah, you got that. You had this the other day, 2 of Pentacles. There's a balanced energy that comes in, but I feel like you have a choice to make this coming week as well. Um, and yeah, you do have the 6 of Cups at work here too, what's coming towards you. I do feel like you've been talking about, some people being childish. The 6 of Cups is some people are continuing to be childish, but I feel like this is a growth opportunity for you to realize that, when people are in fear, that's when they act like children. It's not against you. They're acting out of fear, and you just happen to be, look, you're nearby. When a little monkey throws poo, if you're nearby, you get hit by it. It wasn't aiming specifically for you. It didn't plot, and we're watching your life. You just happen to be walking by when the monkey was throwing poo and you get it. And I feel like if you realize that, you won't take it as personally next week. You have here, I know that nothing can get in the way of what is meant for me. I am on the right path. So, you can trust that what is meant for you won't pass you by. And when you learn to kind of go with the flow of what's going on instead of trying to control everything, it's a much easier, slow, wonderful, um, inner tube ride down a slow river instead of trying to swim upstream in a white water rapid and get a face full of water. So that is for your first one there. And then for number 2, we've got 13808. Here we are. All right. And then we are on to Jeffrey. So, Jeff's thoughts and feelings towards you today. What's coming towards you guys this week? 5 of Swords. Let's see. Is it? No. Okay. A message from Jeff. When will Jeff reach out to you? Okay. And whatever Jeff is doing today, hanging out or whatever, is he thinking of you? All right. So, Jeff's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Yep. 7 of Swords. Yeah, there's this energy of feeling like deceit and cheating on, kind of energy. Um, so there is a little bit of that kind of, you know, their feelings right now because I kind of feel like they don't and we've talked about this before. That's the big thing on their mind is they they don't mind talking with and flirting, not and maybe even on the border. I'm not flirting because my idea of flirting is this, but they came on the border of flirting with you. They don't mind doing all that kind of stuff when they know you're in a relationship with someone else, but I feel like they're like they want, they don't want to be doing something behind someone's back in relationship style kind of energy, right? So I feel like that's the big thing on their mind right now. What's coming towards you guys this week? You got the High Priestess. High Priestess, this is a revealing of some secrets, some hidden things become known. And also it's kind of this stepping back, and High Priest just goes up into a High Priestess temple and looks at, things from a higher perspective, has some alone time kind of energy. So I feel like, that the energy, what's coming towards you guys this week is kind of some more pocketed alone time, not with each other, but from everything. A message from Jeff. Yep, the Sun card. There is a lot of big brightness on here. The Sun card, of course, is a victory energy, a warmth energy. Um, and it's like the sun is it's Leo energy. It's a lot of fire, it's a lot of passion. And their message to you is it's almost like I want to I'm going to say it the way it's coming through is I got the hots for you, energy. This is funny. When will he reach out to you? Let's see here. You've got here the 7 of Pentacles. I don't I feel like there's a little bit of a pause here with this because the 7 of Pentacles is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, and it's a maybe energy, and it's a Saturn energy, which would be Saturday. Um, so I don't feel like he reaches you out much during the week, but I feel like, it would be next weekend because there's something, it's like slow rolling it here. Um, so I feel like that it just feels like a delayed energy. Is he thinking about you today? I feel like with the Queen of Pentacles, this is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture energy. I feel like they're thinking about, it does feel here with this energy that they're thinking about things, but it's a myriad of all this that we've talked about of, well, you're with someone and I don't know, um, are you going to leave them? Are you going to be with them? Because if you're going to be with them, then I don't, blah, 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 all that stuff just going through my head, right? So I feel like they are thinking of you, but I feel like they're thinking of your sensuality, your emotions that you give, and that type of stuff that's there. The hots kind of energy. Okay, so that's what they have for those. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for that one. Maybe. Come on. Why are you being difficult? Okay. Oh, I know that passion is ignited when I create experiences that excite me. I'm going on an adventure. Uh-oh. Maria, be careful. All right. So that's what they have, and I have your free reading we'll eventually circle back around to in a moment as well. So, all right. Fun, fun. All right, we got Deb in the house. Hey, Deb, good to see you. I did get your Venmo that came through. Thank you so much for that. And you said your question will be in chat, so I'll keep an eye out for that. So, hello, good to see you. Breathe, breathe. I like your little meditation emoji there. All right. So, I'll give an update on where we're at here in a little bit here on the list. I'll just continue on the list for now. But we got Betty Joe back up. So, Betty Joe, we have number 2 here. Oops, for you here, if I can type. So, here's both your timestamps. And so, yesterday you said Phil plans on pursuing you once he feels more settled with things he wants to accomplish. Yeah, right. And so what went through his mind during and after our date when we went to the Italian restaurant? Oh, yum, yum. So during the date and then after the date was there. All right, so let's see here. So during the date, yep, Queen of Cups, the Hermit. Interesting energy here. I like this because he was really enjoying your Queen of Cups energy, which is huge heart, wonderful feeling of emotions and everything coming in. And he really liked that, the love energy that was there, this emotional energy that was there. And then he was also thinking, I I'd like to be at home because I feel like he is a hermit and being in a busy restaurant with, it's loud and everything like that. He was really enjoying this, but he also, I feel like he felt kind of like, um, uncomfortable in the environment of the restaurant itself, but he was kind of feeling good being pocketed in a little bubble of emotion with you. So, I like that, it's like, it's worth it. I'll do this to experience this with you, but, I can't wait to get out of this loud, busy restaurant is kind of what it's coming in. That's funny. And then after your date at the restaurant, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Really a lot of thinking about with the Justice card, Libra energy, on what I want, like clarity around what I want in a relationship. So thinking about relationship energy. And the King of Wands is another energy of trying to figure out what I want to do from my heart, because the King of Wands clears the throne room of all the noise, all this expectations and blah, blah, blah in their head, to have silence, to sit in their heart, to know what they want, to find out what they want, and then once they do, make a plan and then take action, right? But I feel like they're still in that kind of process, still going, okay, what is the plan? What do I want and when? And I feel like they have that plan. That's kind of what we were talking about, right? Where once he feels all these stages are in place, then that kicks in, right? And I feel like that's kind of what was going on there. So, um, interesting. King of Wands too, I kind of feel bridled passion, meaning they're not someone that just shares their passion with anyone at the flip of a coin or drop of a hat, I guess is a better word. Not heads or tails. Whoa, wait, that brings in something completely different. But there's this you know, I'm attracted and but I'm gonna control myself kind of energy. I'm gonna be a gentleman energy. So I feel like that was their thoughts, like, after the, um, uh, Italian dinner, but at the dinner at Italian restaurant, but I'm not sure if that's what really happened or not, and I don't need to know, la, 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 but I feel like that was going on there. And then number 2, you feel sort of ghosted by him currently. Does he think that I'm no longer interested in him? Let's take a look here. So, does he think that you're no longer interested? 9 of Pentacles. I feel like they're kind of off in their own little hermit world here. This is like this here, the hermit card number 9. The 9 of Pentacles is that 9 energy of a hermit, but with a physical world. So they are in this kind of being, I feel like they kind of get caught up in themselves here. Let's see what this is here. The aloneness. Yeah, they're doing a lot of this devil card, 7 of swords, really questioning a lot of their own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. And that would kind of bring back in that justice card energy, because she has the ace of swords there over here. That is trying to figure out what I want, what I don't want kind of energy. But I also have all this mental energy, and I don't know if they have ADHD, because what they're bringing into my head is that, um, it's interesting, individuals with ADHD, and I learned a lot because my host has it, and she was just diagnosed last year and explained so many things, but one of the big things she learned that she shared with me is that people with ADHD live in the moment so much that if someone's not in contact with them, they can forget the person exists, not because they don't care, it's just how their brain is wired. They're like, the next task, the next thing that's grabbing their attention. It's like it's like a puppy, when you're trying to get their attention, they're playing with all their toys, it's like, and you're like, you have to do something to really get their attention, like, oh, hey, I didn't see you there, you know? So there is that kind of energy. It doesn't mean they don't care. It just means that they're really caught up and they're in this hermit mood and that. So, anything that you feel comfortable doing to kind of just not with expectations, but with gratitude, because the more you expect something from 'em, the more you push them away, the more you focus in on them, on the gratitude of what they're doing. You can even, like the thing I would do if I was wanting to stay in contact with someone would be to share something funny that happened. "Hey, I was thinking of you today because of blah, 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 blah. I hope you're having a good day." Not, I want them now they'll pay attention to me. It's no, I'm wanting to stay connected with them. So I'm gonna stay connected. I may not hear back from them, but I've connected out. They know I'm existing, you know? And it's not, again, because they don't care, it's just how they're wired. And then does he plan to reach out anytime soon? Let's see here. We got the 8 of Pentacles. They're really doing a lot of work here. 8 of Pentacles is focusing on the task at hand. I feel like the bottom of the deck, with the Knight of Wands too, and the 4 of Wands, got all this Wands energy in the bottom. 2 of Wands is, um, if you're focusing on what they're not doing, you're gonna get more of that, right? Um, Yeah, so the fear of rejection, right? And so if you're like focusing in on what they're not doing and the lack and the fear of they're not going to contact me and all that, we're inviting that experience in because our energy is saying, I want some of that, more of that. But if I focus on gratitude for the times that we have communicated and been interacting and they did reach out to me and da 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 da, then that draws in more of that, same energy. But, with you saying all this about fear of rejection, everyone's a perfect mirror for us, showing us what we are wanting to see. So, if delays happen to give us an opportunity to look in our mirror, figure out what's going on inside of us so that we can transform and free ourselves from a fear that's bubbling below the surface, influencing our life in a bunch of other areas as well. So I don't feel like it's real soon that they're looking at doing it. But if you contact them without expecting a reply, you're just doing it to connect and then just putting that energy forward, then, there's no fear of rejection if we're not looking for approval. If we're just saying, here's a little goodie for you, and then you go on about your business. But if you're like, I'm gonna do this and then this will have them respond, then that's when we get non-response, right? Because of that energy. So what your fortune cookie says here too. Excuse me. I know that I must stay in the present moment to enjoy the journey. I am right here, right? Not the future, not the past. I'm right here. I like that. So hopefully that helps a little bit there, Betty. So thank you for your additional donation. I appreciate you. All right. And Deb, let me grab your question and get it on the books here. All right. Okay, very good. I got those. Perfect. Yeah, correct. You got it. Exactly, Betty. All right. So let me take a quick sip here. I'll give you guys a quick update on where we're at. So we next up we've got excuse me, we've got Lauren and then Lemon Lime Lulu and then Lauren back to Lemon Lime. And then 2 for Shanji, then to Chelsea, then to Crystal Ray, and then to Wicked Majesty Tarot, and then 2 for Stop Stalking Me. And then Deb, you'll be up after that. Focus on those glutes, Betty. That's right. Use your time for your glutes. Chelsea, you're so funny. All right. So that's where we're going here. You guys crack me up. All right. So Lauren Smith, you're up 154.42. So Lauren, here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. You've been inspired, Chelsea. So why doesn't PJ react or engage with any of your social media posts? All right, let's take a look here. So why doesn't he react or engage with any of them? Get those and that here. All right. All right. Let's see what this is about here. It feels like, I don't know, with this Page of Pentacles, this is like I feel like a new activity going on in the outside world that's really got them consumed. Yeah, they got the Four of Wands. They're getting married. And I'm just kidding. It was like, well, that would do it. The Four of Wands is like there is a celebration of some kind. And they got the Ace of Cups, energy that's coming in here. Maybe they are getting married. And the Chariot. A lot of movement, a lot of stuff happening here. I don't feel like they're getting married. That was just a joke, but they've got it does feel like there's something that brings them joy with the Ace of Cups, like they're really pursuing something, pouring a lot of action into this thing that brings them joy. Joy, joy, joy. And I just feel like they're really hyper fixated on this new project. I don't feel like it's a person. Let me see what's below the surface here before I say anything. Yeah. Um, I feel like it's like they're really, um, just super excited about it. And again, hate to mention ADHD again, but when spirit does that, I have to do it because it's a hyperfixation word they use that just triggers that about how they, um, they can get so consumed with something that everything else just drifts away. And that's why I feel like they're doing that, right? Yeah. Oh, he does with other people's social media. Well, I feel like he's super focused on some things here. Well, the bottom here, we got the 4 of cups and the king of cups, as well. So it feels here there's this, the 4 of cups is kinda like a stagnant emotional energy, and the king of cups is like this energy, it's again, it's a balanced energy, um, but I wonder what the I'm gonna pull a quick card on this here because it feels here like for some reason, they I don't know why they have this energy when they're interacting with you, they've got a lot of fear or lower vibrational energy that kicks in. And I don't know what that's why I wanna find out what this is because it's like they've got this other energy here of, they're seeking happiness and joy, and I'm really focused on that. And it's like and so where this other energy, I'm feeling like they are feeling unjoy when they were interacting, like, with the post and that kind of not so much the post, but I feel like they kinda wanna back off from interacting because of something that triggered that's wanna figure out what triggered this lower vibrational energy within them towards you, and I feel like that's kinda why they're backing off here. Let me see what this is here. Why are they not wanting to interact with your post or engage with them. Yeah. So here's that sadsy energy. I don't know if they did did they say something and you corrected them or um something like that. Yeah. Because we got the Ace of Pentacles. What else is here? This is that new opportunity, Ace of Swords. Yeah, it's kinda like they're and that could be the avoidance energy. So that makes sense when we're talking about they're kind of avoiding un the unjoy and the unhappy energy, and it kind of feels like they wanna move on and move away from that experience. So that makes sense that they're, you know, like you said, how did you say it? That, "Oh, yeah, you're bummed, because I didn't do something, and now I don't wanna face the sad energy, the unjoy energy that's there." So that makes sense. Um, yeah, I just feel like this energy does feel like I don't want um, to connect, with that. So hopefully that makes sense, but I feel like that's like they're kind of avoiding it here. Yeah, it kind of feels that way with this other stuff. Like it's like I don't know if I can go back into that. So I feel like they're just kind of um like avoiding it, avoiding the facing all of that and not revisiting it and just kind of moving forward kind of energy. Let's see here. It says, I know that I do not need to like avoid making others uncomfortable by playing small. I'm taking up space. How funny that it's avoiding other people to make it says, I know that I do not need to avoid making others uncomfortable by playing small, but I feel like they are avoiding trying to have an uncomfortable situation. So this is saying, you don't have to, but I feel like they do avoid situations. They don't like confrontation. So I feel like that's why they're kind of just, maybe you'll forget about me if I just disappear kind of energy. Interesting. And we'll follow up with your second question here in a moment as well. Interesting. Oh man, I tell you what. Just kidding. Present company excluded always for any of that are watching right now. All right. So lemon, lime, Lulu, you're up 201.52 for your first one here. So thank you for your first donation. And you want energetic relationship advice for your person and for the rest of June. All right. Cheers, cheers to you. Yeah, I think you're right, Lauren. All right. So, lemon lime, energetic relationship advice for your person. Let's see what they have here for you. We got boom and boom. And I feel like that. And then, oh, for the rest of June is what this was for here. Let's see. Anything else for the rest of June for this? I feel like that one. That one. All right. Yeah, I think good energy with the King of Swords. This is a lot of big thinking energy. King of Swords rolls over the sword suit of the mind, plus gets a whole boatload behind the scenes as well. And so they're the master storyteller. I feel like the underlying energy for June for you is be aware of the story you're telling yourself about what this thing in the outside world means, because everything in the outside world is meaningless. Every action, word, non-action, silent, whatever, it just is. There's no meaning to it till it gets into our noggin, and then we create a story either consciously from our consciousness, right? That I'm choosing what this means, or we're on autopilot, and then our little inner children are whatever our habit is, whatever we're telling our mind the most is the story that they put to what's going on. So we can retrain, like, when this thing happens, we have an old story of, oh, this is bad. And then we get all the emotions that go with it and all the energy and all the actions that go with it too. And there's this, and that's downward spiral, right? Or we interrupt that and go, no, you know what? I'm not going to accept that old opinion about this is what this means. I'm going to choose that this thing means something else. This is what expression of their fear. This wasn't personal toward me, kind of energy. It's like we can change something up, then we spiral up instead of spiral down, higher vibration instead of the lower. So I feel like that's an important thing is to realize no matter what, especially since we're talking about, the advice for your person and you, it's, what do I think what they're doing or not doing, saying or not saying means, and it's like, oh, okay. And do I want it to mean that? And let me get curious about it. And then we free ourselves from an old thought, and there's freedom work in that, right? So let's see here. Yeah. So we've got the 10 of swords, which is letting go of expectations of who someone should be, what a relationship should be, who we need to be. We stop trying to live up to all these expectations we think everyone has on us, and we release everyone from our expectations. We get alone with ourselves and with this hermit card, and we discover that I first of all, that I can be happy alone. And if I can't be happy alone, I can't be happy in a relationship. So I bring back, and I question, and this is like that put that lantern and dive deep and question why I have the stories that I do and what's the new story I want to bring in. So it's kind of reiterating kind of what we said on the bottom of the deck. And then we've got the Seven of Cups, which is feeling all of the emotions, Queen of Cups, which of course she's the ruler. She's the opposite of the King of Swords, who's the master of the mind. The Queen of Cups rules over cups with the King plus gets another portion of cups, and then chariot, moon energy behind it, and power of choice energy here coming in with all this, what's underneath it too. Yeah, and the eight of swords. So more expectations clearing, but so among that power of choice of the story, they're bringing in the full spectrum of choice with the chariot card. That's, you know, the power to choose the story, the emotions, which all the 7 of cups and queen of cups. It's I also can master the emotional soundtrack that I put with every story. So what story do I want something to mean and what emotion am I going to attach to that? And then with the chariot, it's also I get to choose what physical action I wanna do, and then also what energy I'm gonna put forward. And if I'm putting it forward in higher vibration, I draw more of that in. If I'm focusing on lower vibration, I get more of that stuff come in. And all of this, it's like we're getting to the root of what all these expectations were, all these stories. The Eight of Swords is about, you know, it's a celebration of that you have been working on letting go of old thoughts that made you feel, you know, bound and blinded and trapped, restricted, small, powerless, and you've been letting those go, and there's just more that we're releasing here in June, but when anything triggers up inside of us, they're not making me feel any certain way, or they're not triggering me. I am being triggered. I am triggering, not someone making me, because my triggers are mine. If they did that thing and someone doesn't have the same triggers I do, they're not being triggered, but I am. So it's not what someone is doing, it's what's the reaction within me that's bubbling up. And that's for me. That's, I feel like this is a good month to kind of look at what's irritating me, right? With my with my person, and then I can question that and find out what's at the root of it so that I can transform that and I can be free from that. I call it freedom work instead of shadow work. I question not to do shadow work and so I can check it off, but because this stuff frees me when I do that. Otherwise, it's still impacting me below the surface. It's still working on autopilot. Um, just because I'm not conscious of it doesn't mean it's not impacting me in a lot, but of different areas of my life, right? So I like this kind of wonderful empowerment of the mind, empowerment of the emotions. Then you got these 4. Yeah, you got the 8 of Pentacles, beautiful transformation. It's part of the caterpillar becoming the butterfly. When we're in the cocoon, we are letting go of, caterpillar is becoming caterpillar soup to let go of piece of it that it's not going to be part of the butterfly when we go on this adventure. So we're having that. We got the Tower card, which are things are being removed out of our life and being brought into our life on purpose to help us with that work, you know? So, when we have any kind of conflicts arising, especially between the 2 of you, or even on the outside world, that makes it difficult, between the 2 of you, it's realizing, "Oh, this is for us, it's not happening to us, because it's to help me set myself free." The more free I am, the more free they are, the more wonderful relationship we have because we end up focusing on what we're grateful for in the relationship and with each other and with ourselves instead of focusing in with all these 10 of swords of what's not happening. What aren't they doing right today, right? um, and we have the Knight of Pentacles, which is the quest. You got both the Knight of Pentacles and the Knight of Swords. So the quest of seeing things from a higher perspective and looking and finding a new way of looking at our self-worth instead of to the outside world. We're looking inward and upward for our worth, not attaching our worth by their actions, non-actions, their words or their silence. So there's a lot of freedom that comes in with this. And I like that. I know we talk a lot in my podcast about, expectations and our energies and those. So if you want a free podcast to check out, the easier path is down in the description area of the video, or if you click on my main page at the very top um, of my YouTube channel, the playlist is up there as well. So I like that for you. Hopefully that is some helpful advice from Spirit there. And because your donation is $5 or more, you get one of these Whispers of Healing Oracle for your fortune cookie. So let's take a look here. And we got boom, boom. You got commit to happiness. Yeah, not to, we don't focus on, I mean, we don't focus on what we don't want. We focus on what we do want. We want happiness. So the more I focus on how happy I am, the things I'm happy with, the more happier things I get. If I focus on the stuff that's making me unhappy, I'm asking for a recurring payment of unhappiness. Says true happiness comes from within. It's hard to be happy when everything in your life seems to be falling apart. When you're facing a crisis, you may look for alternative ways to have more energy or to be soothed. Pay attention to what you do to comfort yourself. Do you binge eat, drink excessive amounts of coffee? Sacrilege! How dare I'm going to scratch that out of this book. Or do you go on shopping sprees? Oddly, these activities are counterproductive to achieving happiness. You may be comforted in the moment, but in the long run, you're setting yourself back. It is difficult to feel happy when you are tense, overtired, depressed, or unable to exercise due to circumstances. You may feel lost, give up hope, or as if you will never feel well enough to achieve your dreams. Your life circumstances may have changed, but it's important to find something new you can become completely absorbed in. Appreciate the good moments, up days, and the blessings in your life. Stop for a minute, if I could talk, and reflect on the glimpse of happiness life is constantly giving you. Achieving happiness can mean working hard at being happy. Look at your situation realistically. Face the reality of your capabilities and limitations and know you can be happy. Take simple steps every day that make you feel in control and happy. It's up to you to claim your happiness. A rainbow, and then so in the picture, you got a rainbow colored goddess walks powerfully forward. There is sheer joy on her face as she moves towards a lush green meadow. A multitude of butterflies follows the goddess as if they are pushing her along. There are numerous energetic nudges encouraging you, pushing you towards happiness. Animals walk with the goddess, completely comfortable in her energy. Which animal did you notice first? Okay, I'll do it closer here for you. There may be more messages for you from this animal. The rainbow energy flowing from the goddess represents your chakras. Ensure your basic needs are met and your chakras are balanced. When you're working on happiness, try to balance yourself as much as possible. All right, so we'll see if I can get it to focus so you can see all the animals in here. Come on. We'll see if it'll kind of focus. Kind of enough there, maybe, but there you go. So that is what they have for the first one. Hopefully that helps. We'll circle back around for your second one here in a momentito. All right, let me take a quick sip. We got Lauren up next, and then back to Lemon, and then two for Sean G is the next four, and then Chelsea, Crystal, Wicked Majesty, and then I can't see the rest of the page yet. All right. So, Lauren, we're at 2:15:21 for your second one. So, thank you for your additional donation. And then you go, and why did he message me instead of responding to my comment I left on his video? Oh, yeah. Does he not want other people to see him talking to me? Does it have anything to do with it bringing attention to my profile and his followers? So I might go to your page instead. Confusing, right? Well, let's take a look here. So, why did he message you instead of responding? Okay. And then, does he not want other people to see you? See you talking, him talking to you? Sorry. And then, does it have anything to do with bringing attention to your page? Any kind of fear and jealousies, right? Bottom of the deck, we do have the Hermit card, which is interesting because that's like I, um I like to keep certain things private, and it's like, "Okay, why this certain thing," right? So let's see here, why? Why does he want this here? Yeah, card here, and we've got the 4 of Wands, and I feel that there is this what is this about? I want this is that joy energy. I wanna keep my page joyful, and I feel like they message just in case, like, the conversation went into other things, right? Maybe the unjoyful things. He didn't want it to be public and, have everybody, like a star in a dark sky, everyone gets to see it. So I feel like they were, just wanting to keep that between their conversations between the 2 of you here. Um, and does he not want other people to see you talking to them? Yeah, the Hanged Man here, again, this is this energy of, you know, maybe it's the conversation, more so I feel like it's this the fear of the conversation where the conversation would go, not just like the little, energy, right? Right. Um, but I feel like they don't want anyone else to kinda see where things would if things went unjoyful, they don't want other people to see that. Kind of protective of their reputation in a way, what people think of them, you know? Is it anything about they're afraid that they'd go to other pages? No, just more that sorrow and disappointment would be expressed, They don't want people to think low of them kind of energy, and if there's anything like, if it went into, "Hey, why aren't you why didn't you call you said you were gonna call me, why didn't you?" That's p if that'd be they'd be afraid for that to be out there in front of everyone or whatever, right? Or they said they're gonna do something, and it's like, "Whoa," right? Yeah. Um, he does have a lot of followers. Is that a question, or were you telling us that he has a lot of followers? But I feel like there's this, I feel like it's not so much of the like, if we were talking about, of the actual post itself, um, oh, he has a lot of followers, okay. Yeah, and so I feel like it was more of if you started if he replied back to you, then you replied back, "Where is this going to go?" He was like, "Maybe I'll just, reply back to, um, privately there instead of in front of everyone," kind of energy. Because he's kinda again, there's this, like, fear of where will this go kind of energy. Where will the conversation go? Not what the conversation actually was, kind of energy. It's like um when they're unsure, then they do that, right? Yeah. Yeah, that he replied to begin with, right? Yeah, very interesting energy. I don't know. I mean, it's just, you know, when people are you were gonna talk about your spicy pictures. Yeah, right, Chels? Be honest. It was gonna be like, "Hey, did you like my spicy picture?" Yeah, it's a strange one, right? Let's see here. Yeah, I like it. I know that I am the only one who determines how my story unfolds. I'm the main character, yeah, and it is a little bit of energy here where, I feel like they like to be the main center of attention, and They don't want attention to go somewhere else with that kind of card there, but I like them, saying, "Well, if people are gonna be interesting or they start ghosting or they do stuff, it's like they're telling us who they are, and that's okay." You know, they're not telling us about us, and they want to, but their opinions are usually a reflection of themselves looking in a mirror, as well as our interpretation of looking at them, like, with us calling them weird, 3 fingers, "Okay, how am I weird?" And you're like, "Yep, truth." It would be in my case, I'm like, "I'm weird, I know it. I fly my freak flag because 'cause I'm an Aquarius." I consider that a compliment. So, interesting, right? Right? That's right. So, hopefully that helps a little bit there, Lauren, and that's what they got right now for you there. I just quirkiness, it's like, I just do we wanna invest any more energy in them? I vote no. Here, I vote
No, no, no. 1,000 times no.
I have my little no button. Alright. So, that is what we have for you, my dear, so hang in there. You're so funny. Alright, so we are back to Lemon Lime's Lulu, 222.55. Here is your second. Both of your timestamps. Yeah, it starts off very like, "No," and then you hit it again, it escalates until it's like, "No," and then it resets back to, "No." So I like it. Alright, so Lemon Lime, thank you again for your additional donation. Can you give you insight on your guys' connection, a sort of health inspection, but regarding love, strength, how she feels about you kind of thing? Yeah, let's take a look here. So what about the love energy between the 2 of you? How is that looking? We'll pop the hood and check this out, right? Check out the engine. What about the strength of the relationship? How she feels about you currently. So we got that. There's more there. Thought there was more. Okay, there we go. And then these 3 are what else? What else do you need to know? And is it still under warranty? Right? Is the relationship still under warranty? Would you like to buy the extended warranty? All right. Bottom of the deck, you do have the 4 of swords, which is a peaceful, restful energy. There is this, because you have the king of swords underneath that, which was your first reading. So we talk about, I feel like they're saying, all right, so this is based on listening to the advice of your first reading. Um, it's going to influence this reading because they're saying, okay, keep in mind, if you're letting expectations go, that can influence the energy of these. So, first of all, what's the love energy between the 2 of you here? Yeah, we got the King of Wands. King of Wands is a fire, passionate energy. So, there is passion there. King of Wands is also an energy of um, realizing that the amount of love that exists in a relationship is a joint decision, but it's an individual decision. Like, um, I have my choices I'm making, they are having choices they're making, and we're creating a joint reality. But even in this joint reality, my perception and experience of the joint reality still is up to me and my choices. When we were talking about all that choice energy in your first reading, it's like in the world today, the collective is choosing the let's see, I have to say shitstorm, that's going on around the world. That's a perception we can have, right? Or if we're focusing on all the stuff that's happening that we don't agree with, we can go, "Oh, that's shitty," right? Or we can look at it and go, look at all the love that's happening, look at all the growth that's happening, look at all the people that are, um, the contrast between lower and higher vibration and how people are realizing, you know, when it's all kind of gray, it's difficult to know where we all stand, but when the contrast comes in, it wakes us up, and so it's like that's we can witness the experience differently. Um, Everyone experiences it differently, and even an individual experiences it differently. If we wake up sick, I'm gonna probably look at more of a shitty world instead of, a loving world. If I wake up full of love and joy, I'm gonna be like, "What a dream world this is. I love this planet," instead of, "How can I get off of here as soon as possible?" So, there is that kind of energy, and it's realizing with love here that you're the one that gets to decide what you're focusing on. Whatever you focus on in the relationship is what grows more. So love is there always, but are we seeing it? Are we focusing on it? Are we grateful for it? If we are, then it grows. Unconditional love, gratitude, joy, laughter, right? If I'm focusing in on the love, conditional love with expectations, all those things we talked about in the first reading, right? If I'm focusing on those, then I'm going to be experiencing lack, and then I get more of that comes in too, right? So, I feel like it's funny that I just saw this and it's like, here's the dipstick, like with oil, you're checking your oil. How's the love? And you stick the wand's energy into the heart and you're like, wow, look it. Is it full? Then it is, right? We do have here, yeah, and again, this kind of summarizes underneath it. You got the magician card, our power of our energy, and are we focusing on our fears, the expectations, and what's not happening? Because expectations do suck the life out of things. Because when we're focusing on this is how everything should be, and we have to get up to here to reach zero to start having abundance. Expectations must be met first before abundance is felt. I'll say that again. With expectations, all of this has to be met before we feel abundance. Abundance starts after zero. So even though we've done all this, we're still feeling like we're behind in the negative. When we get rid of expectations and we go into gratitude energy, it disappears. So even if I have this much that I feel I'm grateful for, in with expectations, it's lacking, but without expectations, there's all this abundance, and that's a lot more than 0 or negative however many, right? So it's an important realization here. I feel like love is fluctuating and fluid, and it varies, and going back to your first reading about the power of choice, you can't choose how the other person is feeling, you can only focus on your own choices, and that's the energy you're putting into the joint reality, but you still can't choose how they're gonna perceive it, right? So, I feel like when they're saying here, when we're checking in on love, check in on self-love, because depending on how much I love myself, that is how I'm gonna experience the love in the relationship. Because I can't love someone more than I love myself or receive love from someone else more than I love myself. So the love check, rather than it being what's the love out here, I go, it doesn't matter really, because if there's an ocean of love and I love myself this much, I only have access to one drop at a time. So as I raise my self-love, then that expands my ability to give and receive love to, the love of my life or everyone, right? So hopefully that helps with that. The strength of your relationship right now, I like it. Um, Without a bunch of expectations, the 10 of swords, there's joy and celebration, maybe even marriage. So the strength of the marriage or see, there you go. The strength of the relationship, um, it has a direct correlation to how many expectations I have at the moment, right? Because if I have a bunch of expectations, it's sucking the life out of it because I'm focusing on what's not happening. what hasn't been done yet instead of gratitude for what is. When I'm in moments of joy, then the relationship is strong. When I'm in expectations and disappointment in that, then I'm um, sucking the strength out of the relationship, right? And so again, it's fluid, right? The strength of a relationship is fluid based on what choices we're making on the inside. And and we will always, because we don't see the world as it is, we see the world as we are. So we don't see relationships as they are, we see relationships as we are, our own self, right? Interesting. So hopefully that helps. It feels like it has really good times, and then there's other times that it's not so good, right? Same thing with love. There's a lot of floods of love, and there's a lot of disappointment and unlove, or the love is at a low range, right? And it's okay that it fluctuates and goes up and down. It's just if it's down more than up, then if we don't want it to stay down, then we can really look at what we can do to keep it as high as possible, right? If that's what we want to experience. Thing with spirit is there's no right or wrong. There just is. It just is. Um, and we get to choose which different things we want to feel. How does she feel about you? Oh, I like this. We'll get the Knight of Cups. So that is romance, that is movement of love. That's like a knight in shining armor in a way. And the Hanged Man is also that they understand that, that's like the cocoon transforming, that you're changing and transforming, they're changing and transforming, the relationship is changing and transforming. But I feel like they do know that you love them with this Knight of Cups. Aw. And we have the Lover's card too. So they do have that love, they do for that partner. The Three of Wands is an energy, a lot like the Hanged Man. Both of these energies are about kind of mirroring a little bit that maybe both of you are like, we're ready to take the relationship in a different direction than where it has been going. But it feels like it's not a negative thing, like a scary thing, right? Feels like, are we ready to go to another level in our relationship, you know? And that's what these extra 3 cards were. Yeah, I got the High Priestess, which is stepping back um, into our own High Priestess temple and look into ourselves and do our inner work. This is what we were talking about. The biggest thing I can do is increase my self-love and my self-worth, and then that changes how I experience the relationship with the other person. You got the Justice card. Yep. Here's the Libra relationship energy, rules over the house of relationships. Clarity on what we want in our relationship, seeing it from a higher perspective, getting rid of, all of these 9 of swords and 10 of swords. We see things from this capital T truths of unconditional love, enjoying gratitude, and cut away these small T truths, these opinions of how things are supposed to be. Yeah, we got temperance. Things are going along. It's alchemy. It's going back and forth. It'll eventually reach a point where, out of nowhere, boom, the gold comes, right? But it's like a reassurance that things are unfolding. There is movement going forward, and things are, moving along, even if we can't see it. But there's things that we can do to speed up the vibration by focusing in on our self-love and our self-worth. That raises our vibration. And then that uh, raises the vibration of the relationship, and that moves things at that higher vibrational level. So hopefully that makes sense. So that's what they have there. Let's see what your fortune cookie comes in. Again, this was a $5 donation. Thank you so much. We got Whispers of Healing. So let's see what else about the status of the relationship. So hopefully that helped there. I know we went like, well, today it's like every day, if you filled out a sheet every day on the health of our relationship, it would vary. It's like It's funny that they're bringing in the example of, when I was a manager over people in, um, in a call center and all that, I would there's people that would be looking at their stats every single day and freaking out like, "Oh my god, what happened? What happened?" I'm like, "Just look at them once a week." I go, "Everything we're looking at averages. We don't look at every single day. In fact, we look at the entire month." You know, you can keep a track by week to see how you're doing, but I will be looking at monthly and seeing where you were. And I said, "Watch, track it by day, freak out as much as you want, and we'll meet, at the in a my one-on-one at the end of the month, and I'm gonna show you, look at your stats didn't change. You were the consistent with last month, you know?" And I feel like that's the kind of thing they're talking about. You do have release energy here. You got the number 5 card here. Beautiful little card, a little lightning person here walking on the ground too. Let's see what this is here. When you're surrounded by negativity, it's important to find ways of releasing it. You may not comprehend the huge effect this energy has on how you're feeling. One immediate way to release unwanted energy is to imagine it being washed away as water runs over your hands. Running water clears and transforms your energy. Another approach for clearing unwelcome energy is to take a sea salt bath or to use a paste of sea salt and water as a scrub in the shower. You can also burn sage for a few minutes and feel it lift away the low energy. There's again the low energy, high energy, right? Salt can draw our out impurities and toxins that may be stored within your body. Toxins in your body can come from physical and emotional influences. Poor diet, exposure to pollutants, and emotional residue from disagreements or everyday stress can contribute to buildup of toxins. The source of the toxins is irrelevant. The important thing is releasing and clearing away the unwanted energy. Take steps to clear yourself and your energy as you feel is necessary. A goddess emits lightning from her hands in this picture to signify the release of energy. Let's see if I can. Oh, that's not someone walking, that was their hand. It helps if you I swear that was like a head with a beard, but when you look close, it is her hand. Well, maybe I should start wearing my glasses. Um, Anyway, a goddess emits lightning from her hands to signify the release of energy. Can also indicate a spiritual epiphany, awakening, or unexpected change. This card may herald an opportunity you feel passionate about. The clouds could suggest you don't have a full view of what is going on. They may refer to enlightenment or stress becoming a bit lighter. So do something to clear your energy and you will feel a definite energetic shift. I like it. So again, the clearing away of the old and start, the expectations and those things, that energy, you can clear that away. And the more we focus on gratitude, it kind of transforms things, right? So I'd like that for you. That is what they have. So many blessings to you. All right. So, thank you so much, Chelsea. I see you got an additional donation came in. And your question is on it actually. Oh, I went too far here. So I'll add you onto the list here. Add the additional one. Boom, boom. All right. So where we're at, we actually have 2 for Shanji, and then we jump to Chelsea for number 2, I believe, and then Crystal, and then Wicked Majesty, and then Stop Talking. I keep saying that. Stop stalking me. I can't it's hard to say for me. Anyway, 2 in a row, and then Deb, and then Chelsea, you'll be up after that. All right. Take a sip here, and we'll dive back in. Cheers. All right. So Sean, 241. Hey, good to see you. Thank you for your dual donations. Here's your first timestamp. Anyone I know here? Will S. Sister be interested in turning for you? How would it work out if she did? All right, so based on current energies, will S's sister be interested in turning for you? Okay, and then how would it work out if she did? All right, so we got those here. Yeah, I kind of feel like she's a little bummed right now, the 5 of cups. Kind of just not too excited about life. So we'll see what this does to her energy, but I feel like that's her energy underneath there, there. So would she be interested in doing it? Oh my gosh, look. Yes, I feel like she would, and I feel like, this it turns her from, I mean, literally turns her from that to that, you know? So I feel like this is a really good thing for her. I feel like it'll brighten her spirits, and she'll feel like she has purpose again, kind of energy. How would it work out? Oh, okay, well, it would be disappointing. I was kidding. It would be unexpected. I don't feel like this is a bad thing. I feel like it would the results would be, like, unexpected in a good way. I feel like the Knight of Pentacles, it would be a little slow at first, going in there, but I do feel like this is like a journey, a quest of her self-worth that's coming in here, because I feel like they're a little bit I feel like this 3 of Swords with this Knight of Pentacles is giving me energy like I'm something has happened that caused me to feel this lowness where I almost feel not a whole lot of confidence in my abilities. So I feel like they're kind of in that journey of doing that. And it starts off a little slow because they're tentative and they're like, I don't want to mess up and, have to face all that kind of energy again. But then it turns into the 10 of Cups and this Queen of Swords. So I feel like it ends up feeling like a very compatible match with the Queen of Swords. It's a beautiful balance between head and heart, and the 10 of Cups even feels like I don't know, it almost feels like family, but it I like this joy and celebration. So I feel like in the beginning, it's a little it feels disappointing because they're a little slow at jumping in and going forward because they're hesitant because they are discouraged with their life, but I feel like then they just, uh it's like the pedal hits the metal and then zoom, they're gone, you're like, "Whoa," and not gone like out, but just doing a lot, and you're like, "Wow, okay," and I feel like they test the waters and make sure, and then you're like, "Come on," and you yank them in, "Let's go." Don't hold back. You can do it. Let's go. I feel like you'd be great for them. So it looks really good. Let's see what your fortune cookie says for this too. I know, right? Ta-da! I am magic. I know that I am the only person who can bring forth the creativity that lives in my body. I am magic. So I like that. And I feel like you're the only one that can bring forth your magic, but they're the only one that can bring forth their own magic. But it looks good. Looks positive there. That 10 of cups especially. It really sealed the deal. Alright, and then for number 2, you're at 2:44:57. Here's your timestamp. And so the company has been contacting you about your father's property. Oh my gosh, is that still going on? Holy moly. They want, 1 to 3 to cost the money in the city has for Mex technically, I can get it myself. I wanna tell them I'll only sign the contract if they're willing to front the 2-3, alright? So, waiting on the city will take a couple of months, but if I'm giving them 1-3, I still have to wait. I can get it myself. Well, fun, fun. Alright, so you wanna know the energies. Um, I want them to only sign I only wanna sign the contract if they're willing to front you the 2-3. So if you do that, what kind of energy is around that there for you? Let me put the cards back here. I feel like I need to shuffle them here. All right. So what is the energy around that if you want them to do that? And what's the energy if you wait on the city and do the 1-3 thingy instead? What kind of is the difference between those? All right. Yep, again, we've got the Page of Wands energy, which of course is a great reminder that however however we go forward with our energy is what draws in either slowness or speed, right? If I'm focusing on gratitude instead of supposed to, should, need to, control, that energy pushes it further away when I'm like, you know what, Creator, I trust you. I'm going to surrender the results and all this to you. And I'm going to do what I feel is most for my heart and from my heart. And I'm hearing, I'm listening. If you have any other information to give me, I'm more than of course, willing to hear that and respond with that. But I'm giving a lot of this to you, and I'm just going to kind of instead of you know trying to force things, I'm going to allow and flow with things. We'll go much further with that, right? So I like that energy in the bottom. Now the energy around doing the 2-3 and saying that you'll only sign the contract if they're willing to front you the 2-3. You got the Page of Cups, the Sun card. All right. So it does feel like there's some happy results that come in here because Sun card, one of the most abundant cards in the deck, and the Page of Cups is a very happy, emotional energy. Under the surface, yep, I feel like under the surface, the hidden thing is that it would still take more time. That Seven of Pentacles is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. That you'll do this and you'll do that kind of thing, but I feel like it still takes time and it still goes slow with it all. So it's like because there's something hidden here with the high priestess that comes to light. And they're like, oh well, blah. They'll come up with something, right? Um, Now, if you do the 1-3 thing, the original thing, right? Let's see what energy's around that. Yeah, you have the Queen of Swords. So that's that, balance between head and heart. And, it's a good energy there. Yeah, there is some conflict with that comes in here as well. What is this conflict about? Can we know here? Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. We get the Four Pentacles. It's stagnant energy. It feels like slow moving, and the impatience, of course, kicks in with the Four of Cups. Four Pentacles is it's home energy. Um, and what is this conflict? Something to do with someone wants to live in it. Someone wants to live in the home. There's something about that. There's someone that actually wants to live in the house, and um, which brings in other like another conflict with something there. But it feels like out of the two, I do feel like, asking and saying that, tell you what, here is what I'm willing to do. I'll sign the contract if you guys will front me the 2-3 and do da da da. And they're like, huh. Okay. And it feels like with the Sun card and the Page of Cups that is a good thing. The other thing feels like there's more conflict and something else comes in. So you might be avoiding, you know, a conflict by not going that other route. But again, with the Page of Wands on the bottom, whatever energy we go about with each is going to help things go smoother or not, as well. So hopefully that helps a little. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. See what else we got here. But it's been like over a year, hasn't it been? It seems like it's been a long time. All right. We're just grateful that it is even of something that's coming your way, right? Yeah, I like it. I know that incredible things happen when I surround myself with supportive people. I am loved. I like that. You are supported and loved. All right. So that's what they have for that for you, Sean. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donations. We got Happy Pill in the house. Hey, Happy Pill. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. All right. Oh, thank you, Crystal. I think it just came through here. All right. Hello again. Thank you, Crystal. I'll get you on the donation list here. All right. So thank you for that. And thanks for letting me know. All righty. So get up here. So Chels, we're here for number 2 for you. 252.14. Here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And so you didn't. Oh, okay, that's right. You didn't want to put this in the chat. So I'm going to read it out loud to everyone. No, I'm just kidding. So you want to know, have they considered that, right? So let's take a look here. Have they considered that? Okay, they'll say it there. I was like, whoops. Pay attention to what you're reading out loud, right? And then, does he regret it, right? Let's see what he says here. With the bottom energy here being the 6 of Cups, a children card here, I feel like there is, this desire for, you know, to have children kind of energy here. Let's see what we got here. So has he considered it? It was this thing. Yeah. I feel like the Knight of Cups, it's like the movement of the heart. I feel like that is a yes energy there. Talking more about the regret. Yeah, I feel like, rethinking things here with the Justice card on what they wanted in relationships and the nightmare and insomnia. I feel like they kind of feel at the time with where they were at in their life that they felt it was good for then. But, there's this emotional stagnancy with the 4 of Cups that they might feel like that a child might bring in, or children might bring in this uh, fullness of life kind of energy. It almost feels like it's a part of them that they kind of didn't think they would long for, but now they're starting in their prime energy, right? Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, we got the 6 of Pentacles too. So this giving and receiving energy, this calling. Yeah, here's the calling in the pool. But I feel like it's only if like they find this perfectly compatible person kind of energy would they consider a change kind of energy. So I definitely feel yeah, I feel like they have considered it and sometimes regrets, right? Um well, I'd probably say it depends on um I don't feel like it added to the regret yet because, you know, it is something that can be changed. It's not like, I don't have to explain it all. I was gonna go into it, I'm like, you didn't wanna talk about it in the chat, and so I'm gonna honor that too, but it's, yeah. That's alright. Things are still happening on the inside. There's ways. Alright. They still got stuff to do. Alright, and let's see what your fortune cookie brings in. Oh, I don't know what this is gonna be. Yeah. Where there's will, there's a way. Yeah. I'm supposed to have fun. I know that it is important to work hard and play even harder. So I'm supposed to have fun. I like it. Yeah. So so that's what I feel they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you, and we made you chuckle. And then I do have your other one, that will circle back around as well from Venmo here. All right, so Crystal Ray, we are to you. 25634 is for your first one here. Boom, boom. And so thank you for your donation. Let me take a quick sip here. So oh, yeah, right. Oh, I remember now, Crystal. I'm like, "Oh, it came flooding back." So, are they mad at you? Let's take a look here. So, are they mad at you? Let's look at that first here. Um, I don't it doesn't feel like it. The Empress is, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. How could you be mad at the Empress, you know? The Devil card is I almost feel like they're mad at themselves, but not mad at you. So I don't feel like that energy. I feel like, no, I'm mad at myself. I'm not mad at you. Um, you're a big barrel of love and sensuality and divine feminine energy. How could I be mad at you? I feel like they're more kicking themselves and more mad at themselves, kind of energy. And then other readers said, "What? Are you cheating on me?" I'm just kidding. I always give people crap when they say that, just because I can. But I, of course, know that I support getting readings from all sorts of people because there's a lot of people with amazing gifts, and there's enough for everyone to go around. So I like that. But they said it's a battle of the egos between you guys. Um, so is it a battle between egos between the two of you? Let's take a look here. Whoops. You know, I don't feel like it's the battle between the two of you. It is a battle of ego because of the devil card kind of represents our ego. So, but it's not a battle of egos between the two of you. With the Four of Swords and the Four of Pentacles, this is a battle of our ego with ourself, um, because we're battling with a mirror, and so that's what comes in is, I can't battle with the mirror itself because what's triggering me is the reflection I'm seeing, so I'm battling with that reflection, not with the mirror itself, if that makes sense. So, I feel like that's for that one, and then you wanna know what are Corey's overall thoughts right now? Okay, what are Corey's overall thoughts right now? Got that, and we got that. All right. So these 3 together. Yeah, I like it. So his thoughts are, we were talking about, "We're on break." 8 of Cups is, "You walked away. You said you were walking away." Kind of energy. So they're like, "What?" And they're like, "Yeah, the Judgment card is like this calling energy, and the 3 of Wands." It's like, "Well, you're being called away into, a new direction." Um, so I'm confused, I feel like is what kinda is coming in here with, your reaction. And yeah, they got the King of Cups and the Ten of Wands. Excuse me, the Ten of Wands is like this change of energy. It's the endings and beginnings energy, and um and I feel like with that King of Cups, that's like someone really compatible kind of energy, and I feel like with the Ten of Wands, they're like, "I thought you were gonna go find someone more compatible for you, someone that gives you that will give you what you want." So I feel like that's why they weren't upset. I don't feel like they're mad. I feel like they're just thinking, "Yeah, this is the best thing," because I feel like I wasn't gonna be able to give you what you wanted. So I feel like you going somewhere and finding someone, I'm like, "Alright, I think that's probably the best thing for you, because I don't think I'm gonna give you what you want, or I'm not able to give you what you want," kind of energy. Um, so that's interesting there. And then you're mad because the company that was there when you knocked on their window, that's funny. They're still there and you like Justin more, but you're still mad. Um, and that is for you, to look at, because madness is fear. It's, madden like the fight or flight. Mad is the fight, sad is the flight, right? So madness it's both fear, it's just different expressions of it. So, why are you fearing and you know, so what are you fearing about Corey's choices? You had told him here, like according to him anyway here, right? You had chose to leave him behind, and now you're upset that he chose to have someone in his, you know, bed hours later. Is it the timing? Is it the time that's bothersome? Or that you were hoping that telling him would make him do what you wanted him to do? He wasn't supposed to move on. He was supposed to pine after you. How are you using their actions to define your worth? These are questions you can ask yourself to understand what's at the root, because it's your ego, right? That's the battle with yourself. And it's about how you're defining your worth by their actions or their non actions that are there, right? So it's like, okay, my madness is my madness. It's my expectations and how I have my worth attached to their actions or non actions, words or silence. And you're like, oh, so I'm that easily replaced. You took you 10 minutes, um, energy. It's like, wow. And is that what's bothering you? And I feel like that's important because that's going to free you, if you get to the root of it. Your fortune cookie for this one is, I know that exploring my passions will lead me to my purpose. I'm doing what feels good. Well, that's what Corey was doing too, evidently. But hopefully that helps a little bit there, Crystal. Um, but we'll circle back around for number two here in a moment. All right. And then we've got Krabby Loop. Hello, hello, welcome back. Good to see you. We'll get you on the list here for donations. It's not quite as expansive as yesterday's when you popped in, so it won't be too far. We'll give that a love and a like here. In fact, I'll we have Wicked Majesty Tarot up next, and then Stop Stalking Me for two, and then Deb, and then Chelsea, and then back to Crystal, and then to you, Krabby. So that's what we have. Hey, Honored, good to see you. Hello. Is that a howl? Are you howling? Ow. All right. So let us continue on here. We got Wicked Majesty Tarot 30519. So thank you for your donation. Let's see here. Wait, let me name correct here because I don't think I had it at the time. That's why. All right. There we go. So, Wicked, you want to know, will you get married in this lifetime with a life partner? Ooh, well, let's take a look here. I like to, we'll ask here first, do you have a fated marriage in this lifetime? And I don't know if I shared this or not, I have a podcast called Fated Love. which goes into what Spirit shared around, and I'll post it down here. And in case you're not watching right now, I'll add it underneath your timestamp too in the pinned comment that'll eventually be out there. But we talk about in this podcast about, you know, some lifetimes we do choose that across all of our pathways of choices, all the myriad of this map, that sometimes we do have an arranged, fated relationship where we're like, we will be married in this lifetime, and all paths, no matter which ones we choose, will get there at some point, either earlier or later. But we do, have that. Other lifetimes, it's about possibilities and choices. If I make these choices, I end up with this person. I make these choices, I end up with this person. These choices end up with this person. And if I choose to go this far off route, I might end up choose to be a monk somewhere and not get married at all. So it's about possibilities or not. So whenever we have a question, I like to find out. We can just kind of ask them if we can know, do you have a faded one or is it possibilities? So we'll start off with a card asking that, because that will tell us yes or no. You got the Wheel of Fate, the Wheel of Fortune. So you do have a faded relationship, a faded marriage in this lifetime. And so you might have stepping stones that we experience before we get to, but you do have a faded marriage that's stretched off. And it's like, they're showing me it's like kind of a little later here, but it's up here. And you have like little, depending on your choices, you might have these stepping stones that you go through to learn about yourself, to shed things, to prepare you to have, a higher vibrational marriage and relationship that's there. Um, so I do feel like it's there, and that's it. That's your reading. You're like, so I like that. And that just kind of ends kind of the okay. And maybe like you want to know kind of a when right now. So we'll use the when cards based on current energy and current choices. What trajectory are you headed in? Because some choices will meet them here, other choices will meet them here later in life, because it depends on, it's all fluid and fluctuating, depending, right? It's not just a line directly across. We're always going to meet them at a specific date and time, whatever. It's usually ranges. The earliest we'll meet him and the latest we'll meet him, right? So based on energies right now, when will you meet them? We'll take a look here. You've got here the Seven of Pentacles. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's a little longer. The Seven of Pentacles is the last thing that grows on the fruit trees, the fruits. When I said it's a little later, so there's a little bit of waiting time, but you do meet them in a May 11th to May 20th timeline based on current energy. So this could be next year, could be the year after, but it feels like it is a little bit further along with that energy. Is when you meet them. And then I wanted to find out, when do you actually get married? All right, I do want this one right here. And you've got the Three of Pentacles, which is a December 31st to a January 9th. So a little New Year's Eve wedding. But so you meet him based on current energies, like the middle of May, and then you guys get married um, in like December. It's like almost like in the January. So that's what, 8 months, 7 months. That's all right. That's not a crazy thing that couldn't happen, but maybe it can even be a year later, like a year and 5 months later. But so that's kind of energy. Um, since you gave me like almost a $10 donation here, we'll find out, what can we know about him? Is that what you want to know? Okay, good. Let's find out. What can we know about this person and what kind of energies they have, right? All right. I like it. And we do have the 8 of Pentacles on the bottom, as the underlying energies, and that is about progression and like, someone going through like a caterpillar going through the cocoon to become a butterfly. So the timing energy is not only for you to go through stepping stones to let go of things that won't serve you, for a higher vibrational marriage and relationship, but giving them time, of course, as well. So, um, in fact, we can probably just agree that most of the delay is on them, right? Just jokes. So let's see what else we got here. Yeah, the 5 of Cups. So I do feel like they're learning and you are learning here. The 5 is the number of stepping stones for me. So, you're learning through stepping stones of your power of emotional choice, and you're learning through practice that my emotions are my choice and that it's okay to choose and have lower vibrational emotions. It's one of the reasons we come here to experience that contrast. But I also always have a choice to change that when I'm done experiencing that emotion. I'm not stuck in an emotion. It's a choice. It's a temporary choice, and I get to keep choosing what I want to feel. So I feel like that's one of the things you want to learn before you get there together. Yeah. I feel like you both are learning here with this 7 of Wands. There's this energy of I feel like how you guys meet is one of you is standing out above the crowd, literally, like someone's up on stage or they're set apart like they're a bartender, but it would be like that where you know how a bartender is behind the bar and then the crowd is out here, and so everyone sees the bartender, but a lot of people don't see everyone else in the crowd. But I feel like whatever it is with one of you standing out, you see you see each other, and the person that's standing out, let's say like you're on stage and you look down and you see them in the crowd and you guys are spark, right? And then you guys talk afterward. But I feel like that's the kind of situation in which you meet either someone speaking, talking, but one of you stands out above the crowd and the other one stands out in the crowd. Isn't that cool? All right. And then you have the Queen of Pentacles. So there is this abundance, this energy that comes in of mother energy. So I do feel like children are involved in some way, somehow. Um, if you're wanting children and you're able to have children, I feel like that children do come here, or there's children that come in from other marriages or adoption or something along those lines. But I definitely feel there's this mother energy that comes in with the relationship too. We have the 9 of Swords, and it's interesting here. It's the nightmare and insomnia card and fear energy, but I feel they're bringing this through as dreams. In fact, I feel like literally they're the person of your dreams. In fact, I feel like you'll start dreaming about them before you actually meet them. And I feel like vice versa. It's almost like you guys are visiting each other in your dreams and on the ethereal planes, and you visit each other in your dreams. And so when you meet them, it's gonna feel like deja vu, and you're gonna be like, "I know you," and they're like, "I know you too." And it's that's one of the reasons. Isn't that cool? Underneath the surface, you'd have the King of Cups, yeah. Beautiful energy. It's a balance between head and heart. It's one of my very compatible energy cards because someone that is in tune with their emotions, but they're not so emotional that they're unstable. And behind the scenes, the king has swords, right? The ace of swords. So they have, the ability to communicate their feelings, but also have conversations and think of things at a higher place and do that as well, right? So I like that. And then what else we have here? We've got the chariot card, which is a big cancer sign energy. Again, moon energy coming in here, mother moon. And I feel like here, very active individual, but very and again, with the King of Cups, they might be a water sign, which would probably be a good match for you, right? Because all that emotional connection, that empathic abilities, that's where a lot of our spiritual gifts come through the heart, right? And I feel like they do move in the emotional energies coming in here with that as well. So I feel like it's a good match. Then the Page of Pentacles. And I do feel like with these, the stepping stones that both of you guys are going through and have gone through, that you learn a lot about your self-worth and that you don't define yourself by the outside world. We have that in here as well, right? And we find the strength of our worth inward and upward. And because of that, you don't have this, you know, by the time you guys meet and all that, you don't have these insecurities like you would have earlier. And that's why it's a higher vibrational relationship, is because you guys are doing that transformation and you have this trust and you don't have this fear, because we have fear of people cheating on us when we fear that their actions mean something about us. When we have a solid foundation of our worth within us, we don't care. I mean, we don't care would be a lie, but we're not as impacted. We don't have the fear. It's like, well, if that's what you're going to choose, then you go right ahead. If you're that stupid, enjoy that. But you're telling me you're not, worthy of a relationship with me if that's the crap you're going to pull. Thank you for showing me who you are. Bye. We're not like, oh God, no, please don't leave me. Right. So I like that. Let's see what your fortune cookie is here because of your donation. You do get a Whispers of Healing Oracle. So let's see what we got here. What else do we have here? All right, I do feel like it's this one right here. And we've got Respect. That's right. Here you are, Mighty Empress. Card number 43. I'll zoom in a little more here. Okay, so anything you want to see there? And let's see what this brings in here for you. RESPECT. So during a healing process, it is vital to cultivate awareness of your self-worth. That's what we just talked about, literally. Realizing you deserve praise and love makes you more able to give praise and love. Think about how you can deepen your self-respect. Consider someone you respect greatly and reflect on why you feel that way. Do you love yourself unconditionally? Do you have a self-deprecating sense of humor? It really isn't okay to have fun at your own expense. Do you take good care of yourself? This includes getting enough sleep, eating well, and exercising regularly. Are you able to make decisions for yourself based on your needs and wants? When you are in a healing process, having your own outlook and developing your perspective can carry you a long way. Stand up for whatever it is you believe in and be respectful of people that may have differing viewpoints. By gaining experience and improving yourself, you earn the respect of others. You will also respect yourself more. Respect is not something you acquire quickly or easily, but it will be an ongoing support, and your self assurance will be unshakable. A beautiful goddess stands before an array of lilies and daisies. These flowers symbolize an abundance of energy and confidence. The lilies specifically indicate a period of growth. This is surrounded by the light of her aura. The yellow color of her aura reflects her ability to claim her power. Her crown represents strength and power. So these attributes can assist you while you boost your efforts to respect yourself more. I love that. Respect. Boom. All Right. So I love that for you. Hopefully that helps there, Wicked Majesty Tarot. Thank you again for your donation. I appreciate that. And many blessings to you. All right. Let's see here. I did get another donation that came in. Hey, Maria. I'll get that added on here. All right. I think it's still everyone else. Oh, Crystal, great reading. Oh, good. And no, I'm not cheating on you. Oh, okay. I was like, what? I'm like, oh, that's right. With your other tarot readers. Yeah, she's still there, right? Maybe she's being held hostage. She giving you like winks through the window, going, help. All right. So what I'm gonna do here, up next, I have Stop Stalking Me times 2, and then Deb, and then we have Chelsea, and then Crystal, and then Krabby Loop, we got you, and then Maria P after that for donations. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna grab some more coffee here and get some movement going here, and then hit the little facilities, and then I'll be back, and we'll jump back in and, keep going. So, the stream will continue going here. I'm just gonna step away for a moment, and then I'll be back. So, thank you guys again so much for your patience in getting to your readings and all the thumbs up too. I'm so grateful for that, and, excited to see what else Spirit has. So, I shall return. I will be back. Oh my goodness. Alrighty. Thank you guys so much. Scooch back in here. Gotta be this pillow. There we go. All right. So thank you guys so much. Feel a little refreshed, getting the circulation going back in my buns. TMI, I know, but all right. Let me just make some space here. Gotta plug in my little tablet so it doesn't shut down on us. So, hey, Betty Joe, thank you so much for your additional donation. We'll get you on the list here. There we go. And we'll get that a love and a like so I know I've got it on the list. And I think we are set. So, got my little protein shake here for my little dinner. Make sure we keep proteins going. So, cheers, everybody. Chocolate, yum, yum. All right. Thank you, Deb. All right. So we left off here. We have Stop Stalking Me. The first one, 329 even. So thank you so much for your donation. Boom, boom. So hello, good to see you. Anyone I know, does Steve, your laborer, have good intentions? Can I trust him? All right, let's take a look here. Do they have good intentions? What are those intentions, right? And can they be trusted? Let's see what we got here coming in with that too. All right. Bottom of the deck, you do have the strength card, this Leo energy. So the first thing that came to my mind is, usually Leo energy, they are good looking. Are they good looking? You don't have to say. But they're usually like lion's mane, they have great hair and they have great energy, right? So I do feel like they might be that kind of energy. But let's see here. Do they have good intentions? We got the the Knight of Wands, which is definitely Leo, fiery, fast moving, um, energetic, like really a lot of energy, a lot of fire horse energy. And yeah, we got the Six of Pentacles, which is a giving and receiving energy, and the Lover's card, important partnership energy. I mean, if I didn't if you didn't say laborer, I would think, wow, they're really attracted to you and they really want this, relationship with you. So if it's not that, they definitely want to have a partnership and they want to build a good working relationship with that Six of Pentacles. And the Knight of Wands, they want, they're very energetic and they have a lot of desire to achieve. So I feel like they're a hard worker with that Knight of Wands, a lot of energy, like I said. They're not lazy and they're not, um, going to rip you off, kind of that energy there. So I like that, as the underlying energy of their intentions is to be a hard worker, build a good relationship with like a client, kind of energy or an employer. So I like that. Can you trust them? You got the King of Swords. And you also have the Five of Wands, the Six of Wands. That's a victory energy. And the Five of Wands, I don't feel, because the Five of Wands can be drama, but also can be like friends energy and like a friends group energy. And I feel like it's also a bit of I feel like trust will be built through their actions with that 501s because it's a change of energy. So I feel like they're kinda saying here that they'll prove it to you. And the King of Swords is the master storyteller because they rule over the mind and all the stories. And I feel like they'll help build a new story around trust for you. So I like that. Um, we've got here, yeah, I feel like they're gonna put an end to your fears with the Death card and the Nine of Swords. It's the ending of the nightmares, the ending of, this energy that's there. So I like that. And then the Fool card, which is a world of possibilities, a new adventure. Very, it feels very fresh and very, um, I don't know, it's adventurous kind of energy that comes in with that. Um, and instead of feeling like labor, it feels like, you know, an adventure kind of energy. Instead of work, it feels like adventure. So I feel like they bring in not only, you know, doing the work and doing all that, I feel like with that Leo energy, they're kind of fun too. So it's like, wow, I enjoy them being around, and not just for the work they do, but because of the personality that they have. So I like that for you. So, see your fortune cookie brings in here too. Since you have $5 donations, you do get these sorry, not whispering, but whispers of healing oracle for your fortune cookie for both. So for this one, what do we have here? All right. Control. There you go. Number 10. Beautiful, beautiful energies. And this one tells you here, you can change your life in an instant. It is so important to realize this. It is easy to fall into the trap of feeling like a victim of circumstance, your family history, or anything else that leaves you feeling helpless. Take responsibility for yourself and your feelings. You decide how you feel. Decide to be in charge. I like that. So I feel like this is whatever has happened before to have you kind of mistrust people. I feel like you step in charge here, and I feel like they also help you build, trust people again. Educate yourself about what is going on with you, your emotions, or your health. As you go through life, your body changes and your thinking does too. So pay attention to your body and your mind to better understand them. Feel good about being your own advocate. Realizing you are in control will be rejuvenating and beneficial to your well being. The hawk carrying the maiden in this image represents a higher perspective. He shows us how to prepare for the winds of change. The maiden is covered with rainbow light. A shift is taking place, and the colors she emanates symbolizes magical blessings. She is in control of where she is going. The goose soars to new levels. The duck shows the way between the spiritual and the physical world. The doves bring hope, peace, and indicate it will be arriving soon. So you're headed in the right direction. As you gain more control, the horizon before you will begin to look more promising. I like it. So positive energies there. So that is what they have for your first one there. So thank you for that. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Let me do a quick shout outs here. We'll go to your second one here. Oops. Come on, mouse. There we go. All right, we got JV in the house. Hey, JV, good to see you. I am having a great Sunday. Hope you are as well. I don't see a question from you yet, just in case you had put one there. YouTube might have kept it for me, just in case. All right, and then We've got Lauren Smith. Thank you for your additional donation. Get you on the list here. So give that a love and a like there. And then we've got Plate of Spaghetti. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. And yes, thank you so much, Marissa. I do see your donation came in here via Z PayPal. So we'll get you on the donation list as well. Boom, boom. I think that's, and your question is, and your question is in there as well. And we got Mama Sitia. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Ay. Oh, JV, thank you so much. Here for your donation. I see your little sad face. More of your like, come on face, right? All right. So we've got that there. We'll give that a love and a like as well. So I think I've got everyone back on the list here. So thank you guys so much for being here and all of your lovely support. After I finish the next donation here, I'll give a quick update on where we're at on the donation list for the new ones that just made them, so you know where you're at on the pecking order here. And then so I'll do that here in a sec. All right. So stop stalking me. Number 2, 3, 38, 47 coming in here. So here are your 2 donations. Boom, boom. All right. So should you romantically stay with Sonia? You're confused because of her family, right? And what Sonia has gossiped about in past and maybe recently. Oh, okay. We'll take a look here and see what we've got going on here. So, with spirit, there's not like a should. It's like asking them, what ice cream should I eat? They're like, well, what kind of mood are you in store for? What kind of, taste are you looking for? So they'll give us, we'll get energy because they'll give you like samples of things. And then we decide, oh, that tastes good. I'll have that, And so I feel like that's what we'll do here is if you, basically with Sonia, what kind of energy will you encounter that they feel like it's important for you to know? And if you don't, what kind of energy would you get? So you can decide which one you want with that, which I understand all that drama kind of energy. You're like, I don't know about this, but we'll see here. So if you do stay romantically with Sonia, what kind of energy comes in here? So we got these, and I feel like these. And then if you don't, I feel like you've got these. And I don't like those, but I do want those. Anything else? No? Let's see. Yeah, we do have in the bottom of the deck, you have the Knight of Cups, which is the quest of your self-love. And underneath that, you have the Knight of Swords, which is your quest of clarity too, and like seeing things from a higher perspective and a different perspective as well. So, this is part of your journey. And what a wonderful, little adventure that we're on, right? That we're all on this journey of self-love. So, and we can use all the help we can get. I know. So, if you stay romantically connected with Sonia, what kind of energy will you experience? Yeah, I mean, you got the High Priestess energy here. So, along with the 10 of Wands and the Justice card. So, with these 3 coming out together, the Justice card is an energy like of, the Justice card, she's Libra energy that rules over the house of relationships, right? And she's got the Ace of Swords and the Scales, which helps us understand. And like with that Knight of Swords, you got clarity on what I do want in a relationship and what I don't. The 10 of Wands is a change of energy. um, which is, because you can look at this 10 of wands as burden, like, oh my God, carrying that much, or harvest. Look at how much they're carrying. Look at what their harvest was. And so, we see this kind of clarity and this kind of seeing the different sides of a relationship and seeing when it feels like a burden and when it feels like a blessing and going back and forth. You do have the high priestess, which she is the revealer of secrets and as well as a lot of self-reflection energy. So you'll learn a lot about yourself through staying in this relationship because they're a mirror showing you the uncomfortable things, whatever reflections are the things that you want to see about yourself so you can release them and free yourself from them. Basically saying they're going to be triggering and not they're going to be triggering, but the relationship will trigger your triggers that happen inside of you. So they're not doing it. The triggers exist within you. If you didn't have the triggers, nothing would be triggering. So these are our triggers to own. But the things that come up are for us for the reflection and for the transformation that comes in here. But I do feel like you learn, it's growing pains, but you learn a lot about yourself. I feel like these other three cards will help too. Let's see what these are. Yeah. I do feel it because you've got the devil card, which is about the shaking and rattling of long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. So again, these when expectations aren't met and we're disappointed, we question these after we get pissed off and after we, calm down, then we question our long held thoughts and beliefs around things, right? And I do feel here with the temperance and the page of wands, it's things slow down, and it does give you, this temperance energy is about growth and that things do kind of turn into magic and that eventually can turn to gold based on the page of wands, which is your magic wand. If I'm focusing on what's not happening, focusing in on, those expectations and all those disappointments, I get more and more of that. But I feel like you learn in this, if you stay, you learn to focus on gratitude for who someone is, not who someone's not. And then, because if you focus on who someone not, you get more of not. When you focus on what you love about who someone is, you get more of that and it grows. I feel like you learn a lot through that. Um, and kind of the hard way, which is what beautiful relationships are, these mirrors that are right in our face, right? So I feel like you do learn a lot and you do transform a lot through it all. Um, I'm not getting a lot of happy, happy, fun, fun, love, love energy coming out in those cards. I feel like it's growing pains. It's like, yay, right? So let's look and see what's on the other side here if you don't stay romantically connected. Yeah, you have the Knight of Wands. So you have movement energy. You're on a quest for uh your your power with the Knight of Wands. It's the Ace of Wands. You're taking back your power and you're deciding what you're wanting to do, right? And you do. You have, of course, you have ending and beginning energy, this death and this rebirth. You feel like you move into a world of possibility instead of a world of restriction, which is what happens in the beginning when we're not in a relationship. We have no more expectations and we're like, we're free. And then we meet someone, that's given us this. And then we start dating and those expectations, if we don't clear them away, will start forming. And then it feels like this person's becoming less, but no, they're still in the same. We're just, our expectations are diminishing our perception of what they're bringing, because that's what expectations do. It sucks the life out of things, right? But in the beginning here, you feel this freedom and yeah. And then what comes next after that? Yeah. And you still even here, with that Knight of Wands and the Magician and the Four of Wands, you do, have this magic. You do understand your power, and it leads to the Four of Wands, which then it leads you to joy. It is also the marriage card. Um, so I feel here, and I feel like this is all validation for you here, that you're feeling that if you stay with them, you are gonna have a lot of growing pains, you're gonna have a lot of struggle, you're gonna have a lot of conflict. That's what happens. It's like it's like a pummel stone and a river stone being put together, and the pummel stone takes off our sharp edges over time by beating up against us, right? Till eventually we're a smooth, beautiful river stone. Um, but what we had to go through to get there feels rough, right? Versus this other, it feels like you still are on a journey of stepping into your power. You just do it with less conflict. Um, this one, I feel like if you stay, because it's like you're in a accelerated program, it takes you less time to get to that power, but it's like, working out every day, 3 hours a day to build muscle and to become, to build. You'll get there a lot faster, but the pain that you go through every day, right? Versus, if you, work out once a week, and it'll just take you 7 times as long, or even longer, because then the muscle kind of goes away. If you work out one day, the muscle kind of starts deteriorating and you build back up again. Whereas if you're, like working out every day is a bit ridiculous, too much, but you know, it would be build, 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 energy. So hopefully that helps. We'll get you your fortune cookie here too to see. But yeah, it just feels like there's a lot of um it depends on if you're a masochist or not, right? Do you like self-inflicted wounds? You're like, "Well." Alright, let's take a look here. And you get another Whispers of Healing, so let's see what we get here. What else? Alright, I got this here. And we have triggers. What did I talk about? Well, there you go. Triggers, not a horse. That's from Mr. Ed. No, Trigger was the name of a horse in an old Western, right? So, number 9, the hermit number, it says, "The occurrences or circumstances in your life may affect you on a deep level and be stored in your memory as wounds or triggers. Your ego can become defensive due to the emotional wounds you carry with you. Once a wrongdoing has happened in your life, it cannot be undone, but you choose how to handle the outcome. There is no single situation you cannot overcome. You can detach from the triggers, but you must have the will and desire to do so. Authentic healing means accepting past trauma, sadness, depression, and disappointments. From here, you can choose to accept responsibility for your emotions and your triggers. When you neutralize the stories from your past, they lose their grip on your present happiness, limits your ability to live life to the fullest. It is time to disconnect the switch and stop allowing a past situation to control your current actions. The bubbles in this image represent memories and stories from the past. Once they no longer have energy or trigger you, they will pop and disappear. The sun rises on the horizon, reminding you that you have a new day in which to create anything you want. The warmth of the sun supplies extra love to you. Oh, gentleness and friendship to help you release what no longer serves you. You're being challenged to live in this moment. Wow. There you go, my dear. That is what they have for you. So hopefully that helps. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your dual donations. I'm very grateful. All right. So let me catch up here. So Alice, hello, Alice. Good to see you. And let me see here. Yep, this is the donation list. So Alice, thank you for the, I think I see 4 donations here. So thank you so much for these. Let me just grab these here and we'll get them on the list here. There we go. And you have a black cat and then you have a crying one. Oh no. Okay. We'll put that one here. And then we've got some hearts. Oh, get those on there. And number 4 here. Got them on the list. Come on. Here we go. And this one here. And Alice, my apologies. Yeah, I didn't get your free reading last night. It will be first on the list tonight when we get to the free reading. So my apologies that I missed that last night. I think it was 7 hours and 50 minutes, I said. And I was like, evidently not fully as cognate as I normally am, or cognitive, whatever. I was continent. I wasn't incontinent. Thank God. All right, and then we got May. Hey, May, good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. And we also have Prathy. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Get you on the free list there as well. All right. So I think I am all up to date. Let me make sure over here. Yes, we are. Okay. So I did say we were going to update real quick here before I jump into the additional get back into the donations where we're at. So Deb is up next. Then we have Chelsea, and then Crystal Ray, and then Krabby Loop, and then Maria P, and then Betty Joe, and then Lauren Smith, and then Marissa Smith, and then JV, and then Alice times 4 is where we're at. So just so you guys know where we're at in the loop of everything here. All right. Let me take a drink of my protein drink here, and then Deb, you'll be up. Yay. All right. Yum. Okay. So, Deb, we're at 354, 47. So there you are. You're home. Repacking for your trip. Oh, that's right. Nice to be home in your own bed for a few nights. Got 8 hours sleep the past few nights in a row. You're like, right? Feeling safe. I like that. Randa, you need a protein drink too? If I could share one with you, I would, virtually, right? All right. Well, good. I'm glad you're enjoying it there, Deb. So, let's see here. So you have being Jupiter and Venus conjunct in your 8th house. Fun. So 8th house is Cancer, right? Something like that. Not Cancer, Scorpio. I was thinking water. So that's in the house of Scorpio, Jupiter and Venus conjunct in your 8th house. Okay. So you're going through a transformation. Yes. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Yep. Scorpio, death and rebirth, energy, and in love and growth in love too. Deep soul time definitely coming up, right? Boom. And so you feel great about it. That's good, right? But still curious as to the what. So you're wondering what this transformation is kind of looking like for your first question. All right. So what do we got going on? What is this transformation for Deb? Let's step into your energy based on your current energetic path here. All right. And we got those. Anything else there? Nope. All right. Kind of feel like it is underlying energy. Do you have the Two of Pentacles that is coming in here? And I do feel like there's two paths of change that are coming in here. Yeah, right. I've been through many. So, now you can handle two at a time instead of just one at a time, right? So I like this. Um, and the transformation, we'll see what this. Oh, these are the two transformations. Okay, thank you. I don't see what they are. The only one I see, right? Well, let me put it this way: one transformation feels like it's something that you're letting go of, and the other transformation is something that's growing because of the space you're making with letting something go. So that's what they mean by the 2 that are coming in here. So, relax, relax. Because you have the 9 of swords, and this is letting go. It's like the nightmares and insomnia energy, um, but this is where I feel like you're letting go of some, expectation, some supposed to be, should be, need to be's, and it's opening things up for you where I feel like there is something coming in here with dream time and astral traveling. Um, Energy feels like this is what this kind of tint of energy is coming in. It's like you're letting go some more clogs in your pipeline, emotions and mind, that open you up to flooding more energy, which expands into your dream world. Specifically, I feel here with that 9 of swords. Now you've got 2 cards on top, 2 cards on bottom, which that's why I feel like these are the 2 things. So, uh, yep, the first thing here, we got the Page of Swords, which here's the release of the and going to a new level with this Ace of Wands, the dream world of energy that's coming in. That's where the growth happens. And that's that taking your power and guiding it and learning. It's like you're opening your mind and you're getting new ideas and new direction from spirit directly on how um how you use your energy before you sleep and during your sleep and after your sleep to, travel and experience things and visit other places so that you can glean from that too. I'm seeing like I'm having a dream about being on a world that doesn't look familiar. It's a different color sky, and it's because you're over talking to a master in another solar system on another planet. You traveled because you can. There's no time or space. You can be on the other side of the galaxy or other side of the universe and be talking to someone, but you're communicating through heart love energy, and then you wake up and you're back. It's like that kind of thing that you can do that, and you can go visit other people in their dreams and connect with people. I just feel like there's this expansion coming in, right? You said, you live the sound of that. Yeah. So what is going to happen here, is the release of the fears, but also your letting go of expectations and of what needs to happen and how things have to happen and should happen, need to happen. You're really getting into this space. I feel like this experiences that you're having in the physical world of, your little camp experiences is to learn to let go and to go with the flow and realize I don't have to control and everything's going to be fine. What am I fearing? And I feel like you're kind of in a accelerated course in that because you were in this wonderful space of controlling your environment. When you're at home, it's safe because you've worked it out with your husband on how things work and you guys have this flow. But when you are out, somewhere else, where it's you're putting importance of your actions and reactions and all that. This is the shaking up, and I feel like that's what's going on here, the transformation. The conflicts you have are to help you release stuff to open up this world, because you even have the page of wands and the two of wands. How am I investing my energy? The power of my energy. And, it's, am I focusing in on gratitude and higher vibration, or am I focusing in on lack and what's going wrong, and what's not, you know, um, being as expected, kind of energy with that. So I like that there. And then this is leading you to, yeah, the power of emotional choice. I like that. And along with that, we've got the Hierophant. Yep. Seeing things from a higher perspective. The powerful change master here, two major arcana here. And there might be even be some, I feel like this is like when I was saying being seated at the foot of a master. Not sitting at the foot, but sitting with a master in another dimension, This is teacher-student energy, and I do feel like you'll be able to go and sit with individuals that have expanded and glean great energy and information from them, but I also feel like you'll go and you will, um, like, teach others where you go somewhere else, because 'cause you're gonna be in your kind of a mutated form of your human essence energy with your higher self as you astral travel. We're kind of a hybrid in between the powerfulness we are in our human, and we get to, go along those lines. Um, yeah, and maybe even eventually teaching what you learn in that as well. So I like that. Yep, and then you got the devil card. 3 major arcana it leads to, which this is the shaking and the rattling, the freeing of your cage, the Capricorn energy. But it's a lot of this is the foundation of you're letting go of a lot of expectations and supposed to be's, and this is the what you're going through at your, at the working with that camp, right? So I like that. So that's the first part of your reading, and then the second part, dive in here. And so with your GJ trip coming up Thursday through Tuesday, you'd like to hear from the Ivan's ancestors and your guides. Adventure abounds. All right, let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. Yum, yum. We'll dive in and see what we've got here. Yep, on to Colorado. Yeehaw. All right. So, from the ancestors, the Ivan's ancestors, what would they have, and your guides, of course, what would they have to say about your little trip? Petticoat Junction. I'm hearing that old, you probably watched it when you were a kid too. Petticoat Junction. You're going back in time. All right, let's see. Is that it? None of those? Okay. Yeah, meeting new family members. I love it. So, the bottom of the deck, you do have the Hierophant energy coming in again here. And, this is the Hierophant is the master of change and transformation in a way, because they're in charge of stepping stones and helping move energy with the 5 energy of taking something and transforming it into something higher, and I like that. Let's see what's coming in here. So you got the 4 of Pentacles. I like this. This is a sense of home energy that comes in here, and it's gonna be interesting. And I feel like you've had this with other cousins and brother, half brother, and stuff that you've met, where you kind of feel this sense of, wow, of belonging. And it just something clicks here with the 4. It's like a solid foundation, like a table, a huge table with 4 legs. Is this the 4th one? Is this like the 4th person? Because it feels like here, this somehow makes things feel complete in a way. It just feels like things just kinda shift in, and you're like, "Wow, this just feels like a solidness," right? Yeah. So I like that, that this is yes, this will happen again, when you're there. And yeah, it's the belonging, the roots go deep. Um, and then you have the 6 of swords and the 9 of wands. I like this here. I like how they show someone with the bandages on their head from trying to knock their head through a wall here. I like this because I feel like there's this idea of someone's kind of controlling and a little demanding, but I feel like your perception of that changes when you're there, because the 6 of swords is like you move from, an old way of thinking to a new way of thinking, from choppy waters to calmer waters. And I feel like you realize kind of the mirror of who they are for you, and you realize how much alike you are in a way. Um, which is, it's not a bad thing. It's just information because there's no judgment. It's just realizing, oh, I wonder if this is what my daughter thinks of me, you know? Like, there's like this, oh, wow. I feel like you gain some clarity, around it, and it helps you through your own barrier because we realize when we see them in person and we see them in action, we're like, "Oh, oh." And because it's instead of you experiencing it from them, you see other people experiencing it with them. Yeah, and that effing mirror, right? It's like, oh, 'cause I almost feel like you're gonna hear them say something to, like, one of their children or to someone else that you've said to your daughter recently, and you're gonna be like, "Oh, I see." Not and don't beat yourself up, it's all awareness, right? It's all about growth, and I like that because this is the transformational energy. So I feel like it's transformation in how you feel, feeling belonging to something, but then I just feel you kinda recognize it going, "Oh, wow, maybe that runs in our blood." And the ancestors are all, "Yes, it does." What else? You got the Queen of Cups, yeah, and the Ace of Swords. I feel like this is a wonderful, experience for you in that with the Queen of Cups, your empathic abilities, because you haven't met them in person yet, but you've talked to them and interacted with them. You already have, like, this characterization of who they are emotionally from your emotional space of your empathic abilities, and I feel like when you get there, you're gonna get a lot of confirmation of the stuff that you thought and were kind of there, that it's, unfolding and you're like, "Oh, wow. Wow." So I like that too, that's part of your growth that happens, when you're there. Not only you're realizing, "Oh, wow, that," but you're also realizing, "Oh, wow. I love that, you've been fine tuning that emotional whispers because you've turned down your fear noise and you can hear the higher, even more clearly, right? So I love that. Neat, neat. And then, you've got here, yeah, I like this. There's an opportunity for this to feel like a dream come true with the Star card and the 10 of Wands. And the 10 of Wands can be either feel like something's a burden or feel like something's a blessing, right? And there's that great energy. You even have the high priestess on the bottom, which is, that your power of where you're investing your energy. Like anything, and it's such a wonderful awareness that I can focus in on what I'm loving about something and gratitude for it, or what I hate. And of course, when we focus on what I hate, we get more of hate. But when we focus in on that gratitude and unconditional love and joy and laughter and play, that we get more of that energy. So I feel like, this can feel like definitely like a dream come true. And I like that as well. So I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. So I feel like that's what they have for those. And then because of your donation amount, you do get one of these whispers of healing. So let's see what that brings in here for you as well. All right. And then I'll catch up on the chat and answer questions real quick here before we move on. So let's take a look here. What else for Deb and her adventures? All right. Or transformation, because that was the first part of your question too. So you've got receive healing. Wow, look at this card. Wow, wow, wow. Card number 1, the magician energy as well. So this says the first and most important step for healing is being able to recognize you need it. When you are asked about your health, you discount what is going on by stating you are fine. You're being asked to acknowledge your need for healing. Whether your wounds are physical, mental, emotional, or spiritual, you may need the support of someone who can help you face your concerns. Take a moment to reflect on what is going on for you. And this card is asking you to accept some extra support. It is letting you know that you don't need to do this alone. Professional advice will help you get the best information. Trust that you will find the support that best suit your needs. This card features an angel holding a caduceus, which indicates the beginning of a healing process. The snakes on that twist around each other to highlight the importance of increasing your knowledge and broadening your outlook. What we're talking about, right? The angel's wings may signify soaring forwards or being encouraging or encouraging you, I think is what it's supposed to say, to allow a positive outcome to come forth. The angel wings can also refer to your guardian angels or indicate angels may be showing up in your life. The presence of the angel means you will not be on this journey alone. Her rainbow colored wings indicate there are new opportunities ahead. Rainbows can also represent the connection to your higher power. If a specific shade of the rainbow catches your eye, pay attention to the corresponding chakra. So I'll show it one more. You can see which one stands out. Beautiful, beautiful. I love that card. I know, isn't it beautiful? So that is what they have for you, my dear. So I'm excited for your adventure. I'll feel your energy as you enter Colorado airspace, and I'll send you love. All right. So thank you again so much for your donation, my dear. And I will catch up here. So real quick, Crystal Ray, I did get your other donation. You're actually, I have Chelsea up next, and then you're up after that. So you're not too far away there. Let me just do a couple more shout outs here. So I got a couple more donations in here. Let me just scroll up here. Because I think I did those. Yeah. So we got Mama Sitya. Yay, yay, yay. Good to see you. So thank you for your generous donation. I appreciate that. And we've got this is for 8 questions. So let me grab the 8 questions here. There we go. Let me just get them on my little list over here. And let me just get them organized real quick and we'll continue on here. Thank you guys for your patience, for dealing with my OCD. Hey, you know me. Hey, OCD. And so that was that one. And here is number 6 and number 7. And then here is number 8. All right. So thank you. I'll give that a love and a like. So thank you. And we got Ruby Grimm. Hey, Ruby. You can absolutely hop on the free list. And got to take off your first, it's like jumping on a trampoline. All right, so we got you there. And we've got Jamie G. Hey, Jamie, good to see you. Thank you for your donation. We'll get you on the list here too. And I'll give a quick rundown of where everyone's at with the new donations, so you guys know where you're at and how far we're away, etc. All right. So I think we got all that. Yeah, Mamacita, doing the flamingo. All right. So for donations, where am I at? Come on, scrub. Okay, here we go. So we have Chelsea up next, and then Crystal, and then Krabby Loop, and then Maria P, and then Betty Joe, and then to Lauren Smith, and then to Marissa Smith, JV, and then Alice times 4, I believe. Yep, 4. And then Mama Sitya, and then Jamie G after that. And then free reading list is still there. And if I hit 8 hours with donations, what I've been doing, I did it a couple nights because I've been hitting 8-hour sessions. And by that time, I'm starting to get a little drained. No overtime past 8 hours. No, I was kidding. I have gone a little past on some of them, but if I don't complete it tonight, then I do go in the morning and I do a special session and complete out whatever I don't finish in the evening session. So just heads up, and I do post a pinned comment after every session listing all the readings completed with timestamps. And I also list the ones I haven't got to that I'll cover in the morning session. And then also I come back and I post the link to the new morning session on like tonight's session with that list. So if you come back and look and go, oh, I didn't get done. And then you can go, oh, but there's the link, and I can click on that and go to my other reading and then look at that pinned comment to get your timestamp for that session. Hopefully that's not too confusing. Went a little geeked out a little bit, didn't I? All right. Let me just have a little bit more protein shake here, and we'll dive back into the readings. So thank you guys for your patience and all your love and support. I love you guys. I hope you know that. Cheers, cheers. These aren't too bad. I'm not promoting it, but Equate protein shakes, they're at Walmart, and they're only I think they're like $20 for 12, but they have 30 grams of protein and only 1 gram of total sugars and 25 minerals, but it's really good. I'm trying to drop more and more of my visceral fat because it's not good for my liver and my kidneys and my old madness. So I'm trying to have that instead of eating at night, eating at midnight or 2 a.m. when I finish my sessions. But yeah, research them and make sure all the little ingredients. I'm not too familiar with all the other stuff, but they seem to be good. And then the chocolate ones aren't that bad. Of course, I'm not a good indicator of taste because I've been told that my taste buds are not very selective. People used to come from out of town when I was a manager in corporate life and stuff, and they go, "Hey, where's a good Mexican place?" I'd go, "Oh, this place over there," and all the other people would be like, "No, don't go there. That tastes awful." And I'm like, "It does?" And like, "What about an Italian place?" I go, "Oh, this place is really good." And they're like, "No, it's not." Stop listening to him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. But I'm, like, easy to please, I guess. I'm just like, "That tastes good." So Alright, sorry. All that time in the sun today, I think my lips are chapped up here. Okay. Alright. So, up next, we do have Chelsea. So, Chelsea, we got 4, 22, 27. So, thank you again for all your donations this eve. We got this one here, and let me just remove it off of here. And I believe you are over here. There you are. Okay. Like that, JV? All right. Oh, interesting. Maybe they're gonna give it to me. No, I'm just kidding. All right. So, what is he planning on doing with the other one? All right, let's take a look here. You're like, I was gonna say, "Bitch, get in line." I'm like, "Oh, Chelsea." You forget I can read minds across, states. Alright, we'll find out what they're gonna do that, and then when do we estimate feeling, okay, uh, financially comfortable enough to slow down? Alright, so based on current energies. Alright, so what do we have here? Well, I've never gotten 3. We'll see what those are all about. 3 when cards. Alright, what he's gonna do with the other one here. Well, I feel like he's got some dreams, he's got some plans, and the King of Wands is, an energy of trying to decide how that fits into their dreams, and I kind of feel like they've got 2 different things they're thinking of here. Yeah, and isn't that funny that we got, again, we got the Star card, which is the dreams come true, and we got the Nine of Cups, which is the dreams come true, and the Nine of Pentacles, which is it's kinda like a retreat kind of energy, you know? It's like, and I kind of feel like there's this I can either sell it and use that money towards my dream, or I can keep it and have it be part of my dream, like where I have somewhere that I go to get away from everything, but that's like where I house all of my dream stuff. I don't know what that means, if it's like boats and, um, skis, little water skis and, snowmobiles and, all this stuff. Oh, race car. Ah, okay. It's that kind of stuff to kinda turn it into that, or, do I use that, sell it, um and then, and change that, or, what is it that I wanna do with that, you know? So I feel like he's still kinda trying to decide with that King of Wands, but I feel like he kind of is going back and forth between those 2. When will he feel financially comfortable? Let's see here. We've got the 7 of Wands, and I'm gonna look at these first. 7 of Wands and the Queen of Wands and the Justice card. Well, so, I feel here, we've got all this wands energy again. I feel like, and, you know, and I don't know if it helps to see any of these. These are kind of a little different type of cards here, but there's the balancing, right? The Justice card balances out when with the 7 of Wands and the Queen of Wands is when I feel I can just be myself and I don't need to dim my light and all this. It's like when I'm ready to step out, then I'm ready, to slow down. because the Queen of Wands and all this is action, 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 go, go, go energy. But it's like when I'm ready to step out and be seen. So I'm not sure if they're wanting to whatever this dream is, I'm not sure if it's like I feel like they're going to be very public with it if they're not already, but it's like I feel like they're wanting to start something and they have an idea of the amount of money that they need to do it. And that's why they're contemplating if I sell the house, that can, add to all that. But then also, can I do it without that? Because I would like to hold on to that. But, you know, but they're like, I don't know, because, is the housing good? Is it not good? Is it going to drop? He's just playing all those odds and stuff. But I feel like there's something about because you said race car, I'm like, race car driver? That's kind of what my mind is thinking there. Um, it feels personal, but it feels personal and business because I feel like it's something that they wanna do. It would be like a race car driver, he does race cars, right? But it's like become a professional something or create a foundation or it would be like someone wanting to, like, buy a sports team, but it's like create and fund a racer, kind of, like we have the car and we have the race, the person who races the car and, if they're not wanting to do it themselves, they want to create it and be part of it. It's just that kind of energy. It's interesting. Right. So I feel like that's what they have for that. Hopefully that helps a little bit. I feel like they're kind of just in this undecisive thing here. Yeah. Well, here we go. I know that life is only limited by my imagination. I am dreaming bigger. And it's interesting here. Oh, interesting. So I love that. Yeah. And then it's like his dream gets bigger and bigger too, which he goes, okay, well, that's achievable. Let me dream bigger. It just keeps on growing, growing, it feels. So interesting, right? Right, so that's what they have for that one, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your dual donations or triple donations tonight. I appreciate that. What a fun adventure. And we got Debbie. Debbie, my tech Zen friend. Hey, good to see you. Hello, hello, my friend. And I don't think anyone else came in. All right. So now we will move on here. So we're crystals number 2. We're 43004. Whoops. There we go. Much better. So, Crystal, there is your timestamp there. And then that was in here. So that would be right here. I gotcha. All right. So, Crystal. Tuk, tuk, tuk. All right. So, hello again, bruddaZEN. I like that. So, 3 questions. So, is this it? Is this the ending, right? Let's take a look here. Based on current energies. All right. Got those 2. Let's see here. Let's just look at it here. You got the 9 of Cups. That's interesting for a dream come true, although it is a hermity energy there too. Oh, and the 9 of Swords. So you got the dreams and the nightmares. Dreams come true and nightmares come true. The 9s. The 9s though is hermit energy, which is kind of telling me that it is for now. Let's take a look here. Yeah. So we got the death card. So I was like, "Can I just get a card to tell me absolutely?" And they're like, "Yeah." And the reason I say for now is because I feel like if things don't work out with Justin, as Corey has predicted, you would come back around to them, and they would be like, "Hey," they would be open because 'cause they're like, "Yeah." but not as a, they would be a like a connecting airport, not a, destination. It's like, "Yeah, I'm just you come back around for me to hang out with me until you find someone new. That's my role." I feel is where Corey Phyllis is. He's like, "I'm not your final destination. I'm just your connecting airport," you know? Um, so, I feel like that's what they have for that. So, is Justin better for you than Corey? Well, let's see here. You know, spirit doesn't have better, worse, good, bad, right, wrong, whatever. They're just different with different experiences, different outcomes, right? So we'll see what is the energy with Justin that they would like you to know about. And then what is your energy around Corey? And then we'll see what the difference is. So for Justin, yeah, you got the Page of Pentacles. There's this abundance energy, this seeing your worth in relationship to the outside world in a heightened way. Um, and, you know, there's like, I want to say you learn conflict resolution techniques because you move from the Five of Swords, which is conflict, to the Six of Swords, learning to look at things differently, learning to communicate differently, move from choppy waters to calmer waters. So I feel like Justin might have more like, um, maybe emotional intelligence, but the ability to communicate and the ability to talk things through and talk things out instead of talk at each other. So I feel like they have that skill a little more than Corey does. And then Corey, yeah, we got the Sun card, which is a flaming amount of passion, right? And that is something that probably is why you keep returning back to him in between other relationships, is because when you don't have expectations on him, it's hot and it's wonderful. It's like X, that's why X sex is so good. Do you guys wanna hear about this? Everyone's like leaning in, "What?" Because when you're in a relationship, you expect all this, so when someone's giving you something, it feels less than. It's like, you know but when you don't have any expectations, then there's this freedom, there's this flow. That's why sometimes when people break up and then they go have sex with their ex, they're like, "Oh my god, why did I leave you?" And it feels like back to normal, like when you first met him, because there's no expectations, and so it feels abundant again, till the expectations kick back in the moment that you get back together, and they're like, "Why they being a jerk again?" So, some good info, right? But that's what I feel like with the Sun card. I feel like they feel like they're full of passion and all this abundance energy, like that kind of feel. But, but let's see what else these other 2 cards are here. Yeah. But then, like we said, the Devil card, all those expectations kick in, and the Eight of Cups, we end up leaving, and they end up walking away and drifting back and pulling back, right? So it's kind of like that addiction. There's something addictive here with the Devil card with them, which could be, I think you mentioned that they like the juju weed, um, but there's something that just kind of dims things with them too. Like, you don't feel like they're present because when they're there, they're kinda not there, especially when they're heavily, you know, enumerated with it. There's not clear communication. There's communication, but it's like communicating with a seal, right? Or, no, throw me another fish, please. Alright. And then you wanna know, would Justin have a problem with you being a witch? I said witch. Alright. You know, I feel like with the 5 of cups, I feel like not a problem, but that it would bring a little bit of inner conflict for him. But with the Knight of Pentacles, I feel like they would get used to it. I feel like it's something new for them, and it would be kinda confusing emotionally a little bit, but I don't feel like it would be a problem. I just feel like it would take them time, and then they'd be like, "Oh, okay, I understand it now." Just because it's something that they don't have a lot of experience with, I feel like it would take them time to, shenanigan it in, whatever that means. Right, let's see what your fortune cookie is here too. Nope, not any of those. Let's see here. This one here. So it says, I know that focusing my attention on things I cannot control distracts me from my journey. I am letting go. Uh, all right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate you too, my dear. I love it. Uh I like it. I like it. All right. And let's see. Let me just make sure. Where was I at? Was it this one? Okay. Scroll, scroll, scroll. All right. So, and just so Debbie O, my TechZen friend, I did get a email from you, but a donation didn't come through yet. Just in case something aired out or whatever, I just want to make sure. I don't see anything in here. Let me try refreshing a couple more times. You never know. Okay. So just an FYI. We still have a ways to go here, so no pressure. All right. So, boom, there it is. All right, so Krabby Loop, you're up for 39.18. Thank you so much for your donation. Here's your timestamp. So how and why did their budding romance end? Ooh, all right. Let me take a sip for this. Cheers, cheers. All right. So how and why did their budding romance end here? Whoa. All right. Thank you. And what else can we know? Okay. Yeah, it feels like there's a slowness here with the temperance card. It's like there was the slow roll. I feel like it's interesting because we have one card, then two cards, and three cards here, which is something that grew over time. And so that's how it happened. It was like, how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? It's like that's what happened here. It's like it's things fell apart little bit by little bit by little bit. And I don't feel like it was like one thing that was like, it's done. I feel like it was a bunch of little things and then something that broke the camel's back, um, kind of energy. So we'll see here. What else we have here? Yep, the Four of Cups. Does feel like things stagnated after a while. And I do feel like in the beginning, because we have the Knight of Cups under the Temperance card. So the Knight of Cups was here. The Queen of Cups was there. The Knight serving the Queen, and all the emotion was there. And it was kind of like a sparkler where there was so much so fast in the beginning. Like, where do you go from that? If you just go from 0 to 1,000, where do you go from that? Then you're just kind of da, 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 da. But, the enjoying the adventure of all the 1,000 steps and allows you to stay engaged and interested and it's an exciting adventure instead of taking an elevator to the thousandth, whatever, the floor 1,000, can't even say it. And then you're like, "Oh, we're there, now what?" I don't know. Now what? So I feel like that's kind of what happened here. It just kind of became stagnant. Um, and I do feel here the Page of Swords was a lot of expectations were there, and the full card is like not wanting it's like someone was trying to change the other one here with this energy, trying to make them be who they thought they could be. Like someone was in love with the possibilities of who someone could be, and they were trying to make them become that person and not taking them and appreciate them for who they were. And it just felt like 1,000 little blade marks, little cuts all the time about who someone wasn't being until eventually they were like, I'm done with all that. I want to be in something full of possibilities, not full of expectations and all of that lack energy that's there. And yeah, and then I feel like it kind of came out of nowhere as fast as it started up and went to the thousandth floor. I'm going to say it one of these days. They were kind of going along at that high level, and then suddenly drop. I feel like it just dropped out of. I felt like it dropped out of nowhere, um, and and I do feel like there's the Two of Swords, Two of Pentacles. It does feel kind of. I want to say mutual, but I don't want to say mutual. I want to say they'll say it was mutual, but I feel like someone definitely was like, I can't take this anymore. I need to have freedom, not this imprisonment. Kind of energy that's here. So, um, kind of feel like that's what they got there. So hopefully that gives us a little clearer picture on what happened. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for that too. Let's get these cards back in here. All right. And so it says, I know that I'm the only one who determines what is and isn't right for me. I am the final say. It's a good energy. And I feel like that is what someone said. I decide what's right and what's not right for me. And I decided this is not right for me. Sayonara. All right. So hopefully that helps, Krabby. That's what they got for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right. And then Debbie O. Hello, hello. Let me get you on here before I go flying into another reading. Thank you so much. I did get your email. So thank you for that. And I'll give your donation a love and a like. So thank you, thank you. And then I'll grab your free one here too. We'll get that on that list here too. All righty. Okay, now Maria P. 44535 for number 3. Thank you so much for your multiple donations. There we go. Move you off of there because you are over here. I think this is yours here. Yes, here we go. So, so Wally's thoughts and feelings for you tonight. Okay. Nope, they don't want any of those. So Wally's thoughts and feelings for you tonight. Okay, that one there. And then he got a new haircut. Did he or didn't he? Let's see here. He might even got several of them cut. Is he sad that he's leaving? And then what should you know? Oh, because you feel sad. And then what should you know about Wally and you? And then Jeff's thoughts and feelings on you tonight. And what should you know? Okay, we'll do it like that. Okay, so Wally's thoughts and feelings. Yeah, we got the Six of Swords, which is, I feel like there's this movement from choppy waters to calmer waters. They're in their mind. They're kind of letting go of some expectations and some thoughts and beliefs. And I feel like there's this calmness that whatever these fears and the shaking was with them, they're kind of like ready to put those fears behind them, and they're in this movement into calmer waters, which means like they kind of are going, you know what? Because I feel like they're fearing I'm going to be gone for these many weeks. What's the mouse going to do when the cat's away, right? When the cat's away, the mouse play is what he fears, right? Um, and he's like, there's nothing I can do about it. He's kind of letting it all go, and he's just kind of gonna just go forward, right? Um, did he get a new haircut? He sure did. The world card, the ending of an one style and the beginning of a new style. So he definitely feels like he got a new haircut. Is he sad that he got it um, because he's going for work and he wants to present himself because he is trying to move up and he wants to present himself so he feels like he got one so he doesn't look like a ragamuffin. He got something that looks, you know, business acceptable and everything. It feels like at least more reasonable if that makes sense. Um, is he sad that he's leaving? Yeah, I feel so here. We got the Three of Swords, which is the heartbreak and disappointment energy, and the Three of Wands, because he is leaving to go on a 3 trips, right? He's boarding 3 different craft. So he is there is sadness there. What should you know about Wally and you? Yeah, we got 3 all these threes, you know, that he does fear that there's someone else, and he ain't wrong, is he? That there's this interest, and he's picking that up, with all these 3 energies, because he feels that this might be it, because he feels like when he's away, that when he comes back, things will have changed. Um, Jeff's thoughts and feelings for you tonight. Yeah, we got the 6 of Cups. Here's that return energy. He's hoping a return of emotion between the 2 of you. I never quite I kind of feel like you guys had something before, at least a beginning of something or an interest that kind of fizzled, and then I feel like this is like they're wanting to kind of come back that around is what's on their mind. What should you know? The 9 of Cups. And I feel like, you know, the and I feel like they're not saying what you should know about Jeff because I feel they're like, we've talked enough about him because what they're kind of going the 9 of Cups is that the love that you're looking for is not outside of you. The love of your life is you, and that's who you're looking for. And until you turn inward to find your self-love, you're gonna feel like you're never feeling fulfilled completely in the outside world. I know, deep stuff. Is that your grand aunt coming in again? Girl. Oh, no, no, your grandma the other night was that's right, your grandaunt was saying, um, "If you give the milk away for free, they're never gonna buy the cow." She's so funny. Alright. So your fortune cookie is, "I know that I have everything it takes. I have everything it takes to build the life of my dreams. I am capable." Yeah, and that 9 of Cups is the emotional dream come true, but the 9 of the Hermit is that you're the one that can make it happen, right? Don't you love that? Alright, so that's what they have for you, my dear. So uh, thank you again. We'll circle back around for your free reading eventually. If not tonight, it could be tomorrow morning. We'll see where we're at. We have quite the list of donations still, but we're only 5 hours in. All right. So up next, we got Betty Joe. Betty Joe. We're at 451.33. So Betty Joe, thank you so much for your multiple donations here. Boom, boom, boom. And you wanna know here, does BM have any other romantic interests besides you? All right, let's take a look here. Get that first, and then you wanted to know when he's ready to date, will he come to you or whoever is around at the moment? I like your laugh too. Like like, who is it, right? Let's take a look here. So, does he have any romantic interests besides you? No, I feel like right now they're in more of this, um it's interesting because the Leo strength card energy of the lion and the Fool card brings in this energy of, "No, I'm more, looking." It's like a lion who doesn't wanna be caged, and they're kinda just looking at their adventure right now. I don't feel like they have a romantic interest besides you. I feel like they're more looking at, building their adventure, building things, and they're like, "No, no," kind of energy. When he is ready to date, will he come to you or whoever's around, right? Let's take a look here. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, it's like the 9 of Pentacles. That's their hermit energy, right? And there's this, um, you know, um, that's the hermit energy, and they're coming when they coming out of the hermit, we got the 10 of Cups and the Tower card. It's I feel like if you're still there when they come out of the tower, then they do, choose you because 'cause you're the only romantic interest, and it's like they're going into this tower to work, and when they come back out, they're like, "Well, if you're still there, then I'll choose you," but there's no one else around, at this time. So, I feel like they would choose you. That's there. And there would be this death and rebirth energy that comes in with the death card under the bottom of the deck too. So I kind of feel like that's what would happen. That's funny. I know, right? All these men in their building. Well, I think we talked about that the other night, right? There's a lot of that. A lot of men are taught that their their worth is based on what they're able to offer, and so they build a lot of their esteem on what they have to offer because 'cause they're taught that women want, um, security and abundance, and it's like, well, they're not wrong, and that comes from, like, the earlier, before the war before you remember back in the war, which war? I think the World War II, you know, women didn't work, women, were dependent upon the husbands having money and a foundation, and that's what they did, right? Um, yeah. Well, I mean, I do want a nice house and a big ring, right? So that's the kind of energy that's there, right? So we get it. And then Betty Joe, your fortune cookie here is I know that it's important to celebrate each win, no matter how big or small. I am celebrating me. So I like that. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And then honored. Hello, hello. Let me make some space here. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation as well. So we'll get you on the list. And we'll give that a love and a like. I think that was everyone. I don't want to miss anyone here. All right. So we are circling here for Lauren. Lauren Smith, you're up 45609. So, Lauren, here's your timestamp here. You like my French one? My donation? You're so funny. All right. So, Lauren, um, you feel like PJ is undergoing a major transformation. Can you tell me, can you tell when that will be complete? LOL. or if me even asking about it is pushing it further back. Let's take a look here. We'll do a win card here, see what we got happening. But I'm glad your awareness around that it can, and it what it would do, like our need, want, lack energy doesn't impact their transformation. It would just impact their communication with us after the transformation, right? So, you know, because our lives are all about our choices, mental, emotional, energetic, and physical, right? Um, so our choices impact us. Other people's choices impact how we will interact with them, because their energy is either pushing us away or pulling us. Um, and then our energy will either resist it or also draw us toward them. So it's like a combo. When it's involving two people, that's how our energy interacts. So hopefully that makes sense. But I should draw a diagram. I should create a cartoon. All right. So um when would it be complete here? So we do have the devil card. We've got December 22nd to January 19th currently. And the devil card is the kind of that freedom work, as I call it now. They're the freedom fighter, or they sometimes it's called the shadow, and it takes us into our shadow work. But the devil card is that Capricorn Saturn energy that just shakes and rattles our cage. The supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be, and all that. That helps us shed those things that are keeping us restricted and small and keeping us in those loops, the lower vibrational energies. So based on that energy, it is Capricorn season, December 20th to January 20th is ish, the Capricorn season. So that feels like when they would complete it based on current energy, but they could, you know, um, step it up, and something in their life could put a fire under their ass, to get it moving. But based on the energy of today, it feels like that's when they kind of have that rebirth, which can you believe it's already June 7th? You know, December is 6 months away. We're halfway there or to it already. Isn't it crazy? So, your fortune cookie is I know that comparing myself to others only derails me from my purpose. I am on my own path. Interesting, right? So I feel like that transformation, and they are, releasing a lot of old mindsets that are feeling them caged. So when they reach that point, their heart will be more open to share. Right now, their heart is really locked down. Like the heart tried to make a prison break, and it's reinforced it. So now they're trying to break free and just eliminate the bars so there can't be caged at all. So, right. So I like that. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps. So many blessings to you. What you've been unemployed all year so far, and you still feel so fast, right? Did you cause that prison break, Miss Lauren? Right. Maybe so. Maybe they encouraged it, right? All right, let me take a little sip here of my last of my protein shake here without getting all over me. But of course, I went down the wrong pipe. So hold on a sec. I know, drink some water. And then we saw bruddaZEN die on screen. All right. Sorry. There it goes. Now a little bit escapes in there. All right. Now I'm all hot from coughing. Woof. All right. And then we have Marissa Smith. So 501 42. So Marissa, here's your time stamp. And yours is over here on the PayPal. So thank you for your donation. And let's see what we got here. Still tickling a little bit. My apologies. So you want to know A's next actions towards you. All right, let's take a look here. All right. What is their next actions based on current energies? Got those to that. Oh, and that one too. All right. Well. Bottom of the deck, we got the 9 of Swords here, which here's those fears energies, the nightmare and insomnia energy that's coming in, this restrictiveness that's kind of holding them back a little bit here. So that's kind of still kind of bubbling below their surface. Let's see what we got here. We do have the Hanged Man, so there is that little bit of transformation, cocooning energy, where what are they doing? Yeah, 2 of Swords. They're trying to understand their power of the story, and I do feel like this is a nice cocooning, 'cause it almost feels like they're, in this energy of trying to understand why I believe what I believe and kind of get to the root of their fears a little bit here. But I don't know. Let's see what else they have here because I feel like they're kind of in that, and I don't feel while they're in their cocoon, they're not going to take any action, right? But let's see what happens after that. We got the 2 of Pentacles coming in, kind of the 2 choices, right? We got the Page of Pentacles, which is an energy of like coming back for a second attempt or third attempt or fourth attempt or an additional attempt, right? And the 4 of Wands, this joy, this celebration kind of energy. Now, feels like here that, they have another option. There's like you and another option, right? But they feel like I'm coming back around and I'm going to check on with you. And I feel like they come with a tempting morsel of marriage kind of energy with this 4 of Wands. I feel like they're like, I'm thinking about this and I'm thinking about what it would be like and they know that's what you want to hear, right? And that's the silver-tongued devil in a way. And so I feel like they come back with kind of that talk again of this togetherness. And, the 7 of Cups, that lot of emotional confusion with that, and the 9 of Cups, here's that the 9 of Cups being they know that, like, this is like your dream come true energy is like this is what your dream would be. But the 7 of Cups is they're not sure that's their dream, but you know, it's not I don't feel like they're intentionally well, let me kind of edit that because they're I feel like I'm not intentionally manipulating you is how I feel as them because it's something that I think that I'm considering, but they're not considering that when they mention it, how what it does to you and how you're like, really, really, really? Well, I'm thinking about it, but they're not 100%, right? They're like, maybe 7 of Cups is 70%, sure, but that's a big 30% gap that in the past has given them that escape route, right? Where they end up not being capable of living up to those promises. So I feel like they come back around with this promise, but I don't feel like they're completely committed to it. But right now, the energy that they're in is more focused in on themselves right now, and so those things can change, but that's kind of where they're at in their energy. But the future always is fluid because they could make changes tomorrow and that could drop to 40%, could jump up to 90% one day, and that can drop down to 10% one day or 0 another day, and, you know, it's all fluid while they're in this transformational kind of, her well, it's hermity, but, um, cocoon. Gosh. Alright. So, hopefully that helps a little bit there, Marissa. I know. But your fortune cookie is I know that worrying only blinds me from the beauty that's all around me. I am not stressing. You're like hell, I'm not. All right. But that's what they got for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. All right. Maybe it's all the same man. Maybe there's really only one man left on the planet and they just cloned him. There are some, and it does seem like especially I don't find a lot of people coming in asking, for readings on a relationship that's going really, really, really well, right? Generally, we're doing readings because, it's like in the hospital, like, gosh, look all these sick people in the hospital. The sick people being the sick men that we're talking about, not you guys. But it's like, yeah, when we're when you're in a hospital, there is a lot of sick people. When we're doing readings, there are a lot of, challenges, right? Yeah. There are kind of similar themes for sure. All right. So, I think we are here. So we are to JV 50847 for yours. Here's your timestamp. And will you finally get the job offer this week? All right, let's take a look here. Yay! Hello, hello. Thank you so much for your donation. Let's see what we got here. Will you finally? All right. And then this one here. All right. So the energy on the bottom of the deck is the Queen of Wands. And this is a great energy because the Queen of Wands, it's all about empowerment and your energy. Your energy defines what you draw in, right? So if we're focusing in on like, right? like, if we're focusing on lack and need and supposed to and that kind of energy, that's what pushes it further away. When I focus in on gratitude for what I have and what I have had, that's what draws those things in. I don't know if I've shared my Abundance Where It Be podcast, but it talks a lot in here about our energy and about our inner child and its rate of exchange, that when it feels we have to do so much to deserve so little. So if you're interested, check that out because there's a lot of tools and stuff in there that talks about how to transition it. Because something that you've even in your like in your question, there's lack energy in your question. And I know, and I'm not calling you out. This is just learning for all of us. So it's just good information for us all to realize when we use the word finally, that is lack laced because it's like saying patience is lack energy. I know. You're so funny. But patience even is lack energy. When spirit it came through a reading once and it was like the people that was doing the reading with we were like, "What? How is patience lack energy?" And so we're like, "Explain, please." And they were like, "Okay, so patience is a belief that I should have something already, but I don't. So I will be patient until it finally comes in and it's late. So late, lack, false, that energy, the finally energy. And so when we're like, So if I have energy of it's supposed to have happened already, it's not happened, it hasn't happened, it hasn't happened, that's have not energy, which is lack energy, which pushes it and makes it because our energy is saying, "You know what I love? I love not getting a job. I love this lack. I love this not having a job." And so when we and it's not about, I need to try to not have lack energy because then we get more lack energy. It's focusing on not what I don't want, but on gratitude for what I have had that I would like in the future. And we can ask of the universe once, right? If you haven't asked, we can just ask the universe and go, I would like a job, or a great amount of abundance of finances coming in where I don't need a job, but I would like a job. And and so we asked the creator once, they've got great memory, they never forget anything, so we only need to ask once, and if we start asking a lot, then that turns into lack energy too, because it's not a feeling of trust and gratitude. Because then we ask once, and then we step into gratitude about the jobs that we what are the things about the jobs of the past that I've loved and I'm grateful for, you know, that they're open, that they're not closed, that the paychecks didn't bounce, that their paychecks were always honored, that they offered insurance and all the things you were grateful for. Then we do that, and we're creating the list or the creator because we said, "Well, I'd like a job, and so thank you, I hand it to you. I know you're gonna bring me the perfect job in the perfect way, in the perfect timing as well." And as long as we stay in gratitude, we're helping them bring it toward us, but if we're focusing on lack, we're actually pushing it away, right? Let me dive more into that in that podcast too, so we can do that. You do have the 9 of Cups, which is a dream come true energy, so we like that. There are jobs headed your way. You have the 6 of Pentacles, so this is one of the cards I talk about. This is that, this is the rate of exchange I was talking about that I go into detail in that podcast. It is, the I need to give so much to deserve so little. And in the podcast, just briefly, we talk about your our energy. If I'm in that gratitude and all that, it can bring it to my city gates. But my little inner child is the one that controls the city gates. And if it feels I have to have 1,000 love coins or abundance coins before I can have something come through that gate, they're like, no, no, we don't have that yet. We don't deserve that yet. So we talk about how to open that up, and then the gates open up, and then the abundance can come in. So um, I like that. Below that, you have the 8 of Pentacles and the Page of Swords. Yeah. So this is good awareness about doing the blood, the sweat, the tears. We get the reward, but the reward comes to the city gates. But even though it's like there's a ship coming into the dock, but until we allow them to open their, to come in to the harbor, well, we'll say it's like the ship outside the harbor until we allow it into the harbor, it doesn't do us any good. So there's these opportunities that are sitting in the outskirts, but it feels like with the 6 of Pentacles, it's your inner child that's stubborn and going, no, we don't deserve that yet. We don't deserve it yet. We haven't done enough yet. We haven't done enough hard work to allow that in. And it's like, let's have a little discussion with our little inner child. And that can really change things here for you. Yeah. So I do feel like you'll have, a couple of opportunities that can open up here for you if you look into that. And one of them actually is something that's in alignment with your heart too, something that your mind agrees with, but that your heart is also excited for as well. So that's what they have for you there, my dear. There's opportunities, but they kind of are not being allowed into the port. So I definitely would check out that because you got the 6 of Pentacles, which is that indicator that we talk about in that. Your fortune cookie here, you've got I know that my future self will thank me for the hard work. I am doing the work. Yeah. So, I mean, the video talks about it all there, so I'll let you watch that to, get in there, um, because there is that, that was formed when you were 7 years old and younger. So just a little bit of forgiveness and release energy helps your inner child go, "What? That isn't a fair rate of exchange?" You're like, "No, boo boo. 1 to 1 is fair. Not 10 to 1, 100 to 1, 1,000 to 1, 1 to 1." They're like, "Really? We can just open the city gates and leave them wide open?" "Yeah." "Huh." And so we chat with our inner child, so it's really cool. Wait. You are very welcome. Boom, boom, boom. And I love that for you. All right. So thank you again for your donation. I'm very grateful. Many blessings to you. All right. And then Ashbin Ray. Hey, Ashbin. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Thank you for your donation. We'll get you on the list here. All right. So, where we are at, just real quick. So, we've got 4 coming up for Alice. So, boom, 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 boom. And then Mama Sitia will be after that for your 8 questions. And then Jamie G. And then Debbie O. And then Honored. And then Ashvin is where we're at. So, hang in there, everybody. Ooh, let me give this 11 a like as well, Ashvin. All right. I think I did all those. Cool. All righty. So, Alice, we are up for number 1, 518. 36 is for your first one here. Here's your timestamp. And so you want to know, if you reach out to Jay, how will he respond? Will he take you out on a date? Oh, all right. Let's take a look here. So if you reach out to Jay, based on current energies, how will they respond? And will they take you out on a date? All right. I got that. All right. Well, so I do feel like how they'll respond. Yeah. So we got the devil card here. They're a big thinker kind of energy, which is interesting here. Big Capricorn, Saturn energy, get in their head. Very grounded energy, but a big thinker. But we do have the 10 of Cups and the 4 of Wands energy. 2 big joy, 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 joy energies. So I feel like if you reach out to them, they're they're in their heads, but they're also joyful, and I feel like their responses won't express this joy, like very like, "Hey," but just know that you'll feel the tint of it in their responses, but it's not gonna come anywhere close to the emotion that they feel on the inside. So I do feel like they're like, "Wow." Um, and so I feel like that's a very positive energy that comes in with that. Will he take you out on a date? I had the 7 of Cups energy coming in here. 7 of Cups, um, I feel like this is funny because I feel like they would want to. Um, and I feel like what they get stuck in their head with all this thinking energy. That's why I was kinda like chuckling a little bit because they're like, "But where? This or this, or should I do this? Or this or this or this?" They get caught up in, you know, trying to figure out the perfect date instead of just take me out, damn it, kind of energy. We have the Judgment card on the bottom, which is like this seeing things from a higher perspective and this pulling and this draw energy. So there is that kind of, you know, energy that's there of that you're being kind of pulled toward them for whatever experiences you are to experience with them. But I feel like they're kind of the 10 of Cups is a relationship energy, and the Four of Wands is a marriage energy too, besides joy, joy, joy. So I feel like they're kind of in that mindset that that's what they're looking for too. Excuse me. So still kind of getting some of that protein shake out of my throat. Sorry. I could still feel it tickling a little bit here and there. But that looks good, Ellis. So that's what they have. Let's see what your fortune cookie says. It's, I know that I deserve wonderful things. Say it again. I know that I deserve wonderful things. I am worthy. Wow, right? What a powerful card there. That was the last of my dreamer cards here. Let me just exchange these out. Boom, boom, boom. And now for donations less than $5, we will have the Law of Attraction Oracle being introduced. So just so you guys know, let me just crack my back real quick here. Oh, I went walking for 4.5 miles today and probably need to stretch out a little more, but maybe I'll take a break here and maybe in like at 6 hours, I'll take a break because I think I took one a little after 3 hours. So we'll take a break here in a little bit. We'll get them squared away. All right. Anyway, so that's for the first one there, Alice. And then for number 2, we got 52308. There you are. And you want to know, how is Kyle feeling and thinking about your silence after everything that's happened post breakup? His film photos, unanswered call, your Instagram post. All right. So how is Kyle feeling? All right, in this one. And how is he thinking? About all that. And then underline. All right, what do we got here? Yeah, well, we got he's got, wow, all this energy. We've got the Wheel of Fortune. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't mean to flip you off here. We'll do it this way. Maybe that's his energy, King of Pentacles, 10 of Pentacles, Wheel of Fortune, all underneath it, and even got the 3 of Wands. Well, you got the 9 of Pentacles under that. It's like there's the 3 of Wands is this adventure, going a different direction, feeling the 9 of Pentacles is like being, being alone, like hermiting, but also feeling self-sufficient. And all of this energy just feels like abundance energy. I don't feel like they're in this lack kind of mentality here, with all that on the underlying energy. So let's see here. What are they feeling? Yeah, I feel here we got the 10 of Swords. So there is this, the 10 of Swords is I don't want to try to live up to everyone else's expectations. And and it's funny because we talk about that, right? He's got this huge thing of expectations that he wants from someone, but don't put me under any expectations, right? Because they fear that. And that's almost, we talked about how that's a setup too. If I have such an unobtainable goal, then I don't have to fear disappointing someone else because they'll disappoint me first. So I could always leave people and I won't have to ever have someone reject me because I will reject them first, right? So, and then they have that scenario here with this 10 of Swords where they've got, and this is that, this disappointment energy. So their feelings are, returning with the 6 of Cups, and I know they might not even be aware that they have this pattern and this emotions, but this is like, um, the heart is like, I wanna return so that I can break up. And I think we talked about that before, but there's this energy of, I wanna be the one that broke up. That way, it fits into no, no, you don't live up to what I want. Now I don't live up to yours, right? And they got the energy underneath with this, the Chariot card. which is I want a victory. I want, I'm the victor, not the victim, energy. So it's that kind of that proof kind of thing of, no, no, people don't break up with me. I break up with them, kind of stuff. So they've got themselves all psyched up with all this abundance, 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 abundance that this is for me, that I'm better off and this is what was going to happen anyway, kind of energy. Um, and what are they thinking? That was their heart. What are they thinking? But I feel like their heart is very controlled by their mind. That's why it's almost like their heart is a puppet of of their mind because they're showing me like the heart is gagged and um, tied up, and the mind is imitating the heart and answering for the heart. And the heart's like saying, no, 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 no. And the mind's all saying, this is what needs to happen. And da 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 da. And the heart's going, no. Interesting, right? In their mind, what do they got going on in their head? Do we want to go in there? Um, yeah, but they have the death card here. So in their mind, it's over. They're like, um, let's move forward. We got the ace of pentacles here, which is new beginnings energy. They have the Leo energy of wanting to be seen, um, but I feel like it's more by other people, and they're on the prowl for another Queen of Cups, someone with a huge heart. And I feel like with the King of Wands on the bottom here, I just feel like this is that fire energy where I don't feel like there's someone that goes backwards. There's someone that only moves forwards. They feel like if there's a grass fire and it's all the fuel is consumed because I've burned through it, there's nothing to return to. So keep going forward, keep going forward, keep going forward. That's kind of been their MO for a long time, right? So I feel like that uh, is what they have for that. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for this one. Oh, yes, I will shuffle. Sorry. Gotta shuffle. Don't gotta, but they're like, it's ritual. All right, so there we go. And yours has euphoria. Yeah, we got pure joy raises your frequency. Your happiness is a powerful magnet for abundance. Engage in activities that make your soul feel alive. Prioritize joy today. On the reversal, stress or negativity may be lowering your energy. Seek out moments of genuine happiness, not focusing in on. Right. So that's for number 2. And then number 3 coming in here, we got 53006. And I want to know, how does Kyle think you feel about him and the future of your relationship? All right. So how does he think you feel? Okay. Yeah, I feel like he's kind of thinks that everyone kind of thinks like he does in a way. Ace of Pentacles, I feel like he feels like um you've moved on kind of energy because it's like he's trying to move on to the next and he feels like, oh, you dumped me, and you're going on to the next one. And I feel like that's the underlying energy. Yeah, you're looking for your dream come true with the 9 of cups, and I'm not that, so, you're he feels like you're, seeking that and going after that. Um, yeah, and I feel like he kind of feels, here's the World card again, another ending card, which an ending of a cycle, beginning of a new adventure, and, um, the Hierophant is, again, a stepping stone kind of energy where I feel like he's knowing you, it's like lesson learned. I feel like is like what he thinks you kind of proclaim, like, "Well, I learned my lesson. Lesson learned. I'm moving forward," kind of energy. Because I feel like, again, this is a reflection of them. How we think other people are thinking is a lot of reflection of how we think. So, when we're going, "What do they think of me?" It's like, well, they're looking in me as a mirror. They're seeing a lot of their own reflection and not a true picture of how I really probably am thinking, right? Under the surface, we got the Six of Pentacles and the Knight of Pentacles. And, there is this codependency energy that they kind of feel that what is the slow roll? The Knight of Pentacles is the slowest moving knight out of them all. And I feel like it's interesting that they think that you, and this is interesting how they look at this, that you would want to return eventually to them, that give them time. But I don't feel like it's not like they're hopeful, like, "Oh, I hope they choose me and come back," because as your previous reading, the only reason why they would, um, have want you to is so that they could be the one that ended it. So they could correct their, you know, 333 that they broke up with and one broke up with them kind of energy, right? And, um And I feel like they have to tell them this. At the bottom of the deck, the Seven of Swords is they have to lie to themselves so that they don't feel low about themselves, right? So I think that's the kind of energy that's there. All right, so let's take a look here. And you have nostalgia, which says memories shape emotions. Reflecting on the past can bring comfort or lessons. Honor past, and there you go, lessons learned. Honor past experiences, but stay present. Find joy in old memories without getting stuck. On the flip side, clinging to the past may be preventing growth. Embrace the now, right? I like it. So that is what they have for number 3 for you there, Alice. We'll move on to number 4 here. Let's take a look here. Hey, Rocky, good to see you. Oh boy, there's a lot of people in line. Yeah. Yeah. No, I I've been doing 8-hour sessions, so if you wanna ask one, be free, feel free to do so. I'll get through donations most likely tonight because what am I, 5.5, 6.5, so it's 2.5 hours, so should get through all donations, at least the donations that are here now. And then free readings, I may not get to all of them tonight, but I will come on tomorrow morning to finish out any free readings I do not get to tonight, so we're doing that these days, for at least for now. All right. So good to see you, Rocky. Where we're at right now, it's good to just to kind of summarize it. We have one more for Alice, and then we have Mama Sitia, who has 8 questions. So we'll be diving into that. That'll take a little bit longer. And then Jamie G, and then Debbie O, and then Honored and Ashvin is where we're at. So there you go. You get to decide. So please feel free. And okay, so Alice, 5, 35, 40, right? Yep. So here is for your 4th one here. And so you want a spirit's advice for your upcoming interviews. You're struggling to focus and would love some encouragement. I get you. Let's take a look here. Yeah. Rocky, if you want, if you put it out there, I can, I put timestamps at the end of every session too. And so, you can come back and um, look at the pinned comment, find your name, click on it, and it takes you to your reading as well. Because I won't be back until Wednesday night, because I'm on Wednesday through Sunday night. So this is my last session for a couple days. If you want, just letting you know. letting you know that that's what a lot of people also do because you know it's late. It's like midnight on the East Coast, and so some people come back in the morning and look at theirs, or on the other side of the world too. So just so you know. Sorry, Alice. Just wanted to catch her before she left there. All right, so advice on upcoming interviews. So, what about focus and advice on these interviews? So, I got these three here and these two here. And that one there. All right. So, the bottom of the deck, you do have the 10 of Cups, which is joy, 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 joy. And what's it's a good advice because what kind of distracts us and makes it difficult for us to focus is when we're focusing on the have tos, right? The supposed to be, the should be, the because that's like all these expectations that we have to do so much work just to get up to zero. When we try to get rid of as many expectations as we can and focus on gratitude or focus on the joy and celebration and play and laughter and all of that, that's what helps us, um, realize that life is worth living instead of it's a endless work, and all it does is get me to zero because that's what expectations are. We have to do all this to get to zero, and then abundance happens above that. So there's this energy of focus on joy and gratitude for what you've loved about what you've done in jobs, and if you're in a job now, what you love about it, and then it becomes a conversation instead of a test to be passed. So if you think about all the stuff you love and all the accomplishments you made, and you're like, wow, I love all this. And then so when you're going in for interviews, you're going in sharing your joy, sharing that, and people are like, wow, I love that, instead of these are my answers and you will hire me, it's like they're like, we don't want that around, right? But when we're full with joy and excitement and passion, it's catchy and people love that. So I feel like that's one piece of advice, underline energy. Yeah. And like this, realizing your energy, you have the 6 of Wands. Victory comes with the Ace of Wands, with you stepping into your power, which, you know, again, this kind of reinforces that whatever, when I'm focusing on higher vibration, I get higher vibrational results and experiences. When I'm focusing on lower vibration, I get lower vibrational results and experiences. And we're going for the high vibration, right? So if you go in with high vibration, that's what happens, right? Again, we got this wonderful energy. You've got the Queen of Wands, which is she rules over the wands suit with the king, but she has all that emotion behind the scenes. And again, that sharing of that passion and sharing of the emotion is important. It's like why I love what I do, why I love, why I'd love working here, because I feel like this is the kind of stuff and da 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 da, and it's like that. I even saw something that's like, don't hire people because of their experience, hire people because of their passion, is something that I just brought that back in my head. So I do love this kind of energy coming in. And we have the Justice card, which is, letting go of the expectations and the old ways of thinking, see things from a higher perspective. And by this, I feel like they're saying, realize that it's not humans who are hiring you. When we have a belief that it's humans making the decision, then we are fearful, right? Because why wouldn't we be? Humans are so sporadic and uh, unstable. Because one moment, if they're in fear, they act like a fool and they act stupid and whatever. But when we realize it's Creator that brings us our sustenance, and they're the ones that will open up things, we put our trust there and not in the humans. Creator will work through humans for us, but it's like, they're more the shipping company that brings the thing to us, whereas Creator's the source that helps us. But our energy is the one that either helps Creator bring it towards us or not. Don't know if you've checked out my podcast, Abundance, where it be. We talk around some cool things there. So I'll put it down here in the chat, and then I will also put it under your name in the pinned comment when I'm done this evening. But you can find it. The playlist link is down in the description area of this video or on my main page at the top. It's the easier path. It's uh, Adventure 14 Abundance, where it be. Because you do have this, going on this, look at it as an adventure, not trying to, it's not work and trying to meet up to all these expectations. That's that feeling, right? So this is look at it as an adventure, a conversation rather than a test or work, right? Yep, and you have the Fool, not the Fool card, the Moon card, and the Seven of Swords. There's something to consider here too with advice about, is it, are you following your heart? Are you trying to pursue something that would make your heart sing, or something that your brain and your mind are telling you, well, this is what you should do. This is what you're supposed to do. And that's that, can bring us that feeling like we're existing rather than living. So there's a little bit of considering what you're applying for. If we're like, "Ugh," then maybe we're not excited about it. Because if we're going to go interview for something that's our dream, like, oh my God, I'd love to work there. I'm so excited for the opportunity versus, energy. And I like that. Yeah. And the Tower card underneath here, I feel like that's, this energy. It's realize that things are removed out of our life to make space for something that's in alignment, more in alignment with our energy and where we're wanting to head. And things will be brought into our life and things will be taken away for us. And it's not happening to us. So you go in, you present your best, and then whatever unfolds, it's for you. Whether it's, no, we can't offer it to you. Well, thank you. That's helping me know that's not the way to go. The door's not open. So it's like, okay, I'll, but I feel like there's an encouragement to close your eyes and get into your heart and follow it and see where it's leading you. Right. So let's see what your fortune cookie is for this one. And you've got empathy, the heart, right? Which says, understanding another's emotions deepens your connections. Compassion expands your world. Truly listen to someone today. Offer understanding without judgment. And on the flip side, it says emotions. Sorry. Oh, I don't think this is done right. Let's see. Oh, emotional disconnect or self absorption may be limiting your growth. Open yourself to another's experience. So I like that. It's almost like allow that empathic gift you have when you go in for an interview to feel the emotions of the others and allow your empathy to come in. And if you go and enjoy, you can change the weather of the room to make it easier for people to choose higher vibration rather than if we go in and lower vibration, we will, you know, um, make it harder for them to choose higher and easier for them to choose lower energy, right? So that is what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your multiple donations. Hopefully that helps a little bit. So thank you. Enjoy. Many blessings. All right. And then Rocky's World, thank you so much for your donation. You got all 3 questions in there. Well, look at you. Boom, boom. That is talent. So question 1, question 2, question 3. All right. So thank you for that. We'll give that a love and a like. And we'll get you in there eventually here. So sleep well and get well. All right. So let me take a sip here. And then we'll tell everyone where we're at, and we'll continue on here. So thank you guys again so much for all your love and support. I'm so grateful. Cheers, cheers. Slurp. Bye. So up next, we do have Mamacita. So we will dive into your 8 questions, and then we've got Jamie G, Debbie O, Honored, Ashvin, and then Rocky. And then I think that is it for donations currently. All right. So Mamacita 54703. Ay. Hello. Thank you again for your generous donation there. I'm so grateful. And we'll take a look here, see what we got going on in your wonderful, wonderful adventures, right? So you want to know the upcoming energy this week from Angelo and your settlement. All right. So based on current energies, what do we have coming in here with Angelo here? And your settlement. Thank you. Anything else on the settlement? All right. All right. Well, let's see what we got here. So from Angelo, let's see what we got here. Oh, interesting. So it does feel like there's a little bit of, because we go from conflict with Mr. Angelo with a change of direction with the 3 of Wands. Maybe they're fleeing by ship, which brings in the 10 of Cups. So there's this change energy that's coming in of conflict to joy and kind of celebration in a way. So there is a change of direction. On the bottom of the deck, we do have the 3 of Pentacles and the Empress as well, which is all about abundance energy that's, flowing below the surface of all this, of your first question here. What about the settlement? What does that bring in here? There is here, let me see. Well, we got the moon energy, which is, there is some revelation that comes regarding the settlement here. Something bubbles up from the surface here. And I feel like there might be a settlement, but the 4 of Pentacles, it almost feels a bit stagnant energy. The Strength card is like, I feel like they're gonna try and attempt at lowballing a settlement a little bit. Like, they're like, "Well, we need to do this, but how about we, this amount?" And I feel like this Strength card is, they're like, like, let me see if I can make them, I was trying to make them shake their heads like this, but I don't think I can do that. But it's like, stand your ground with this inner strength. It's like, no. I feel like there might be communication on a settlement, but it ain't enough. It ain't worth the hell and pain and suffering. So I feel like there is a change in that energy, but it's a beginning at least. They're like, oh, there's movement, but it's more of a bowel movement than a real offer. That's funny. Your spirit guides are funny. All right. So hopefully that helps. That's number 1. And then number 2, ooh. Number 2 is, will IWA be interested in your document summary you sent? All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, will they be interested? We got that, and we got that, and we got those, and we got those. All right. Let's take a look here. I feel like with the 5 of Cups on the bottom, I feel like at first it feels like, I want to say patronizing, but it doesn't feel like, woohoo, thank you so much. I feel like in the beginning it just feels like a standard response, like, thank you, we appreciate you providing this information. And you're like, that it? Um, but I feel like that changes with the 5 of Cups. We'll see what we have here. But that number of 5, it's the change from lower vibration to higher vibration. So, will they be interested in the document? Yeah, and the 5 of Pentacles starting off too. Feels lacking in the beginning. Like, "What?" But, I feel like with the 8 of Swords, it's okay. This is about, letting go your old mindsets, supposed to be, should be, need to be, those that make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. And it's like, it's okay. I provided the information. Um, and they haven't seen all the details yet. They just kind of thank me and thank you for the summary. Thank you for this. Da, 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 da. And because they're used to people trying to help, right? Um, and it's usually what 80, maybe 90%, if not higher percentage of just taking our time, not helping any. We review over it, and we're like, "We already had all that," or, blah, blah, blah. So I feel like that's why in the beginning, they kinda have a nonchalant reaction to it. But, yeah, I had a feeling, right? I love that I don't get to see I put the cards down where I don't get to see them, and I love that because the 6 of Swords is a change of mindset, baby. They let go that old way of thinking and they look at new ways of thinking, and their Ace of Swords is like, "Ooh, clarity, dun da da da." There is this energy where they're like, "Oh, look at this." So I like that. And underneath that, yeah, underneath that, we see here, with the 6 of Pentacles, there is this balancing energy like, "Hey, we like mm, thank you for this." They really thank you for it, energy. And the Emperor energy here too. Yeah, right? Yeah, this is the tea. This is the good stuff. This isn't the bargain, brand. This is the high-end stuff. And I feel like with this Emperor energy, I do feel it helps them with their planning and helps kind of put things it helps piece some things together that they weren't, uh, piecing together before, or they couldn't find the connection, and you're just like, "Look right there," and they're like, "Whoa," So I like this. I like that energy. So, uh, just be prepared in the beginning, they're kinda like, "Eh." Yeah, thank you for your help, because everyone's always trying to help, but it's not helpful, it's just taking away resources. But they look at it and they're just like, "Wait a minute," because I feel like how you have it organized, that it makes a lot of sense, and because of the world you live in, and you're like a guru, it feels like, that it's just really well presented. They're like, "Oh, this is better than what we had," kind of energy. You keep on joking that, "Hey, do you want a job?" You never know. And then we'll look at number 3. Will NWC be interested in your document summary you sent? So let's take a look here. We got the IWC, but what about the NWC? Get those. Maybe got that one and this one here. All right. So we got the Queen of Wands under on the bottom of the deck for this one here. This is a different kind of energy. This one almost feels like right away they're excited because the Queen of Wands, fire on fire, and I I don't know if the NWC knows more about you than the IWC, because it almost is like your reputation precedes you with them, with NWC for some reason. It feels like maybe they've seen your name on a lot of stuff, and they're like, "Oh, we know who you are," kind of energy. Because this is like, uh, you're on the throne and they know this. It's interesting. Let's see here, are they interested in your document summary? Yeah, I feel like, we have the 5 of Cups still, so I feel like the energy, they do that, but you get a standard response. But I feel like that is not a front, but it's they don't wanna overplay their hand. Ah, okay. And that makes sense with that 5 of cups then, because it's like, they know of you, and they think, "Okay, this is more of that stuff." So they give you the standard response of, "Thank you for helping," and blah, blah, blah. But then they see the cha-ching, the Empress energy, they see the abundance, the reward or the benefit of it. Um, yeah, and then the Queen of Swords. It's like you're the queen of balancing. That's funny. But they see that, and I feel like it helps them. And the 4 of Cups, there's this energy, of what is that? Of, it's not stagnation for this, but it's this it helps calm, or it kinda just helps bring a calm to the situation because the it's the balance of the head and the heart, and I feel like you help them make sense of things that's what brings the energy to less stress because they're like, "Oh, okay, this is all making sense," kinda thing, right? Ah, okay, I get you. So, I do like this that, that they see it now, and then it does help them. I still feel like the IWC feels like after they see the information, I feel like they're a lot more excited about it than the NWC is, even though it helps balance and they're like, "Okay, that's good," but I feel like the IWCs especially I don't know what each of these groups does, but it feels like the IWC is more the one that's very excited about your contributions. So, I like that. Alright, and then for number 4, yeah, yeah, they can see it. And then Matthew's current energy after sending him the updated documents for your matter. All right, so let's take a look here. What are Matthew's current energies? We got that, we got that, we got that, and we got that. All right. Yeah. The bottom of the deck, we got the 9 of Pentacles. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. They're like, I'm going to be able to retire after this. No. Yeah, I see. But I feel like Matthew is like, "Okay, this is looking good." I feel like they're because this is a lawyer, right? Because I feel like they're like, yeah, I feel like this is gonna be a good payoff kind of energy." So they're feeling that solid feeling, that self-sufficiency energy below the surface here. I still feel like this is a hermit energy. They're still wanting to keep some of the information private and kind of segregate it away, kind of energy. Um, and yeah, we got the 4 of Wands, so there's joy and celebration, and I feel like with the Death card here, because they feel like with what you've sent them, the updated documents, I feel like that takes it further now, it takes it to a new level, it feels like. 'Cause they're like, "Alright, this is perfect." It's like an ending of one thing to a beginning of a newer thing or an higher thing. So I feel like they celebrated because 'cause they're like, "This is exactly what we needed," kind of energy. They're reminding me of, um, what was the one with, Julia Roberts where she played the lawyer in the um, with the poisoned water, the toxic water and all that, Um, but when she presented, "Oh, and I got you this little thing saying this," and they're like, "Oh my god," it kinda has that kind of energy to it, like, they're just like, "Here is the dog." Yeah, not Pretty Woman, she plays a lawyer, not a prostitute. Although she did dress like one, you know, sometimes. But, that's in there. But, um but I feel like it's that kind of thing here, and I feel like there's a little bit of change here. We have the 2 of Swords and the Lover's card, which is emotional choice and mental choices, and I feel like they were kinda sitting on at the, crossroads of this can go one way or another, and they were kinda waiting on this document to determine, is this gonna go downward or upward? And then I feel like they are like, "Okay, now it's moving upward," kind of energy. So I like this. We got the Justice card too. Justice will be served. So I feel like the scales have been adjusted, and they feel like the scales of justice are being loaded up, and it feels good. So it feels like positive energy there. Okay, so that's number 4. Let me take another quick sip here, and we'll go on to your final 4. All right, sorry. All right. So, why did Angelo I like it. So, why did Angelo show up in 5D to Orlin? All right. Oh, no, is it because Angelo 5D knows that Orlin and I 3D have got some momentum? Yeah, all right. Yeah, of course, of course. So, yeah, you have the 7 of Wands energy, um, and on the bottom of the deck, wow, yeah, you've got all this fire and visual energy. Oh my god, and the 10 of Wands too. So, you have, like, the Knight of Wands, which is, you know, a lot of energy movement, with the Queen of Wands, of course, a lot of energy movement, and you've got the, Strength card with the Leo energy, which Leo energy is very much being seen and standing out, and the 10 of Wands, a ton of energy flowing here. So, I feel like they showed up because, like, your energy, it's like you're a bright light on a dark night on a hill, and you can't be hid. That 7 of Wands is this confidence, this not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, not defending who you are, but here I am. And and I feel like what drew them to show up is because your energy is, like, pulsating, right? It's like you cannot not be seen. The 8 of Pentacles is you've been really working hard, 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 and, um, it's like your output, they're just like, "What's going on here?" Because 'Cause you're just and it's like and the Magician card here too, by the way, with it, which is, you know, you're wielding your power a lot, and I feel like they showed up because they're like, um it's like you're being bolder than normal. And and that is kind of it's coming across here with all this energy that they're like, you're up to something because you're feeling extra, extra confident and sassy, and at least that's the way they're perceiving you, and they're like, and it could be because their energy is going down and yours is going up, which makes it even a bigger gap in between, darker, lower energy and higher vibration and more fiery energy that's coming in. So it does feel like they, um, they sense that energy. And, like, gossiping about him, that is that boldness. It's like, fire, So I just feel like it's energetic more than like they couldn't put their, foot in it, on it and go, "What is this?" They just Angela just feels like this draw, and they're like, "What's going on?" Right? So interesting. And then number 6 is what's CEO Carlo's current energy towards you? All right, let's take a look here. All right. Yeah, for some reason, there's abundance energy that's going on there. You're bringing in the money, evidently. So I feel like they see that. Would you say ever since your manager left, you've been the center of attention, get work done, but it's a double-edged sword since you're still here. Yeah, right. They're like, look out. Let's see here. What is this about? Yeah, Ace of Swords. There is this clarity energy. What is this about? Because it's like there's this need to understand, needing to understand, the work that you're doing and what you're putting out. Because I feel like I don't want to say suspicion, but curiosity. It's like you've, uh, there's curiosity sparked within them regarding you. Just because there's this abundance, and of course, even like you're saying, the uh, importance, the necessity of for the company of what you do is important, that you become an important piece that um, has like warranted their attention, more of their attention, like, because if something happens to you, then this is going to screw us over a lot, you know. So I feel like that they realize that, and then they're really paying attention here, right? Yeah. And I feel like we've got temperance here, patience in with this Ace of Pentacles. Again, temperance with um and maybe they're kind of influencing the how long it's taking for you to get that settlement as well, because I feel like they're realizing we need to keep you, right? So I feel like maybe who we when we thought it was Angelo, maybe it is some of Angelo, but I feel like it's with the strings of Carlo a little bit. They're going, we can't lose them right now, right? Yeah. So it's like we need to slow that down. Um, yeah, and I do feel like here they do see here that here you are balancing the money, and they have the nightmare and insomnia. So there is fear there about what happens to the balance of everything once you're once you're not there, right? So, but yeah, I definitely feel this, Two of Swords. They're kind of on a crux, and they're trying to get creative on how they can, keep the abundance going. And I feel like they're kind of trying to, I don't know, it just feels like they're trying to find ways to uh, I don't know, creativeness, right? Yeah, right. And then they're like, oh crap. Yep, I know. So I feel like there's a lot of stuff happening there. So they're trying to get creative, but they do feel like between a rock and a hard place kind of energy. Interesting, right? And then number 7, we've got what is VP Anthony's current energy towards you since you have to support his group's new automation project. All right. So what's VP Anthony's energy? Girl, you. All right. Excuse me. I feel like VP Anthony's energy is what do we need to do to keep you happy? you know, happy mamacita, happy business. If we keep you happy and then things go well. What's the underlying energy here? Yeah, the 7 of cups. So there's a lot of mixed emotions that they have, of course, because they know, um, they don't like that they have to depend on you and that you have their cojones, in a grip, in a vice grip. Um, but they also appreciate the work that you do and how you do the work because you're very good at what you do. So I feel like there's that mixed emotions that comes in there, right? Yeah. um, yeah, and again, they they feel it's best to keep things balanced between the two of you, between mind and emotion, and that brings the benefit, again, kinda like that Ace of Cups. So they do feel like things need to be, balanced, and, we keep lines open in communication. They try to, make sure we respect and that as well, business expense, right? Yeah, and this 8 energy, again, here's that Leo energy. It's like you're the queen of the jungle, and the 8 of wands is I feel like there's this, they feel like your lightning strikes quick. It's if, you don't wanna you don't wanna rattle, you know, the queen of the jungle, or you don't wanna, mess with mama bear because she will take you out, and swiftly with the 8 of wands. So I feel like there's a not necessarily fear, but respect for, you know, the position that they're in regards to, you know, uh, your influence, because you can slow things down or speed things up, for them. So, I feel like there's that kind of energy there, and I feel like they have mixed emotions, but I don't feel their lower vibration emotions are extreme. Okay, and then for your number 8, you wanna know what is VP Vincenzo's current energy towards you since you have to support the automation button. Okay, so VP Vincenzo, that and that. This is more of a countdown, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, and I feel like theirs is they're a little more skittish with the 9 of swords, and I kind of feel like I don't it's like working with you is a nightmare for him. 'Cause I feel like maybe you've had altercations with them before. Oh, so they know. I feel like they've had to deal with you with other things before, and they're like, "Oh, crap," you know? Under the watchful eye of the eagle. Um, yeah, and I feel here because 'cause we've got the devil card, along with the world card, and the 7 of wands as well, which the devil card represents a lot of that Saturn, um, Capricorn energy, which they're the hard worker, they're the miser, and you don't wanna mess with them, right? And the world card kind of along with the 7 of wands is that they don't wanna be under your watchful eye because you are in a place where you could see things that a lot of people can't see because of, you're standing up on a hill and you're like, what is that?" And they're like, "What do you mean? What is that?" You know? So I feel like you can call them out more and identify those things, and I feel like that's why they're afraid of you, um, there, right? Yeah. Oh, good. And maybe it's more the excuse me, they've seen altercations with you, like other people, that had altercations with you and how they got busted out, and I feel like that's what they fear, maybe not so much themselves as seeing others. Let me take a sip here, my voice is trying to go away. Pardon me. There we go. And what else? Yeah. Feel like we have the Knight of Pentacles and the Ten of Cups, which is if we if we take it slow, then there can be, joy. Again, I feel like there's this energy of trying to get you to stay, um, you know, there is this, that kind of energy there, um, and I feel like there's a group of them all about if we can slow you going somewhere, then that's the best thing that we can do. And if we can try to keep you as long as possible, that's, the best thing that we can do for our money, and our success with the 6 of Wands. But, but I do feel like they have that underlying fear that but it's a double-edged sword as well that they feel from their end because they feel, "I can," that, yeah, you can bring abundance, but you can also bring hell. So they're like, "It's a catch-22. Do you can grab the gold out of the fire, but you're gonna get burned," kind of energy. So that's funny. But I feel like that's their energy there. So we'll get you your fortune cookie here too. Pardon me. Maybe I need a throat lozenge. Got my sinuses acting up today too. Hey, honored, stronger man than I. I'm gonna pass out. Thank you for the reads. Okay, you can catch it tomorrow. I'll put timestamps out there. So thanks for your donation. Hang in there. Rest well. Sorry that it's taking so long to get at everyone's readings, but I appreciate you. All right. So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here as well. And you've got unconditional love. Oh, I love it. Card number 42. Says continuing to love someone no matter what may be difficult. However, love is always worthwhile. You're made up of love 100%. This is the truth of your very being. No matter how upset you are, how much you beat yourself up, or unknowingly hurt other people, you will always have love residing in you. Your heart is seeking love at every second of your life. Loving unconditionally means giving love without expectation. Being and giving the love you want to experience in your relationships can be the hardest lessons of life. A big part of unconditional love is forgiveness. You limit your ability to achieve unconditional love when you blame someone for a past wrong or rehash past sufferings. Beating yourself up and blaming your sadness on the past only triggers more distress in your life. You have a purpose in life and you have a choice. You can let the past haunt you and inflict more suffering in your life, or you can forgive yourself and get back to living your purpose. Two fairies on this card depict this message. One fairy has her hands over her heart as if she is receiving love. The other fairy is openly expressing love to her friend. The rainbow hues symbolize magical blessings, and rainbows remind us of the benefits that come from hoping and believing that unconditional love heals all things. There's so much love being shown to you every day. Unconditional love is your greatest challenge and your greatest joy. So I love that for you. I love that. So it gets us back to the what's truly important, and it's a good reminder that, you know, these characters that we're playing are just characters, but the actors behind all our characters, even all these, you know, individuals, that we are powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit beings made of unconditional love. So behind them all, there is that, and that all this stuff that's unfolding is unfolding for us, for our adventure, for the sake of the play. So sometimes that helps us kind of put all the drama that's going on, into perspective, and realizing all the stuff that we get concerned about really isn't reality. It's all the illusion and the play that's going on. We get caught up in our characters, and you know and there's nothing wrong with that, but it's always good to get good reminders like that where we're like, yeah, we can take a big deep breath and calm down a little bit sometimes, right? All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. And thank you again so much for your donation. Always so grateful. Hang in there. I'm going to wait for the novel and then the movie when it comes out. It's going to be exciting. Excuse me. So, thank you again so much, my dear. Rest well and hang in there. And I look forward to the next chapter that's coming in this wonderful book that's being written, right? All right. Oh, what happened here? Why did my thing stop here? Hold on. Okay. Must have paused, but we're still live and we're still going good. So that's good. All right. That's right, right. Who do I get to say who gets to play me in the movie? It'll be CGI anyway, right? Oh, I can get residuals. Oh, thank you so much. I'm so grateful. All righty. So, all right. Well, we'll continue on here. Excuse me. And Maria P. I got your additional donation, so I added you onto the list here. We'll see how long my voice keeps going here. It's trying to go away, but we're only at 6.5 hours, so we got time. What's going on? All right. So, Jamie G, you are up. 62503 is for yours. Here's your timestamp here. And I want to ask how the month of June will be for you, positive, happy things, and details like dates. All right, let's see what we can grab here for you. So we'll do 3 of them here, and we'll do what dates are here real quick. So can you tell us what dates for 1 and 2 and 3? Pardon me. The 7 of Pentacles on the bottom of the deck is about, the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. So, there is growth. There is, you're seeing the leaves are growing on the trees. You're waiting for the blossoms, and then you're waiting for the fruit to show up. But at least the whole tree is there with branches and leaves. More, that's a good sign. More to come, right? It's not winter. It's here we go into spring and summer, and then a harvest is on its way, right? So the first thing is you have the Queen of Cups. Queen of Cups is a big emotional release energy. She's the master of her emotions here, and so I do feel like there is a very nurturing, self-loving energy, and I feel like, a positive, happy thing I feel here is you do something that just helps you just feel content and good about yourself, whether it's, whatever this is that makes you, it's like a hot bath, it's a massage, it's getting pedicure. Um, uh, it's like this spoiling yourself in a way. It just feels like you're treating yourself the way you deserve to be treated because no one can treat you the way you deserve to be treated better than you, right? And I feel like for you here, it's the 13th through the 22nd. So that's not next week, but the week after ish, right? Or maybe it's whatever. It's the 13th to the 22nd that comes in there. And it's funny, it's the Four of Swords energy, which is rest and relaxation. So there you go. So I feel like between that date, there's a nice little do something nice for yourself, kind of energy that comes in there. But it's pampering is this is the word I was looking for, pampering yourself and going, I'm gonna do something special for me. You do so much for everyone else. It feels like it's time for you to treat yourself that way, right? And then number 2, you have the High Priestess, another kind of energy like the Queen of Cups, except this is kind of stepping away energy, connecting with the higher realms, looking behind the veil, diving deep into your own emotions. And there is something secret. The High Priestess reveals some secrets. What is this about here? We do have the Devil card, which is the 22nd um, to July 19th, but it's the Devil card, which, is the shaking and the rattling of the cage, but it does bring something to light. But I feel like this feels like something that's been bothering you below the surface is revealed and transformed, and that's what makes this feeling of kind of energy. And this I feel like it has something to do with your sense of worth and how it up here that you've been like, I put my sense of my worth in my job, let's say, in my position, and because of that, with the instability and all the stuff that's not happening, I've been feeling down about myself. And when you realize something drops into your heart of going, that doesn't define who you are. That's just things out there. And I feel like you have a good reflection energy on yourself and you realize that no, I define me, not that. So there's something that you've been struggling with down here, thinking about it and transforming up here, but it drops into your heart because there's something that kind of switches when you go from knowing to knowing, right? So I feel like that's there. Yeah. And then there's something that happens unexpected. The 3 of Swords, heartache, disappointment, but because we're looking at happy things, this is the unexpected because that's all about expectations. This is something unexpected that comes in, and we've got the 3 of Wands, which is a change of direction that comes in here. That'd be it's the 31st through the 10th. Is there a 31st in June? January, February, March, April, May, June. No, June only has 30 days. Do you guys know that little thing? If you go January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, all the knuckles are 31 days. All the other ones are 30 or 28 days. Something new, all free of charge. So this would have to be May 31st to sorry, to June 10th. So this is going to be in the next 3 days that there's something unexpected that comes in that changes the direction for you. And it's like something opens up where you're able to switch direction and it's a happy, happy energy. Maybe this has something to do with work. I know that's been on your mind a lot. It feels And I feel like there's an opportunity that comes your way that you become aware of at least, and you're like, "Ooh, I think I might change directions." And I feel like that's a happy, happy energy that's coming in. So those are 3 things there for you. And let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. All right. Yep, elevation, baby. Climbing the steps. You are rising to a higher state of being. A new level of consciousness is within reach. Expand your awareness through learning, meditation, or connecting with higher wisdom. On the flip side, you may be resisting growth. So open your mind to new perspectives and release limiting beliefs. That's that other thing we were talking about, right? All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Sorry, crunching my cough drop here. All right. And then Debbie, oh, you're up. You're probably asleep. Being on having to work tomorrow, I'm sure. So here is your timestamp. Oh, that's right. You sent me an email. It's over here. All right. You're welcome, Jamie. So, all right. So, any issues need to be aware of on your trip to California? Let's take a look here. So, on your way there, right? So, what we got here? Now, I got the 7 of Pentacles, which is enjoy the journey, take your time, don't rush, don't feel like you have to hurry, hurry, hurry. Because when we hurry, 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 and then that's when we have all these expectations and we get stressed and all that. The Emperor energy is like, be aware of where you're pointing your energy. That staff is kind of like the King of Wands. And just enjoy it as an adventure, not about the destination. I gotta get to the destination. Just enjoy it. Because like, when I went to Hawaii once to visit my dad, I left from here, caught a plane in Denver. We went to Fort Worth, and on our way from Fort Worth to LA to catch the plane to go to Hawaii, my Hawaii flight was canceled. But it was a full day of traveling, and when I got there, it was just like, there was people that were angry and yelling and everything in line, and, but I met this lady from Australia, and it was a lady from I think it was a lady from England and Australia, and we were standing in line, we were talking about what was going on, and we were looking at people yelling, and we're just all like, "What's going on? It's not their fault," you know? Would you rather get on a plane that, is gonna blow up or crash in the sea? No. If a flight got canceled, there's a reason, and so, it's like your choice of how you react and respond to everything, and when I had it just an adventure, I just, you know, called my dad and said, "Hey, guys, I'm not gonna be there till the morning, not tonight, so I'm gonna stay overnight in the LA, airport," and they gave us blankets and pillows, and rather than going to a hotel and, having to wake up at the crack of dawn, I'm like, "I'm just gonna sleep here and no biggie," and just enjoyed the experience, got on the plane, you know? Some people were experiencing it as a very stressful event, but other people were not, and that's our power, and I feel like that's what's kinda happening here with, there are no issues on a trip, there's just things that happen. We make it an issue, or we just make it an experience, and we get to decide, right? And then you wanna know, is your sister gonna be fine with you spending time with your friends at the event and let you enjoy yourself without her wanting to go home? Alright, let's take a look here. Based on her current energies. Yeah, Queen of Wands. And this is again your power of energy. Focus on what you can control here and, you know, If you have fears and then that's gonna create your experiences around that. If you're like, "You know what? She gets to choose whatever she wants to do and how she's gonna feel, and that's alright. That's not my journey, that's hers. I get to choose my story, my emotions, my actions, and my, energy." Um, so I feel like there is this kind of theme between these 2 to kind of you can't control those things, so stop trying to control things you can't control, and you can focus on what you can control, and you can have a great time or a horrible time trying to control things outside of your control. Okay. Is everything gonna be okay with your friends? Are we all going to get along, and will they include you and not abandon us? Let's see here. What about your friends? What kind of experience here? You got the 8 of Pentacles, beautiful transformational energies. Here's the King of Wands and the Ace of Swords. So again, there's this energy of everything just is, right? And we want to know, is everything going to be okay with my friends? And I feel like there's this because the King of Wands is what you're talking about. Emperor, Queen of Wands, King of Wands. Focus on what you can control, let go of what you cannot control. And yeah, and again, let go of the expectations and focusing on lack. Because when we focus in on the fear and the expectations and the lack energy, what do we get? When you focus on what you're grateful for and what is happening and what have had, you get things that match that energy too. So I feel like they're just really gonna show you that your energy is so powerful, and if you purpose, I'm gonna focus on joy, I'm focusing on the adventure, happy, energy and, enjoyment, then there's this, um, different type of experience completely that you can have. And you say you get anxiety around a lot of strangers, so the closer I get to the date, the more nervous you get. That's a belief, right? I get anxiety around a lot of strangers. You can say I used to get anxiety around strangers, and because I used to have a lot more fears than I do today. So, um, when we realize that there are no strangers, that everyone is actually uh, our sisters and brother drops in a giant sea of unconditional love, and that there's no strangers, there's just, people that haven't become my friends yet. And I know I'm a huge introvert and hermit, um, and I can force myself to be, um, outgoing and go in big groups and do things, but I have a lot of recovery time, to have my peace and kind of regenerate in a way. Um, so, when uh, you can start questioning, what are you fearing about strangers? What are we afraid of? What are they going to think of me? Are they going to harm me? What is it? And you're like, no, I'm going to be in an airport. I'm going to be around a lot of people. There's, especially airports and all this, and you're hanging around doing different things. When you realize that everyone is nervous around crowds and different people because we're we're feeling out of control, right? But when we talk to our inner child and go, boo, I got you. We're fine. I am eternally and I'm eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and father of all things, right? I have a little mantra. I am eternally, I am unconditionally loved, knowing and we're unconditionally loved by the higher realms. I am unconditional love. I unconditionally love the world, and the creator unconditionally loves the world. I mean, loves me through the world, and the world unconditionally loves me. And when we realize that, we can, make that our mantra instead of Uh, I get anxious around strangers. The more you focus on that, again, the more you grow it. So change the mindset. Put reminders on your phone, whatever ways, wear, some sort of bracelet or something that reminds you that you are loved. You are eternally, unconditionally loved. That could probably help. Your sister can be a party pooper sometimes and want to leave early or not be very social. And that's okay. If you focus on that, she will be. You can focus on gratitude for the times that she's not a party pooper because, it's our thoughts and beliefs about her that are the party pooper for us. And if she wants to leave early and not be very social, then you can be like, that's okay. You go ahead and go home. I'll catch a Uber or I'll get a ride home from someone, right? You can be free from it instead of restricted by it, right? So how should you handle issues if they pop up, and I feel like they've talked about all that. How do you handle issues if they pop up? You go, "Is that really an issue?" No. I turn to unconditional love and start focusing on gratitude for it. It is going well, and really ask myself, what is my fear, right? Is there an issue? Is there really an issue? And why is there an issue? And then we question it and go, no, it doesn't have to be an issue. I get to choose what's an issue for me or not. And this vacation is a no issue vacation. There's no issues, just experiences. All right, let's see what other advice they give you here for your Whispers of Healing Oracle. Since your donation is $5 or more. And you got well-being. There you go. Card number 21. I like it. Having an upbeat nature doesn't just happen. If you would like to enjoy your life and maintain a positive outlook, it's important to take an enthusiastic approach. Staying positive and appreciative through life's dilemmas can prove difficult. Examine your approach to life. Reflect on how your lifestyle and worldview impacts your attitudes and behaviors. Once you have clarity in these areas, you can let go of what is not effective and make change towards your wellness. Make a real effort to change your unhealthy habits. Through this process, you'll be able to determine what is essential to you. As you alter your behavior, you will enjoy a sounder body, mind, and spirit. This will mean balancing your relationships and work. You'll be able to find healthy channels where you can spend your time more favorably and enjoyably. The flowing hair and light surrounding this illuminated fairy depict the natural flow of energy. Foxglove relates to self awareness and knowing where your energy is best utilized. The spider webs point to life's choices and places where you might be deceiving yourself. So, as you balance your well being, you will untangle your webs. So, change your habits to bring more wellness into your life. So, we change that. How we change habits? Repetition. How do we repeat our choice and focus of higher vibration? Whatever ways, like I said, wearing jewelry, silent vibrating alarms on our phone, um, post-it notes, sticky notes, a tattoo, whatever, where we're like, how do I remember to focus on whatever I want to grow is what I focus on. So do I want to focus on party poopers and people that abandon things that do this, people did well, if I want to experience that, I focus on it. Otherwise, I focus on the things I love and the things I want, not on the things I don't. And I feel like you'll have a totally different experience than you've had before because you're different now, right? All right, that's what we have for you. Many blessings, my dear. Have a blast. I'm excited for your vacation. All right. Let me see. I don't think I missed anyone earlier. I just want to make sure. No. So Ravit, hey, good to see you. I'll get you on the free list here. And we'll see here. I may not get to free readings or all of them tonight, but I will come on tomorrow to finish them up here because I've got here donations. I've got Honored, Ashvin, Rocky's World, and Maria P right now. And I'm at 6 hours and 45 minutes. So I might not be getting to free readings tonight. I think my voice is trying to go away too. But so sorry. Let me take a sip here before I try talking more. There we go. Soothing. But that's what I've been doing. If I'm not able to get to them, I'll do a special session tomorrow, and we'll get the answers out. So, all right. So I know Honored is off to bed, but Honored, we are up 6:47:19. Thank you for your patience and hanging out for as long as you did. And I'm so grateful for your donation as well. So here's your timestamp. And so, can we tell you something your person doesn't want you to know? I'm saying this in the most playful, and whimsy way ever. You like to tease and surprise. I like it. I like that energy. All right. So, let's take a look here and see something your person doesn't want you to know. All right. Let's take a look here. What do they not want you to know? Got that and that, and that, and that, and that. All right. What do we got going on here? Interesting. So, the bottom of the deck, we've got the Eight of Cups energy. Eight of Cups this is about walking away. I don't feel like this is walking away from a relationship. So, it's not that you're like, uh-oh. It was whimsical for a minute, but not anymore. No, this feels like they're wanting you to know. I mean, they don't want you to know about. There's some emotional experiences that they have stuffed and suppressed that they don't talk about, and that they don't want you to know about. And let's see what that is here. Yeah, we got the Six of Pentacles, which there is this energy here. Six of Pentacles is like our inner child that has this way out of balance of when they felt they gave so much and didn't get a whole lot back. And I feel like there was this the King of Swords, someone very intellectual, very in their head and not very emotional at all, because that's 2 times mind energy. And the 10 of Cups is they I feel like this is as a child, 7 years old and younger, that they really tried to cheer this person up and tried to get on their good side and tried to get them to pay attention to them and show affection toward them, and they didn't get anything from them. And it was just like it's like maybe it was their dad. They were a sociopath, kind of energy that's there. Um, so and they saw him. No, I'm gonna say, and they saw him. His name was Dexter. No, that's like, the movie. I mean, the TV series Dexter. But there's this, and I feel like that it impacted him. Let's see, what was this about here? Yeah, the King of Wands. And I feel like that might have been their birth father. And then I feel like they had a stepfather, the King of Wands. And so they went from someone who was all intellectual and that's it, to a King of Wands, where someone who's intellectual, but they also were someone that was highly tempered. And so I feel like they didn't have a good example of father energy that's coming in there, and because of that, I feel like they've got some, residual emotions that pop up, that make it, hard for them to um, think highly of and trust men, because of all these differences here. But I feel like they would, you know, I almost feel like because we've got the Page of Cups and the Full card, which is a higher love and um someone, I feel like this is energy they feel towards you, someone with a higher love and someone, that has a world of possibility instead of a lot of expectations. And um and they they feel safer to be seen because of who you are, whereas before they were trying to be seen and weren't seen, and then they tried not to be seen with the King of Wands, because I feel like the King of Wands, their fieriness and their anger, if you got in their way or you were seen, it meant you might get hit or punished or yelled at or whatever, or ridiculed. And I feel like they feel comfortable being seen and have been becoming more and more comfortable being seen. And yeah, and I do feel this victory and this solid energy in the relationship with you. And and I feel like they would like you to know that. Well, you do now, so too late. But there's also like a fear underneath the surface that if you knew it, um, not that you would, but there's this belief that if you know what matters to me and what is important to me, it'll be ridiculed or taken away or used to manipulate because that's what they experienced, with the past, right? And I feel like, um, and I feel like they don't want to. They don't like talking about it and don't want because they don't want you to feel sorry for them. They don't want you to feel like this, like, "Oh, well," "No, don't, no, no," because I feel like they had to really overcome these feelings of being a victim and feeling victimized, and they don't wanna I don't no, no, I don't wanna feel that way kind of energy. So, no, no. It's funny how they say that, but so hopefully that helps there, a little bit. I know we wanna be whimsical and stuff, but I feel like there's some deep-seated stuff there. But I love how you've made it easier for them to feel like it's okay to be seen, and I feel safe being seen with you, from you, with you, all that. So that's what they got. And then for your fortune cookie, since your donation is $5 or more, you do get one of these Whispers of Healing cards here. All right. And we have Mental Repetition. Interesting. Card number 28. It's a beautiful card. Let's see what this one brings in here. So, mental repetition can improve your attitude and help you feel your best. So, this card suggests you are holding on to limiting beliefs. And this could be her energy. So, to beware. It is time to embrace a healthier philosophy about your life. Holding yourself to impossibly high expectations, fearing failure, or asserting an inability to control your emotions are examples of limiting beliefs. You may have latched on to some unhealthy beliefs or thought patterns. Just like physical fitness training, mental healing takes repetition and practice. By repeating positive and uplifting thoughts, You can shift away from limiting and unhealthy beliefs. As you further your mental well being, you become more focused, confident, composed, and prepared for the unexpected. You can develop coping mechanisms for just about any occurrence. Mother Nature has tree branches covered in Spanish moss and cobwebs growing from her head. Spanish moss represents protection. Cobwebs indicate issues in your life that feel overwhelming. You may feel like it's pointless to try to deal with them. Mother Nature looks out over a somewhat barren landscape, yet this does not need to be the situation. This is an ideal time to create a shift. It is a time to clear out the cobwebs in your mind. Compose a powerful statement that you can repeat whenever necessary. Make sure your affirmation is easy for you to remember. If you're working on eating better, you might choose a phrase like, I feel great when I eat healthy foods. Create a phrase that will best help you replace an outdated belief with something life-changing and positive. This is the perfect time for you to do so. I love that. So you can take that if that resonates for you, but I really feel like that summarizes a lot of the energy from your partner there. So I like that. Oh, all right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again so much for your donation and many blessings to you. All right. And May, hey May, good to see you. So May, um, so you might have not remembered you did ask a question earlier of their collection of photographs of me, which is their favorite. Um, so do you want that one or will he be in boyfriend mode in the next 2 to 3 months? So let me know which of those 2 you want to be your free reading, since I show 2. All right. And as a reminder for everyone, I do only offer 1 free reading per person per session. If you wanna make a donation, you can, of course, ask as many, um, additional questions as you want, but only 1 freebie. All right. And then we've got Ashvin Ray. You are up 6:58:48. So Ashvin, here's your timestamp here. And you wanted to know what will be Anu's next action towards you after coming home on the 12th? Will she be ready to give commitment to marriage? All right, let's take a look here. So, what will be Anu's next action towards you after coming home? I want those. I do want these and this. And then, will she be ready to give commitment of marriage? Oh, thank you. All right. You know, I feel here with the the last part first, is what kind of came out because I see these cards first. We got the Hanged Man on the bottom of the deck, which is kind of like a pausing energy, the Hanged Man. And then we also got the Nine of Wands, which is like a block energy. So I don't feel like they're ready for commitment to marriage yet. The Knight of Wands on the bottom is a quest of stepping into or a quest for their power and to be able to step through that. So I feel like they're on a quest of trying to find out what they need to do to be able to break through that barrier and find out why they're resisting, but I don't feel like they're ready quite yet. Let's see what their actions are. What will be their action after coming home? We have the 5 of Wands there. It's a little bit of conflict energy. What do we have here? Got the 7 of Cups, the 4 of Pentacles. I feel like there is a lot of drama going on at home here, with their return here, because I don't feel like this conflict is towards you, but the 4 of Pentacles is like the 4 walls of home, and I feel like at home, there is a lot of 5 of Wands is, you know, battling and drama, and there's a lot of emotional confusion at home with all of this too. And below the surface, yeah, and a lot of nightmare and insomnia. And oh, wow, I feel like, you know, they're really consumed a lot with all of this that's happening at their home here. So what is their next action towards you? Because this energy feels all kind of focused in on what's happening in their own home. So let's take a look here. Okay, tell us what is the next action towards you. Yeah, there's this stagnancy here with the Four of Cups. It's like, is there no action? What is happening here? Let's see what else we got here. Yeah. Yeah, we've got the Hermit card here, which is a bit of being alone here. And we do have this Eight of Cups kind of energy with the Queen of Swords. So I don't know if there's something going on here where it almost feels as if they're kind of torn because of everything that's going on, and it might feel like that there might be this change of direction that's coming in here, and it feels like there's a fear of maybe this is too much, maybe we just need to walk away from, you know, this, and there's too much drama and too much conflict in my family, and um, you deserve to, be with someone from a different family kind of energy. It almost feels like that kind of, excuse me, bubbling below the surface there. But I feel like that's why they're kind of hermiting and not acting, because I feel like there's a lot of this uncertainty and this blocks that's here. So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too, but I almost feel like there's no action there, Ashvin. I kind of feel like if there's action, it might be them, kind of approaching to possibly, instead of coming together, more separating apart. Yeah, we've got alignment as your fortune cookie here. That says, your desires manifest more easily when your thoughts, emotions, and actions are in sync. So check in with yourself. Are your beliefs and actions truly supporting your dreams? And adjust if needed. On the flip side, misalignment may be causing confusion or delays. Recenter and refocus your energy. What that kind of means, so of course, this is all based on current energies, right? um, So if I'm focusing on need and want and lack and fear, then I'm pushing it further away, right? If I'm focusing on gratitude for what is and what I have had and what I love about them and what I appreciate about them, what I'm grateful for about them, that can help bring things together. But if there's the opposite, and pressure and fear and anxiety, that actually works against it coming toward us and pushes it further away. So I feel like there's some sort of energetic adjustment that it's talking about there. So hopefully that helps there. Um, but that's what they have for you, my dear. So hang in there. Many blessings to you. All righty. And then we have Rocky's World. You're up 7:05:19. So Rocky, here is your timestamp here. Boom, boom, boom. And thank you for your donation. I appreciate that. And you have 3 questions. So your first one is, what will happen at the barbecue party at Michael J's house next month for you? All right. So let's take a look here. Based on current energies, what is unfolding there? What will happen at the barbecue party? Okay, got those and that. There's a countdown to something here. Let's see what this is about. That's underlying energy. Oh, well, we like that. Bottom of the deck, you got the 10 of Pentacles, which is abundance and fullness. coming in there. So it does feel very full, and I like that. It starts off with these three cards. You've got the Seven of Cups. Yeah, a lot of emotional confusion or a lot of emotions, a lot of different emotions, of course, there. So, of course, because there's a lot of people, there's a lot of energy you're feeling, and it depends on how people are feeling, how they're experiencing it as well. You have the Nine of Pentacles, um, and the Eight of Wands as well. I feel like it's important here. You got 7, 8, 9 in there. The Nine of Pentacles is to, you know, can be a feeling sometimes where you're in a group, but you're feeling alone. But just know, because I feel like you feel the energy of spirit, Eight of Wands. I wonder who it could be. Could it be Michael J? But I feel like there's this Eight of Wands, which probably is them. You feel this movement. You feel like you're getting messages from them, from spirit. So I feel like if you take a breath away from everyone, you'll feel them, especially if you get away out of the crowds. You might feel like, wow, you just feel their touch. Might even feel a physical touch, but I feel like you feel their energy there. So I love that. You also have the Emperor and the World card here. So, it is an victory energy with the World card. It's an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. And I feel like here there is a sense of this energy of you being, you are the one that determines what your next rotation around the sun is. And what are you ready for? What's your next goal for the next year? And I feel like you might even, something you can ask people is like, so what is your desire for like when your birthday hits, what's the next thing you want to see in your life over the next year? It's like a good conversation thing and you can get some ideas for yourself, but I feel like it's important for you to realize I'm the one that decides what my next rotation around the sun brings me, my energy. And so I feel like there's this maybe this ending of an old cycle is getting out of your head and into your heart. The emperor does that. They clear the throne room of all the noise, sit with their heart, decide what they want from their heart, make a plan, and then take action um, with it as well. So there is some of this clarity coming in. I feel like around this celebration itself. And you have the Knight of Pentacles. There's a quest of your worth here. They're on a quest of your self-worth, but I feel like it's a little bit slow, energy here, and I feel like it's okay. With all of this, I feel like there's a lot of focus on yourself, focus on yourself, focus on yourself equals abundance and feeling full. If you have a lot of expectations of supposed to be and should be and need to be, you're gonna be focusing on the lack of what's not happening, and you have a bad time because you're inviting more lack and more lack and more lack. But when you focus on gratitude for what is and you realize everything you're experiencing is happening in here, then there's this great abundant kind of feel that comes with it as well. And yeah, and you have the high priestess, all this alone energy, Nine of Pentacles. The Emperor kind of clears the throne room energy, and the High Priestess, she goes into our High Priestess temple to, you know, connect with spirit and do all this. And I feel like maybe have a seance. I know, right? You're like, whoa, whoa. But I do feel here, if you go about it with the with that gratitude energy, that you'll experience it much differently. Because I feel like what will happen, whatever you're focusing on will happen with your energy, because you're the emperor. And so you get to experience whatever you focus on. It can be, an abundant, amazing 10 of Pentacles gratitude, or a low vibration, expectations, conflict energy. And whatever you choose to do is what you draw in. So I like that for you. Neat. So hopefully that helps. And then that was for number one. Number two is Michael J. in spirit trying to take me away from Roberto and YO. Ta-da! Here he is. Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. So Michael J, are you trying to get away from Roberto? So first of all, are they? And why? Okay. Let's see. Anything else around this? Can you tell me? Oh, yeah. What else is that? Sorry, you don't get to see what I'm seeing yet. All right. Yeah, they are. I'm asked, are you? And they like 10 of cups. Yes. Joy, 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 energy. It's almost like they're singing joy to the world. But why? Why are you trying to take, get you away from Roberto? Well, we've got the Sun card and the Ace of Cups, so that you can find your self-love. And the Sun card is there's things below the surface, and there's a bright light shining, and it's because I see everything and I know. Um, but this is for you because this is part of your journey. They're not doing it on their own. They're like, I'm not rogue. I'm doing this because this is part of your journey. Because this entering into this new adventure, free of expectations, full of possibilities, and the Seven of Pentacles is, the fruit that is coming out. You're realizing, or you will be realizing, that it's not aligning with what you want. You thought the fruit you would get from it would be what you wanted, but you're realizing, no, it's what I thought I wanted, but it's not what my heart wants. It's what my mind thinks it wants, but my heart wants to go a different direction. And there is this, the Full card is a new adventure. There is someone, but I feel like the adventure first is up raising your self-love and raising your self-worth and all of that, that allows, this beautiful energy of uh, finding someone that's at yeah, someone at a higher vibration as we look at the Lovers card. Yeah. So there's someone more down the road that matches your energy more, and where you don't have to feel like you have to dim your light, defend what you want, ask permission to shine. Um, it's you get to shine bright and be honored for who you are. And that's more in alignment with your energy. So I feel like that is, yes, they are, but it's in accordance with your higher self, not a rogue assignment that they're doing. And that's why. So hopefully that helps. And then lastly, you want to know, will you get in NL in August? All right, based on current energies. Will ya? Will ya? Huh? Will ya? Let's see, we got that. And I do want this one and that one there. Yep, I put that back in the deck. And then 10 of Cups is a good energy. That's a joy energy. Yeah, and the 7 of Wands, you get to stand tall, be bright. This is that, not ask permission to shine, not dim your light again. This energy of standing tall, um, energy. So you get to shine bright. Your Queen of Wands, of course, this is according to possibilities and energy. The Queen of Wands is focusing in on, if you fear, if you lack energy, that pushes it away. But if you're like gratitude for what you have and have had and other opportunities, and when you're focusing in on um, that higher vibration, that helps draw it in instead of uh, kind of resisting and pushing it away, right? Again, you got the Emperor energy. So Queen of Wands, Emperor energy is all about taking charge. And you got the Strength card too, your higher self and your human self here, which is a bright energy. But this feels like, yes, this is what we're wanting. This is what we're opening it up. But help us help you by standing tall and gratitude and moving forward and not fearing, lacking, lower vibration, because that makes it harder for them. But they are bringing that in. So I like that. So that is kind of, it feels like that is a part of an important part of your path. So they're very involved in the fruition of that, and trying to bring it forward. So I like that. And then for your donation, since it was $5 or more, you did get one of these Whispers of Healing. So thank you again for your donation. I'm very grateful for that. And nope, they don't want any of those. I was like, which one? They're like, none. There we go. This is the one. And you have Transform. Oh, look at the beautiful butterfly. Let's see if I can get it in a little closer here. See the little child on the butterflies. What a wonderful card. Card number 35. It's a time of transformation for you. So can you feel the importance of what is happening for you? For you, not to you, for you. You are in a phase where just about anything is possible. To achieve transformation, you must really think it is possible. Believing in yourself and your abilities is the key to creating the change being shown to you. You may have wanted a certain outcome, but not really believed it was possible. To achieve the desired changes in your health, be willing to make changes to your behaviors. You do some things out of habit, some because of the way you were taught, and others because they're easy. Try a new approach to create your change. If needed, get a buddy to do this with you. This could be anything from eating healthier to taking 10-minute walks or learning a new hobby. Reinforce the changes that you're making in your life by enlisting the support of your family members or someone you know who will cheer you on. Repeat the much prized changes to form new positive habits. As you start having success, you will develop an unshakable conviction that you will get to where you want to be. A multitude of butterflies and fairies watch as a young woman prepares to release the butterflies in her dome. Butterflies must set aside everything they once knew to accept a new way of existing. They symbolize a readiness to let go and encounter transformation. The lightning striking the dome helps to clear away any doubts or resistance to change. The fairies are a reminder of the magic and support that is all around you. There's always hope for a brighter tomorrow. Wow, powerful. That's that transformation. That's why someone needs to go, right? Is that what they're saying? All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. Thank you again so much and enjoy. All right. And then let's see, where are we at? Oh, there it goes. I go, why couldn't I find you? So Maria P, we got number 4 for you, 7/19/19. So thank you for your multiple donations this eve. There you are. And that is over here in the emails. So, all right, here we go. So you want to know, what can you know about your future guy? Oh, your future guy. Didn't meet him already, or am I meeting him? All right. So your future guy, you want to know, is it someone you know, or is it someone new that you'll be meeting? All right. So that one is the Queen of Cups. Interesting there. It seems like this is you first. Yeah. I feel like it's someone new, because you've got both the World card, which is an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure, and the Death card. So I don't feel like this is anyone you know now. The Queen of Cups, I feel like they're focusing in here on, this is your chalice, that's you. So I feel like they're saying, um, your future guy comes after you getting to know yourself. So I feel like they're encouraging that, if there is an ending, with the Death and the World card, which is the last card in the major arcana, which is an ending, significant ending, that if your current relationship ends, they're not talking about before any future guy, it's time to work on, your self-love first. Otherwise, you're just gonna keep having deaths, ending, relationships ending, right? Okay, and then where would you be meeting this future person? You have the 7 of Swords. It's an interesting energy there because the 7 of Swords is usually a liar deceiver energy, which seems odd. That's where you meet him. You meet him at a liars convention, meaning a bar? No. Let's see what this means because this is the um, leaving something behind. You got the Wheel of Fortune. What is this 7 of Swords about? This is a very interesting energy here, Maria. What is this about? Oh, okay. Well, you got the Ace of Cups again, which is that Queen of Cups, with that chalice again. They're like, it's, I don't know. I feel like they're just kind of overriding it. It's like, first you have to overcome your fear of being cheated on and lied to. That's why that 7 of Swords out of all cards, it's probably the big thing, right? That I don't wanna get cheated on. But yet, you in a way are like right now with your talking to another man while you're in a relationship, you're kind of cheating on someone already. So it's like your greatest fear is something that you do, but you don't want it to be done to you. And so there's an important energy to get to the root of that because that, you know, that those 2 things are independent of one another, but they're related to one another too. So I feel like that's why they're going, you have, um, with that Wheel of Fortune, this is happening for you to free yourself from things. So I feel like they're kind of stopping getting information about this future kind of thing because they're like, they're things slow down to where you don't end up with someone because things keep on burning out, burning out, burning out, because you're entering. If you leave Wally and you end this relationship with Wally, then it goes into slow motion mode to give you the opportunity to look at this stuff, free yourself from it, so you don't keep drawing in the same lesson over and over. It's almost like you're in timeout with the relationships until you look at that. So, um, interesting, right? Let's see here. So I feel like those are the details. They're like, nope, 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 pointing back to here. I know you're being benched. So Wally seems stressed out. Are the trips canceling and why? Nope, I don't feel like the trips are canceling. We got the 8 of Pentacles, which is putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears. So I don't feel like the trips are canceling. I feel like Wally is stressed out because we got the 3 of Swords, which is the heartbreak energy, and I feel like he senses and knows. I mean, he knows. He always does, when you start to wander and look at others and feel that he can feel the pulling away. He's very aware of those things. So I feel like that's why he's stressed because he feels these expectations and disappointments, and he feels something coming here. And then Dr. Bob's and Dr. Laura's thoughts on you. Got Dr. Bob and Dr. Lori. All right. So Dr. Bob got the devil card here, which this is an energy of, it's Saturn Capricorn energy. It's that rules over the house of work. I feel like there's something around um, Capricorn energy. They they learn about what works good and then puts things into to practice, and I feel like they kind of look at you with that energy. It's a positive energy, there. So I just feel like amongst his other stuff that he thinks about you, I feel like they're like, "Yeah, you're a good worker, once you get something that works well, you keep doing it, and if something doesn't work well, you find a different way to do it that works better." So that's kinda his impression. And Dr. Laura's thoughts on you, got the 2 of Pentacles, and you got this for decisions, coming up next week, and I do feel like, you know, they they like the balance that you can have, but I feel like this is more so they see that there's 2 different opportunities for you with their little reorg, and I feel like that's what they're trying to think about, and that's what's kind of mainly on their mind there. So, hopefully that helps. Right. So, I know. So, your fortune cookie here is you have breakthrough. Yeah, I like this here. Says a major shift is occurring. You are breaking free from limitations. So step boldly into the unknown. Trust that your breakthrough is leading to greater freedom. And on the flip side, fear may be keeping you stuck. Release old patterns and embrace transformation. So that's that what we were talking about with your old patterns of, you know, the fear that you have of being cheated on, but the tendency you have to start looking somewhere else when things aren't going well, which is what cheating is, right? So hopefully that helps, my dear. That is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right, everybody, um, let me see here. We've got several free readings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. And then last night's Alice, 26 free readings. So what I'm going to do, and I'm feeling very tired. And it's been 7.5 hours. So I'm only 30 minutes shy of an 8-hour session. Oh, I know I wanted to beat my record of 8.5 hours. No, I didn't. Um, so what I'm gonna do, I'm not gonna complete any free readings in this session, but tomorrow morning, when I eventually wake up and get going, I will come back on and, I'll record a additional session for the free readings, and then, that'll be posted, and then, so we'll be able to complete all the free readings. So thank you for your patience getting to those. Just I'm a little bit tired, and I want to make sure I'm fresh for your guys' readings. I want to just do them to get them done, and then be a little, crappy readings. I want to give them the justice they deserve. So I will return tomorrow for the free readings. So thank you guys again for your patience and all the thumbs up. It does tell me you enjoy getting the free readings and these sessions, and it does mean a lot to me. So thank you for that. It does help spread the Zen love too, part of the love tsunami. And I'm so grateful that you guys are. If you haven't checked out my podcast, here is the link to the most recent of my podcasts. And if you want to catch up on any of the others, the playlist link is down in the description box of the video. Or if you click on my main page, that'll be at the top of my YouTube channel called The Easier Path. So thank you guys again so very much. And remember, as you're going through your adventures, that every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So enjoy your evening, enjoy your week. I'll be back on Wednesday night too for additional readings, Wednesday through Sunday nights. So I shall return. And of course, I'll do a special session for their free readings tomorrow. So enjoy, everybody. I love you, and we'll see you soon.